Chapter 42-47. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. The land of the purple gold dragons. Dong Tianxin had been standing in the sky, waiting for Qin Feiyang and the other two to appear. The king stood aside silently. His sea of qi hadn't been repaired. Dong Tianxin wouldn't give him a chance to do so either. The divine king, the lord of the human race, had led the supremacies here after leaving the Jianghu realm. Apparently he was prepared for any accidents. Heavenly Lord Ji Yunhai, Boss Ji and the other elders were also there. Their faces were extremely pale. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin also didn't leave. More and more people came to see what was going on. It wasn't a small matter if someone from the central dynasty wanted to kill the king. Most people were angry at Dong Tianxin. Because the king had been in office for many years and had contributed a lot to the 4 continents. He was someone worthy of respect. It wasn't an exaggeration. If anything happened to the king, most creatures in the 4 continents, except for the beasts and the mermen, would stand on his side. Swish. Suddenly, a supremacy of the purple gold divine dragons came and whispered something in Heavenly Lord Ji's ear. What did you say? Don't be sneaky. Say it in front of everyone. Dong Tianxin immediately looked at Heavenly Lord Ji. Heavenly Lord Ji's eyes flashed coldly and he said, "We've already spread the news, but it's not up to us to decide whether Qin Feiyang will come or not. If they don't come, you'll have to collect the king's body." Dong Tianxin snickered. "You." Heavenly Lord Ji was furious. Who was to blame for Dong Pingji's death? It was his own fault. How could he have anything to do with his father? Heavenly Lord, don't talk nonsense with him. If he really dares to kill your father, the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan will mobilize the entire clan to attack the central dynasty and demand justice from the emperor. Boss Ji said. You want to go to the central dynasty? You're dreaming. Dong Tianxin said with disdain. Then let's try. Boss Ji's aura was strong and fearless. How lively. Then, accompanied by a faint laugh, 2 figures stepped through the air and arrived. The 2 of them were indeed Lu Jiejin and the inner demons. The inner demons were dressed in blood-red clothes. Their blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. They still wore a mask on their faces. Lu Jiejin, on the other hand, was dressed in a long white robe. His temperament was ethereal and otherworldly, as if he was a banished immortal. It's them? The pupils of the Divine King and the others contracted. They were no strangers to the inner demons and Lu Jiejin. Even though he wasn't listed as one of the top 5 geniuses of the Central Dynasty, his methods were obvious to all. Last time on the mythical island, this Lu Yuntian had almost killed the monarch. Not good. Once those 2 brothers arrive, our situation will become even worse. The Supreme Master of the human race transmitted his voice. Yes. The Divine King nodded worriedly. This was because they didn't know the relationship between Lu Jiejin and Qin Feiyang and the others. Therefore, when they saw the 2 of them arrive, they naturally thought that they would take the opportunity to make things difficult for the monarch. You are Lu Yuntian and Ling Yunfei? Dong Hanzong, Dong Qin and Dong Tianxin couldn't help but look at the inner demons. The inner demons smiled and said, I didn't expect the top geniuses to know us. What an honor. I've heard a lot about you. Dong Hanzong cupped his hands and smiled. The names of the 3 of you are like thunder to our ears as well. The inner demons smiled and swaggered to Dong Tianxin's side. He looked at the monarch and asked suspiciously, What are you doing? It's none of your business. Dong Tianxin's attitude was cold. He questioned, Why did you only come to us now? Don't you know that we are already in the 4 continents? Are you interrogating me? The inner demons tilted his head and looked at Dong Tianxin. You can think of it that way. Dong Tianxin was very proud and arrogant. He didn't take the inner demons seriously at all. The inner demons couldn't help but laugh. Shut up. I'm asking you a question. Dong Tianxin flew into a rage. Slap. However, the only response he got was a resounding slap on his face. The inner demons directly raised his hand and slapped Dong Tianxin's face. In an instant, not only Dong Tianxin, everyone was dumbfounded, including Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin. This person's guts were too big, wasn't he? Dong Tianxin was one of the top 5 geniuses. How dare he teach Dong Tianxin a lesson? And in front of everyone he didn't give Dong Tianxin any face at all. At the scene, it fell into a dead silence. Even the monarch, the divine king, the supremacy of the human race, Heavenly Lord Ji, Boss Ji, and the group of elders never thought that such a scene would happen. They weren't here to support Dong Tianxin. They were here to humiliate him. You are courting death. The next moment, Dong Tianxin came to his senses and was furious. I dare you to say that again. The inner demon's eyes were full of bloody light and they gradually became violent. Even Dong Tianxin couldn't help but feel scared when he saw the inner demon's eyes at this moment. It was as if he saw a peerless demon king awakening. Brother Lu, we're all on the same side. Let's talk nicely. Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed and he stepped forward to mediate. The inner demons glanced at Dong Hanzong and smiled at Dong Tianxin. Don't think that you have the right to order me around just because you're one of the top 5 geniuses. If you piss me off, I'll kill even the top geniuses. Hearing this, Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin couldn't help but frown. Killing without mercy? Did that include them as well? Okay. Let's see how you're going to kill me today. Dong Tianxin was so angry that he laughed. It's easy to kill you. The inner demons curled the corners of his lips and activated his Demon King true form. Each of them was more than 10,000 feet tall and they really looked like demon kings who killed people without any hesitation. Brother Lu, why are you doing this? Dong Hanzong hurriedly tried to persuade him. Just because of Dong Tianxin's offensive words he made a big fuss? Yeah. Dong Tianxin offended you because of the pain of losing his brother? I hope Brother Lu can understand and forgive him. Dong Qin also hurriedly tried to persuade him. If they were in the Central Dynasty they wouldn't have bothered. But they were in the 4 great continents. They still needed the inner demons and Lu Jiajin to help them deal with Qin Feiyang and the others, so they couldn't afford to offend them. What are you doing? As if this is my fault. If my brother didn't go to them, would this have happened? They can't escape the blame for my brother's death. Dong Tianxin glared at Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin and said angrily. Haha, Dong Ping is useless and you're blaming us? Why don't you blame your parents? They gave birth to Dong Ping. If they didn't give birth to Dong Ping, would this have happened? The inner demons laughed arrogantly. Hearing this, Dong Tianxin clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Enough. We're all on the same side. There's no need to make a scene. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, Lu Jiajin finally spoke. He walked to the side of the inner demons and said to Dong Tianxin, we're also very sad about Dong Ping's death, but before coming to the Central Dynasty, you should have left your divine souls behind to save your lives, right? Left our divine souls behind to save our lives? Do you think we, the 5 great geniuses, would do something so cowardly? You're humiliating us. Besides, if we really left our divine souls behind to save our lives, would I be so angry? Dong Tianxin roared. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin couldn't help but frown. To them, leaving their divine souls behind to save their lives was indeed a humiliation. I didn't expect you to be so brave. If it were me, I would have left my divine soul behind to save my life in the Central Dynasty. The inner demons sneered. In fact, Lu Jiajin was trying to get information from Dong Hanzong and the others. With this test, he obtained the answer. The 5 of them didn't leave their divine souls in the Central Dynasty, so Dong Ping's death was confirmed. Dong Qin glared at the inner demons and said angrily, Lu Yuntun, be more polite with your words. We didn't do anything to offend you. You don't like it? Then don't listen. The inner demons smiled disdainfully. You. Dong Qin glared at him. How could he be such an unreasonable person? The inner demons pointed at the king and asked Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin, so, what is this Dong Tianxin trying to do now? He wants to coerce the king and force Qin Feiyang and the others to show up. Dong Qin suppressed her anger and said in a low voice. What? Coerce the king? The inner demons paused for a moment, then turned to Dong Tianxin and laughed. Not bad, kid. You can even think of such a despicable method. But I like it. What? Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin looked at the inner demons in shock. They thought the inner demons would laugh at Dong Tianxin when they heard the inner demons talking about despicable methods, but they didn't expect the inner demons to agree with this method. Dong Tianxin, who had lost his mind, was already a headache for them. Now there was an even more arrogant Lu Yuntian? Wasn't this adding to their troubles? Don't mess around. Lu Jiajin frowned and looked at the inner demons angrily. The inner demons pouted. Lu Jiajin looked at Dong Tianxin and sighed. What you are doing now is very irrational. I advise you to let the king go and apologize to him. What did you say? Dong Tianxin stared at Lu Jiajin, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. Not only did he ask him to let the king go, but he also asked him to apologize to the king? The king, the divine king, Lord Ji, and heavenly Lord Ji also didn't expect Lu Jiajin to say such a thing. They had been worried that the situation would become worse when these two arrived. Just like what the inner demon had said to Dong Tianxin before, it had made them feel as if their hearts were in their throats. But who would have thought that Lu Jiajin's attitude would change? But thinking about it carefully, even though they had only talked to Lu Jiejin a few times and didn't talk much, they could tell that he was indeed a rational man. Do you know what the king represents? It represents the king of the divine kingdom. Although the central dynasty doesn't think much of it, the king is the most powerful person in the divine kingdom in terms of prestige and status. If you threaten him now, won't you be angering the beings of the 4 continents and becoming the central dynasty's enemy? Will you be able to bear the consequences? Lu Jiejin said. Phew. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin were relieved to hear this. Finally, there was a reasonable person. Chapter 42-48. Lu Jiejin was the best choice for Dong Hanzong and the divine god. They didn't have to be the bad guys and they wouldn't have to offend the forces behind Dong Tianqian. However, Dong Tianqian, on the other hand, did not take it seriously. He said with disdain, "These trash from the 4 great continents, not to mention the central dynasty, even my family's strength can suppress them in minutes." What did you say? Who are you calling trash? The divine king glared at Dong Tianqian. Dong Tianqian sneered. Bastard. The divine king looked at the surrounding creatures and said, "Did you hear that? The creatures of the 4 continents are nothing but trash in the eyes of the central dynasty. We don't even have the least bit of dignity." As soon as these words were spoken, both humans and gods were enraged. All the creatures glared at Dong Tianqian. Oh no. Dong Hanzong's heart skipped a beat. Dong Tianqian was too irrational. How could he say something like that? Wasn't he trying to sow discord between the central dynasty and the 4 continents? In fact, the divine king was just like that. Since Dong Tianqian dared to say that, he dared to use his words to provoke everyone's anger against the central dynasty. This was also to pave the way for them in the future. After all, they would fall out with the central dynasty sooner or later. By then, if they couldn't find a suitable excuse, the creatures of the 4 continents might not support them. Instead, they might curse them and call them traitors. In other words, Dong Tianqian's words had instead given them a chance to accomplish their goals. How disappointing. No matter what we do, the 4 continents are fighting at the front while the central dynasty has been enjoying the fruits of our labor. Now you look down on us and treat us like trash. As the leader of the human race of the 4 continents, I've done my best for the divine kingdom and the Lord. But in the end, I've been humiliated like this. The human supremacy side. This was from the bottom of his heart. He didn't have much contact with the people of the central dynasty before, so he didn't know the true colors of the central dynasty. But now, Dong Tianqian's words made him feel sad. Since ancient times, how much had the human race contributed to the divine kingdom? However, in his eyes, they didn't even have the qualifications to be human. They could only be considered trash. Now that he thought about it, his choice back then was really wise. If they continued to follow the dominator of the divine kingdom and the central dynasty, it was hard to imagine what kind of situation the human beings in the 4 continents would face in the future. Sovereign divine king, please calm down. He didn't say those words on purpose. Dong Qin hurriedly explained. Look at his attitude. Does he look like he's joking? The divine king pointed at Dong Tianqian and angrily said. Dong Qin glared at Dong Tianqian and shouted, "Hurry up and apologize." Apologize? Ha! Dong Tianqian laughed wantonly, not taking it seriously at all. What a useless teammate. The inner demon snickered. Indeed. With such a person around, the creatures of the 4 continents will betray the divine kingdom sooner or later. Lu Jiejin nodded. Of course. This was what they wanted to see. They even hoped that there would be more stupid people like Dong Tianqian. In this way, it would save a lot of trouble for the sovereign, the divine king, and the sovereign of the human race to fall out with the central dynasty in the future. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting worse and worse, Dong Hanzong hurriedly looked at Lu Jiejin for help. Lu Jiejin's eyes flashed. He looked at Dong Tianqian and said in a deep voice, "You must apologize and let them go." What if I say no? Dong Tianqian stared at Lu Jiejin. Then for the peace and the overall situation of the divine kingdom, I can only say that I offended you. As his voice fell, Lu Jiejin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Haha, how dare you say such things to me? Do you know how powerful my family is? If you offend me, you must be prepared to die. Dong Tianqian said with a hideous smile. What did you say? I dare you to say it again. Before his voice died away, a monstrous aura surged toward Dong Tianqian. It was the inner demons. But at this moment, his face was filled with hostility. I said you must all be prepared to die. Dong Tianqian did not show any weakness. You are really courting death. Murderous intent surged in the eyes of the inner demons. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the 3,000 Demon King real bodies instantly activated all the ultimate mysteries. However, the faces of the 3,000 Demon King real bodies were shrouded in fog and looked blurry. "Don't fight here. Go to the Star River," Lu Jiejin hurriedly shouted. The inner demons looked at Dong Tianqian gloomily and said, "Don't just talk. If you have the guts, come to the Star River and let me see how strong your god-killing domain is." After that, the inner demons stepped into the sky and entered the Star River without looking back. Dong Tianqian stared at the back of the inner demons with a bone-chilling expression and said, "Fine, I will show you the strength of the 5 peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty." He waved his hand and the sovereign disappeared. Apparently, he had been sent to a space divine object and imprisoned. Seeing this, the clansmen of the purple gold divine dragon were all burning with anger. Star River. The inner demons stood against the wind and looked at the entrance of the Star River. The 3,000 Demon King real bodies stood behind him in a neat formation. The ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, the ultimate mysteries of the 6 strongest laws, exuding an aura of destruction. With the arrival of Dong Tianqian, the inner demons immediately sneered, "Although I am pleased with your despicable nature, but to dare offend my big brother, that is absolutely intolerable. Haha, do I need you to tolerate it? If you have any means, just come at me." Dong Tianqian laughed wildly. "You have guts." The inner demons laughed. With a wave of his hand, 2 layers of heavens will erupted. This starry sky immediately began to collapse. However, even in the face of 3,000 Demon King real bodies, 2 wills of heaven's will, and the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, Dong Tianqian did not show the slightest hint of nervousness. Boom! With the eruption of a terrifying aura, a dazzling golden light surged out. The next moment, then a golden domain appeared. Dong Tianqian stood in the golden domain, bathed in divine light. Many golden runes kept flashing as if a god of war had descended to the world. "Let's see if you're really invincible," the inner demons sneered. Boom! The 21,000 ultimate mysteries above the 3,000 Demon King real bodies immediately shattered the starry sky and charged towards Dong Tianqian. Dong Hanzong, Dong Qin, Heavenly Lord Ji, the Divine King, the Supremes of the human race, the Supremacies, Boss Ji and a group of elders also rushed into the starry sky. Seeing the inner demons' means, their hair stood on end. This person's means were almost on par with Qin Feiyang's means. Qin Feiyang's only advantage was the Eye of Heaven. However, an even more shocking scene then appeared. The 21,000 ultimate mysteries drowned Dong Tianqian like a torrent of wild beasts. The destructive energy spread in all directions, making the creatures outside the starry sky feel the danger of death. One could imagine just how terrifying was this destructive power. However, Dong Tianqian, who was standing in the golden domain, was unharmed the entire time. That's right. He was completely unharmed. He didn't even break the golden domain. How is that possible? The inner demons were stunned. The ultimate mysteries of the laws of life and death, the 6 ultimate laws, the Demon King real bodies and 2 will of heaven couldn't break the domain? Isn't this too outrageous? It was also different from what Qin Feiyang said. Qin Feiyang also mentioned Dong Tianqian's strength when he sent a message to the inner demons and Lu Jiejin, asking them to help rescue the Lord. He also mentioned that Dong Tianqian avoided the battle with the 3,000 incarnations. According to Qin Feiyang, Dong Tianqian wouldn't dare to fight with the 3,000 incarnations in his invincible state. In other words, 3,000 incarnations, the laws of life and death, the ultimate laws and 2 ultimate mysteries. These means together were enough to break the limit of the god-killing domain. However, the scene that he was witnessing right now was completely different from what he had expected. This god-killing domain was absolutely invincible. Is this domain that heaven-defying? Lu Jiejin frowned. Yes. Dong Hanzong nodded. But why did I hear that he didn't face Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations head-on last time? Lu Jiejin was puzzled. Dong Tianqian was deliberately showing weakness to make Qin Feiyang and the others careless so that when they meet again in the future, he could catch them off guard. But I didn't expect that he would use this god-killing domain on his own people. Dong Hanzong sighed. Deliberately showing weakness. Lu Jiejin's eyes flickered. When Dong Tianqian was calm, his mind was quite scary. Because if it weren't for the inner demons, they wouldn't know how terrifying the god-killing domain was. When Qin Feiyang and the others fought with this person again, they would definitely suffer a great loss. How is it? Do you feel powerless for a moment? Dong Tianqian sneered. The way he looked at the inner demons was like looking at ants. It's indeed a little strong. But that's it. The inner demons put away their frustration and attacked with all their might. Nothing could be truly invincible. There must be some flaws. Rumble. The Devil King real body surrounded and attacked. The power of law, the ultimate meaning, destroyed all directions. But the God-killing domain showed no signs of being broken. The God-killing domain is absolutely invincible. No one can break it. Dong Tianqian smiled proudly and began his counterattack. Boom. He rushed to the front of a Devil King real body. The power of law roared and punched. Accompanied by a loud bang, the Devil King real body collapsed on the spot. Then he charged toward another Devil King real body. With an invincible body, you can kill all the gods in the world. This is the origin of the God-killing domain. As Dong Tianqian's voice fell, another punch shattered another Devil King real body. It was simply killing gods in the way. No one could stop him. Looking at this scene, the inner demon's eyes gradually became solemn. The power of the God-killing domain had far exceeded his imagination. It wasn't an exaggeration to say. Such a situation was enough to make people despair. Because no matter what you do, you can't cause any harm to the other party, but the other party can rely on their invincible body to easily overwhelm you. In other words, this was simply a fate of being beaten. Chapter 42-49. Boom. One by one, the Demon King real bodies collapsed. At this moment, Dong Tianqian was like an invincible god of war, unstoppable. Although the god-slaying realm is terrifying, as long as your brother can hold on for an hour, he can turn the tables. And with your brother's strength, he can easily win. Dong Hanzong said in a low voice. What do you mean? Lu Jiajin looked at him suspiciously. Dong Hanzong said to himself, the 5 realms that we have mastered have a time limit and can only be maintained for an hour. There's such a thing? Lu Jiajin's eyes flashed. This was very important news which would help them deal with the 4 of them in the future. And we can only activate it once a day. It is precisely because of these restrictions that the 5 realms' ability and lethality are above the 10 most powerful fighting souls. Dong Hanzong said. More powerful than the 10 strongest fighting souls? Lu Jiajin was stunned and smiled. Brother Hanzong, you're too confident. It's not confidence, it's the truth. Of course. I also understand that whether it's the 5 realms or the 10 strongest fighting souls, they all have their own strengths and can't be lumped together. But if it's a one-on-one fight, our 5 realms can definitely suppress the 10 strongest fighting souls. Dong Hanzong's face was full of confidence. That means my Eye of Void is also no match for Brother Hanzong. Lu Jiajin smiled faintly. Dong Hanzong's expression froze. He had forgotten that this person had one of the 10 strongest fighting souls, the Eye of Void. Brother Hanzong, don't take it to heart. I'm just saying. Lu Jiajin waved his hand and looked up at the inner demons. With the inner demon's ability, they should be able to do it in an hour. The battle was getting more and more intense. 3,000 Demon King real bodies were destroyed by Dong Tianqian's fist one after another. After the battle, Dong Tianqian was not injured at all. If it was someone else, they would have given up. Because there was no way to continue the battle. But the inner demons was full of fighting spirit. Ever since he was sent to the Divine Kingdom by Ice Dragon and Small Beast, he had not encountered such an opponent. This made his blood boil. In short, this was the kind of battle he needed. The more difficult it was, the more terrifying his battle intent became. Now you realize how insignificant you are. It's not too late to kneel down and apologize to me. Dong Tianqian sneered and arrived in front of the inner demons in a single step. The terrifying power of law surged out and rushed toward the inner demons like a tidal wave. Rumble. The inner demons were blasted away, their bodies bleeding profusely. Kneel down now. I'll spare your life. Dong Tianqian looked at the inner demons with disdain, like a high and mighty emperor. Hee, the inner demons steadied themselves and chuckled. In Dong Tianqian's eyes, it was as if he was mocking him. It's not as if the inner demons were mocking him. It seems that you still don't understand the seriousness of the problem. Dong Tianqian laughed sinisterly. Boom. 7 ultimate mysteries appeared out of nowhere. The will of heavenly Tao erupted, exuding a divine power that could destroy heaven and earth as it rushed toward the inner demons. It's you who doesn't understand the seriousness of the problem. Your Godslayer realm is no longer a threat to me. The inner demon shook his head. The ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death appeared. 2 wills of heavenly Tao erupted and blasted toward Dong Tianqian's 7 ultimate mysteries. With a loud bang, the inner demons used only one of the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death to crush Dong Tianqian's 7 ultimate mysteries. Isn't he invincible? How could Lu Yuntian crush his ultimate mysteries? The Divine King and the others were surprised. Haha, just as I thought. The inner demons laughed and looked at Dong Tianxin. Your so-called God-Slayer realm only makes your physical body invincible. Your law's mysteries don't change at all. I see. That's right. The God-Slayer realm only makes Dong Tianxin's physical body invincible. In other words, as long as Dong Tianxin doesn't get close, he can't hurt Lu Yuntian. Everyone suddenly realized. This was the loophole of the God-Slayer realm. So what? How long can you last under my attack? Dong Tianxin laughed angrily and immediately launched a storm-like attack on the inner demons. However, the inner demons had a look of disdain as he used the moment of time to dodge. Dong Tianxin couldn't keep up with his speed. Of course, he couldn't keep up with the inner demon's speed. This was because the inner demons had 2 wills of heavenly Tao. With the support of 2 wills of heavenly Tao, the inner demon's speed of activating the moment of time was much faster than Dong Tianxin. This is your second fatal weakness. If it were anyone else today, even if they deliberately avoided the battle, they would die in your hands sooner or later. But unfortunately your opponent now is me. I have 2 wills of heavenly Tao. With my speed, you don't even have the right to eat my dust behind me. The inner demons laughed contemptuously. Looking at this scene, Lu Jiejin couldn't help but smile. Although Dong Tianxin also controlled the moment of time, Dong Tianxin only had 1 wills of heavenly Tao. The inner demons had 2 wills of heavenly Tao. Just this speed alone made Dong Tianxin feel inferior. With this suppressive speed, it would be easy for the inner demons to drag on for an hour. As long as the time limit of the God-Slayer realm was up, it would be too easy for the inner demons to kill Dong Tianxin. Gradually, Dong Tianxin also began to feel anxious. He was especially angry. Why did this person have 2 wills of heavenly Tao? If there was only 1 wills of heavenly Tao, even if the inner demons had terrifying means like the Demon King real body, he was confident that he could kill the inner demons within an hour. How hateful. How could these people comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death? This sudden jealousy made him even crazier and he couldn't help but roar, "Are you still a man? If you have the guts, then fight me head on." Ha! This is the so-called desperate dog jumping over the wall. It's really pleasing to the eye. The inner demons dodged while constantly mocking, specifically to make Dong Tianxin collapse. Bastard! What kind of genius are you? Dong Tianxin was furious to the extreme. In front of a peerless genius like you, how would I dare to call myself a genius? But a peerless genius like you can't do anything to me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The inner demons mocked. Dong Tianxin roared hysterically. Not to mention hurting the inner demons, even the shadows of the inner demons chased after him and roared, "Dong Qin, Brother Zong, come and help me." Brother Zong? Dong Hanzong sneered in his heart. In the past, when he heard Dong Tianxin call him brother, he felt a little happy, but now he only felt nauseous. At the same time, Dong Qin was also indifferent. What are you doing? We're the 5 peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty. We're bound together for good or ill. Dong Tianxin roared. We want to help you, but this time you've gone too far. You should stop now. Because you're one of the 5 peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty, you can't do such a stupid thing. Dong Qin sighed. The greater the reputation, the higher the status, and the greater the responsibility. As the peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty, they naturally had to consider the overall situation of the Divine Kingdom. They couldn't cause the Divine Kingdom to fall apart because of their own selfishness. If the creatures of the 4 continents rebelled because of this, then who could bear the responsibility when the Emperor investigated? In fact, Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin said so much because they didn't want to implicate themselves. Bitch, I'll kill you sooner or later. Dong Tianxin's heart was filled with resentment. He felt that everyone in the world had wronged him, and he didn't realize his mistake at all. Like Dong Hanzong. Although he was arrogant, at least he could see the big picture. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned around and left when he went to the village. Time passed quietly. An hour had finally passed. When the time was up, the god-slaying field collapsed. Dong Tianxin's expression immediately became flustered. Now it's my turn. The inner demons laughed and turned around to attack Dong Tianxin. Without the god-slaying field, I'm not afraid of you. Dong Tianxin roared, his eyes were bloodshot. Rumble. The 2 of them kept colliding in the collapsing galaxy, and terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. Dong Tianxin's aura was strong. But in the face of the inner demon's storm-like attacks, he couldn't resist at all. Because without the god-slaying field, The inner demons were superior to Dong Tianxin in terms of speed and combat strength. The inner demons didn't seem to want to defeat Dong Tianxin immediately. They didn't even activate their Demon King true form. They tortured him bit by bit until Dong Tianxin completely collapsed and fell to the ground in despair. Was this Lu Yunqian's strength? Without the god-slaying field, what was he? He didn't even have the strength to fight. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Why is my opponent Lu Yuntian? If it were Lu Yunfeng, the divine king, or the human race, even if they have the Eye of Nothingness, the Mark of Divine Land, and the Sword of Faith, I can definitely defeat them. Dong Tianxin roared in his heart. The inner demons took a step forward and landed in front of Dong Tianxin, saying, "Let him go. Don't even think about it. Only if you kill me." Dong Tianxin stared at the inner demons coldly. This was the last thing he had left to rely on. As a person with a strong family background, he didn't believe that the inner demons would dare to kill him. Are you challenging my patience? The inner demons raised his eyebrows. If you have the guts, do it. But do you dare? Dong Tianxin sneered. Sorry, there's nothing in this world that I don't dare to do. The inner demon's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he slapped Dong Tianxin's head. Lu Yuntian, don't, Dong Qin shouted. But at this time, Dong Hanzong stopped Dong Qin. Brother Zong, what are you doing? Dong Qin looked at him, puzzled. Dong Hanzong was silent, staring at the inner demons, and there seemed to be some expectation in his eyes. At the same time, Lu Jijin also glanced at Dong Hanzong, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. This person's mind seemed to be a bit impure. Ah! A scream rang out. Lu Jijin looked up and saw the inner demon's palm fall. Dong Tianxin's head exploded on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. Dong Tianxin's soul fled in horror, and then looked at the inner demons, his eyes full of fear and resentment. He didn't expect that the inner demons would really dare to kill him. Chapter 4250. As I said, there is nothing in this world that I don't dare to do. The inner demons looked at Dong Tianxin's soul with murderous intent in his eyes and slapped at Dong Tianxin's soul. It seemed that at this moment, Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed with a smile. And it was clearly caught by Lu Jijin, who had been paying attention to him. Interesting. Lu Jijin muttered. The look in his eyes was also thought-provoking. Looking at Dong Tianxin again. Seeing the inner demons coming, his soul suddenly left his body and ran towards Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin. He had been shocked by the means of the inner demons. This was a cruel and merciless lord. However, the inner demons suddenly stopped and looked at Dong Tianxin playfully, saying, "Look at you, I thought you were not afraid of death." Dong Tianxin hid behind Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin, trembling. Seeing the inner demons stop, Dong Qin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, but Dong Hanzong seemed to be a little disappointed. The inner demons turned to look at Dong Tianxin's body. His head had been broken, leaving only a headless corpse. The scene was bloody and shocking. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light flashed out of his broken head and rushed towards Dong Tianxin like lightning. This was a space divine object. Obviously, Dong Tianxin had already seen through the purpose of the inner demons, so he took the first step and controlled the space divine object to return to his side. Because the monarch was imprisoned in this space divine object at the moment, he could not let the inner demons get the space divine object. Otherwise he would lose the only bargaining chip in his hand. But in this regard, the inner demons smiled disdainfully, stepped forward, intercepted the space divine object, released his divine thoughts, and directly crushed the blood contract inside the space divine object. Immediately after, the inner demons dripped blood to recognize the monarch. When the recognition was successful, he immediately released the monarch from the space divine object. "Thank you for saving my life, little brother." The monarch looked around and bowed to the inner demons. "Don't thank me. I didn't want to save you at all. If you want to thank someone, thank my brother. He is a good person." The inner demons sneered. "How cold." The monarch smiled bitterly and turned to Lu Jijin. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, brother Lu. I also wish for the peace of the divine kingdom." Lu Jijin waved his hand. "Father. Little Wang. Big brother." At the same time, Heavenly Lord Ji Yunhai, Boss Ji and a group of elders also quickly surrounded the Overlord with concern on their faces. They surrounded the Overlord and protected him. "I'm fine." The king waved his hand. The inner demons grabbed the space divine item and exerted force with their 5 fingers. With a loud clang, the space divine item shattered on the spot. They then looked at Dong Tianxin and said playfully, "Do you want to continue?" Dong Tianxin remained silent. but the resentment on his face was clearly visible. The inner demons said, "If you don't want to continue, then kneel and apologize. Don't go too far." Dong Tianqian roared. He had already released the monarch, yet he still wanted him to kneel down and apologize? "You're the one who's going too far." Jianghu stepped forward and blocked the entrance of the galaxy. He looked at Dong Tianqian and said, "If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think about leaving here." "What? You still want to kill me?" Dong Tianqian sneered. "What's the harm in killing you?" Jianghu was furious. He activated his 3,000 incarnations and unleashed all kinds of ultimate arcana. His terrifying power shook the universe. "You're courting death. Do you know who I am? Do you know how powerful my family is? If you dare to touch me, the purple gold divine dragon clan will disappear from the 4 great continents in less than half a year." Dong Tianqian sneered. There were 2 reasons why he was afraid of the inner demons and Lu Jiejing. The first reason was that they were powerful and ruthless. The second reason, which was also the most important reason, was that they were now favored by the emperor. Even if he had a powerful backer, he wouldn't dare to challenge the emperor. However, the purple gold divine dragon clan was just one of the 4 great continents. There were only a few dozen experts who had grasped the will of the heavenly path. Therefore, he looked down on the purple gold divine dragon clan from the bottom of his heart. Good. Let me see how your family will take revenge on us in the future. Heavenly Lord, protect your father. Everyone else, follow me and kill him." Jianghu shouted. Boom. All the elders activated their 3,000 incarnations, including Ji Yunhai. Streaks of ultimates gathered in the sky, emitting an aura that could destroy the world. Even the inner demons and Lu Jiejing couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Not counting Ji Yunhai, just these 15 elders. Each of them activated 3,000 incarnations, which meant there were 45,000 incarnations. And each incarnation could activate 8 ultimate arcanas. There were more than 300,000 ultimate arcanas here, and they all carried the will of the heavenly path. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Dong Tianqian was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect these old things to be so crazy. Dong Hanzong transmitted his voice. "Dong Tianqian, you'd better apologize to the monarch quickly. Otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer if you anger these elders." "That's right. If this matter blows up, it won't do you any good. Because it's indeed you who was in the wrong first. Even if the monarch is alarmed, he might not side with you." Dong Qin also hurriedly persuaded. Dong Tianqian's face was gloomy. "I'll ask you one last time. Kneel or not?" Ji Laosher's hair fluttered in the wind like a furious lion. His loud voice exploded in Dong Tianqian's mind like thunder, shaking his divine soul to the point that it was about to collapse. Plop. At this moment, his legs went soft and he knelt in the river of stars. He was very unwilling. But there was no other way. These elders were too powerful. That was what he was worried about previously. If he imprisoned the monarch, the purple gold divine dragon clan would still be wary of him. But once the monarch escaped, the purple gold divine dragon clan would be like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. If he didn't kneel, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences of facing these angry elders. "Apologize," Ji Laosher said. "I'm sorry." Dong Tianqian lowered his head and endured the humiliation in his heart as he spoke. "Don't you have a name? Also, do you think you can just say, 'I'm sorry'?" Ji Laosher shouted angrily. Dong Tianqian's body trembled as he lowered his head and said, "Monarch, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you. Please forgive me." "It's you, not you. Didn't your parents teach you to respect the old and love the young?" Ji Laosher shouted angrily. Dong Tianqian clenched his fists and shouted, "I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you. Please forgive me." This was the greatest humiliation of his life. He would never forget this moment for the rest of his life. He bore a grudge against everyone present. He silently swore in his heart that he would take revenge for today's humiliation in the future. Haha, how satisfying. This is even better than killing him directly. Black Tortoise World. The white-eyed wolf laughed. An unparalleled genius of the Central Dynasty was actually forced to this point. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. Frenzy's face was also filled with schadenfreude. At this moment, they were communicating with the Divine King, the Monarch, and the human race sovereign. All of this was naturally told to them by the 3 of them. Qin Feiyang looked at the monarch and said with concern, "Dong Tianqian has already paid the corresponding price. Don't be too angry." "Why should I be angry? Now I feel very comfortable in my heart." The monarch chuckled. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then where are they now?" After it ended, Dong Tianqian left alone. "I don't know where he went. Dong Hanzong, Dong Qin, Lu Yuntian, and Lu Yunfeng are still in my purple gold divine dragon clan," the monarch said. Left alone? Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. Was this person not afraid of death? Didn't he know that there was someone from Mu Qing around them who could spy on his location? The Divine King's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said, "We were in a hurry to contact you because we wanted to tell you this news." Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and nodded with a smile. "We know what to do." "Okay. You guys deal with it as you see fit." After the Divine King finished speaking, he was about to turn off the Divine Sound Stone. "Wait a moment." But the monarch suddenly stopped the Divine King. The Divine King and the human race sovereign looked at him in confusion. The monarch looked at Qin Feiyang with a thoughtful look. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in his heart. He said, "If you have any questions, just ask." The monarch said, "I suddenly remembered that you seem to have said before that the owner of the Eye of Nothingness seemed to be your cousin?" The Divine King and the human race sovereign were stunned. It seemed that there was indeed such a thing. Qin Feiyang didn't react for a moment. The madman and the white-eyed wolf were the same. "You did say that back then. You also said that the owner of the Eye of Oblivion was your sister," the monarch said. Qin Feiyang quivered and hurriedly concealed the guilt on his face. He said, "I did say the Eye of Oblivion, the Eye of Reincarnation, and the Eye of Destruction, but did I say the Eye of Nothingness? Did you remember wrongly?" "Remembered wrongly?" The monarch pondered for a while, his face darkened as he glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Do you think I'm an old fool? How could I remember such important information wrongly?" "But I really didn't say that," Qin Feiyang said. No. You did say that." The Divine King and the human race sovereign pondered for a moment and also looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. These people's memory was too good. If the monarch hadn't suddenly mentioned this matter, even he would have forgotten about it. "The owner of the Eye of Nothingness is your big cousin. And Lu Yunfeng now has the Eye of Nothingness. Could it be?" The monarch's eyes lit up. The Divine King and the human race sovereign finally reacted, their faces full of shock. That, Qin Feiyang stammered. "Kid, you guys are not honest. How could you hide such an important matter from us? I was wondering why you guys knew so much about the Central Dynasty. It turns out that he was the one who tipped you guys off." The monarch looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two with displeasure. Dong Hanzong wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. The monarch thought of the owner of the Eye of Nothingness and wondered if it was Lu Jiejin. Chapter 4251. "Ha!" Qin Feiyang let out a dry laugh. "You're still laughing? Do you think I won't teach you a lesson?" The monarch's veins bulged. "These brats are really asking for a beating. I'm just waiting for the right time to give you a surprise." Qin Feiyang let out a mocking laugh. The monarch rolled his eyes and asked, "If Lu Yunfeng is your cousin, then what about Lu Yuntian?" "Lu Yuntian, cough cough. He's my inner demons." Qin Feiyang let out a dry cough. "Inner demons?" The monarch and the other two looked at each other. The Divine King was puzzled. "No, I remember you saying that the inner demons and your cousin are dead. Why are they still in the Divine Kingdom and even in the Central Dynasty?" It's a long story. I'll tell you later when I have time. The most important thing right now is to deal with Dong Tianqian." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Don't change the topic so quickly. Did you arrange for the appearance of the inner demons and your cousin?" the monarch asked. "Yes. Because we couldn't think of a way to save you, so we asked them to help." Qin Feiyang answered honestly. "At least you have a conscience. But let me tell you, if you dare to hide anything from me in the future, I won't let you off." The monarch snorted. I won't. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled apologetically. The monarch rolled his eyes and said, "All right then, go and make arrangements. This Dong Tianqian, no matter what, can't be allowed to leave the 4 great continents alive." "Understood." Qin Feiyang nodded. After the conversation ended, Qin Feiyang turned to the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf and asked, "Did I tell them about my cousin's Eye of Void?" "Yes. Moreover, the monarch and the others have also come to the Black Tortoise world and have inquired about our situation in the past. Regarding Lu Jiejin's situation, they must have heard something." Madman said. "I was too careless." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The surprise he was prepared for was gone and he even got smacked. What a loss. Speaking of which, Does this Dong Tianqian really look down on us? You actually dared to leave the purple gold divine dragon clan alone. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Do you think he wants to leave? He is too ashamed to continue staying in the purple gold divine dragon clan. Madman sneered. Plotting against the monarch meant offending the entire purple gold divine dragon clan. Even if Dong Tianqian wanted to stay, the purple gold divine dragon clan would not allow it. Therefore he might as well leave on his own. Otherwise he would be expelled by the purple gold divine dragon clan. That would be even more humiliating. Let's go. Go and find Mu Qing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Daring to plot against the monarch, this matter would not end so easily. Mu Qing in Mu Tianyang's courtyard. In the hall. Mu Qing activated his all-seeing eye and didn't say a word the entire time. Did you find him? Say something. Don't keep quiet for so long. Madman looked at Mu Qing and said angrily. Don't rush him. Qin Feiyang comforted Madman. After a while Mu Qing finally reacted. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said, this person seems to have gone to the East Continent. Seems? The three of them were stunned. Why was it so ambiguous? Mu Qing said, he is now in a strange sea area, but I have never been to this place, so I'm not sure if it is the East Continent. Sea area? The three of them looked at each other and lowered their heads to ponder. It seemed that only the East Continent had sea areas in the Divine Kingdom. He has been in a hurry. It seems that he is going somewhere? Mu Qing spoke again. In a hurry? When Qin Feiyang and the other two heard this, they couldn't help but tremble. They said in unison, he is going back to the Central Dynasty. Back to the Central Dynasty? Then isn't he going to call for help? Mu Qing was surprised. It must be so. After suffering such a great humiliation in the four great continents this time, he will definitely not let it go. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. This person was definitely a big problem. He looked at Mu Qing and said, don't be in a hurry to cultivate in seclusion. Accompany us to find him. Okay. Mu Qing nodded. It can't be. Dong Tianqian's physical body has been destroyed. He can't enter the East Continent so quickly. But suddenly, Madman frowned. The purple gold divine dragon clan's territory was in the hinterland of the North Continent. The distance between the North Continent and the East Continent was quite far because the North Continent and the East Continent were equivalent to two independent continents. And Dong Tianqian's physical body had been destroyed, so he couldn't open a space-time passage, let alone use the instant time. The fastest he could go was normal. How could Dong Tianqian cross the East Continent and enter the sea region from the hinterland of the North Continent in such a short time? Mu Qing said, someone helped him. Oh. Madman was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously. It seems to be someone from the sea race. Mu Qing said. Someone from the sea race? Didn't the monarch say that Dong Tianqian left alone? Why is someone from the sea race involved? Madman frowned. Dong Tianqian is not stupid. His physical body has been destroyed, so it will be extremely difficult for him to return to the Central Dynasty alone. And the people of the sea race hate us to the bone. Coupled with Dong Tianqian's identity and status, as long as Dong Tianqian opens his mouth and promises enough benefits, there will naturally be many people willing to escort him back. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He immediately left the Black Tortoise world with the three of them, opened a space-time passage and descended on the Sea God's Island. The Sea God's Island no longer existed. The remaining survivors of the sea race didn't dare to rebuild the Sea God's Island, so it was now a boundless ocean that roared with great waves. Mu Qing kept her heavenly eye open to check Dong Tianqian's location. She scanned the surrounding sea region and finally looked ahead and said, chase in a straight line. Qin Feiyang had 2 levels of heavenly Dao intent. As long as he used the instant time, he would definitely be able to catch up to Dong Tianqian. However, Qin Feiyang didn't chase directly. Instead, he took out a divine sound transmission stone and sent a message to Lu Jiejin. But, after waiting for a while, Lu Jiejin didn't reply. What's wrong? Madman and the other two looked at him in confusion. I want to ask cousin about the situation, but he didn't reply. Qin Feiyang helplessly put away the divine sound transmission stone. Maybe it's not convenient now. Madman said. Okay, we'll chase first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept the 3 of them into the depths of the sea. These sea race members don't know what's good for them. Looks like I have to find a chance to get rid of them all. Madman's eyes flashed with killing intent. It's not impossible to get rid of them all. However, did you notice a problem? Qin Feiyang pondered. What problem? Madman and the other two looked at him in confusion. Dong Tianxin wants to return to the Central Dynasty. Don't Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin know about this? Even if Dong Tianxin didn't tell them, they should have thought of it when they saw Dong Tianxin leave alone. Because apart from the Central Dynasty, Dong Tianxin has no other way out. But why didn't the two of them help him? Not to mention anything else, at least they can escort him back. After all, with Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin's strength, it's safer for him to be escorted by them than by the sea race. Qin Feiyang said. This problem? It's indeed a little thought-provoking. Madman and the other two nodded. They traveled as fast as lightning. Along the way they encountered many sea beasts. But in the four continents, who didn't know Qin Feiyang and the others? Even those remote places and small villages knew of their existence. So, none of the sea beasts dared to block the way. Not only did they not dare to block the way, but when they saw Qin Feiyang and the others, they immediately fled as if they were running for their lives. At the same time, in the sky above the sea was completely different from the sea where Qin Feiyang and the others were now. Although the sea where Qin Feiyang and the others were now, although the waves were rolling, the sky was blue and cloudless. But here it was dark and gloomy. The roaring storm and the rolling waves were even more terrifying. It was a young man in a golden robe with several pairs of golden wings on his back. He activated the moment of time and brought Dong Tianxin along as he sped through the air like a bolt of lightning. Hai Zidong, faster. Dong Tianxin urged, his eyes slightly gloomy. My lord, what's wrong? The young man called Hai Zidong looked at him suspiciously. I have an uneasy feeling. Dong Tianxin said in a deep voice. An uneasy feeling? Hai Zidong was stunned and said with a smile, You must be mistaken. I hope so. Dong Tianxin murmured. But suddenly, his eyes trembled and he shouted, Oh no, I forgot about him. What? Hai Zidong was startled again. The owner of the all-seeing eye, Mu Qing. If Qin Feiyang knows that I returned to the Central Dynasty alone, they will definitely hunt me down. Dong Tianxin said in a deep voice. That's impossible. At that time, Qin Feiyang wasn't in the territory of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Besides, when you came to me and asked me to take you back to the Central Dynasty, no one saw you. Hai Zidong was shocked. I can't be careless. Anything can happen to Qin Feiyang. Dong Tianxin said. Hai Zidong panicked when he heard this and said anxiously, Then what should I do? Now this is already my maximum speed. Dong Tianxin scanned the surroundings and muttered, I hope I'm just overthinking things. Bastard, wait until I return to the Central Dynasty and reconstruct my body. I'll definitely bring people here to slaughter Qin Feiyang and those bastards. And the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Hai Zidong said. Yes. The Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, the Divine King, the Supreme of the human race, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qin, Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian, I won't let them have an easy time. Dong Tianxin nodded, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You're indeed ruthless. Hai Zidong murmured with a fawning expression and asked, What about the thing you promised me? Don't worry, as long as you take me back to the Central Dynasty, I promise to give you a few successions and let you master the will of the Heavenly Tao. You might even have a chance to avenge your father and your clan. Dong Tianxin said. Thank you, master. Hai Zidong was overjoyed. He tried even harder to bring Dong Tianxin back to the Central Dynasty. Chapter 4252. 1. About an hour later. Qin Feiyang's sound transmission divine stone rang. Taking it out, it was Lu Jiejing. He quickly stopped and activated the sound transmission divine stone. Lu Jiejing's figure appeared, smiling. I was with Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin, so it wasn't convenient to talk to you. Is there something you need from me? Qin Feiyang nodded. Where's the inner demons? He's still with Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin. Lu Jiejing smiled. Is that so? Qin Feiyang finally understood. We're chasing after Dong Tianxin, so we wanted to ask you about the situation. So fast? Lu Jiejing was stunned. To be honest, it's the monarch's group that's fast. If they didn't send me a message, I wouldn't have known that Dong Tianxin had left by himself. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. So it's like that. It seems like Dong Tianxin's actions have thoroughly enraged the monarch's group. Lu Jiejing shook his head and laughed. This Dong Tianxin was so silly that he was cute. According to Mu Qing's piercing heaven eye, there's a sea tribe member escorting Dong Tianxin back to the Central Dynasty, so we want to intercept them. But we don't know much about the situation in this sea, so we wanted to ask you. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Jiejing nodded. Last time in the Black Tortoise world, I told you that there's a sea between the four continents and the Central Dynasty. This sea is called the Taboo Sea, and the Taboo Sea has its own restrictions. You can't open a space-time transmission channel or use voice transmissions. Taboo Sea, Qin Feiyang's group of 4 exchanged a glance. If I'm not mistaken, Dong Tianxin should have entered the Taboo Sea by now. But don't worry, even if Dong Tianxin has already entered the Taboo Sea, you can still catch up to him because crossing the Taboo Sea to reach the Central Dynasty will take at least a month. In a situation where you can't open a space-time transmission channel, with your 2 heavenly Daos, you can crush them in speed. Lu Jiejin smiled. That's good. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he could catch up, it was fine. How about this? I'll give you a set of coordinates, and you can directly teleport to the outside of the Taboo Ocean. At that time it will be easier to catch up to them. After saying that, Lu Jiejin gave him a set of coordinates. These are the coordinates I want. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. There's one more thing. Dong Hanzong is not a simple person. Maybe I can make use of it. Lu Jiejin's eyes glowed. Dong Hanzong? The 4 of them exchanged glances and looked at Lu Jiejin suspiciously. That's right. According to my observations, this Dong Hanzong is an extremely ambitious and calculative person. Back then he wanted to use the inner demons to get rid of Dong Tianxin. Furthermore, when Boss Ji and the others announced that they were going to kill Dong Tianxin, he was also very excited. He even stopped Dong Qin from helping Dong Tianxin. Lu Jiejin said. I see. Previously, we were still discussing why Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin did not escort Dong Tianxin back to the Central Dynasty. It turns out that they each have their own ulterior motives. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Therefore, if we can make use of this Dong Hanzong, he will be of great help to us. Of course. In the future he will definitely be a big problem. Because this kind of person is the most terrifying. They are capable of doing anything. Lu Jiejin said. Indeed. Qin Feiyang nodded. Alright. You guys go and hunt down Dong Tianxin first. The inner demons and I also have a few things to deal with. Lu Jiejin smiled. What is it? Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. First of all, there is a huge force behind Dong Tianxin. We have to investigate this force thoroughly. And Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin's background. The other thing, to put it bluntly, is to stir up trouble. Lu Jiejin smiled. Stir up trouble? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Why was it getting more and more confusing? By stirring up trouble, we are using Dong Tianxin's matter to build momentum. Not long ago, Dong Tianxin was arrogant and unscrupulous in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. He even publicly said that the creatures of the 4 continents are trash. His words have already angered everyone. Therefore, we have to take advantage of this and let this matter continue to blow up. It will be best if it reaches the point where the 4 continents and the Central Dynasty are at odds. In this way, when the future monarch and the others declare war on the Central Dynasty, the creatures of the 4 continents will naturally join the monarch and the others to deal with the Central Dynasty. Lu Jiejin smiled. No way. Dong Tianxin dares to say something like that? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. Wasn't this deliberately provoking a war between the 4 continents and the Central Dynasty? What a useless teammate. No. For them, Dong Tianxin was a godly assistant. Because this was a great opportunity in front of them. He has also lost his mind. In fact, he is quite a scary person when he is calm. For example, when he was facing the 3,000 incarnations in Qingtian City, he deliberately acted weak and avoided the 3,000 incarnations to mislead you into thinking that the 3,000 incarnations could break his god-killing domain. But in fact, it didn't work at all. Because the inner demons couldn't break the god-killing domain even after activating the Demon King true form and the 7 laws. Lu Jiejin shook his head. This, Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Dong Tianxin to be so smart. Mu Qing had been in seclusion and didn't know much about Dong Tianxin, so she didn't say anything. So, whether it's Dong Tianxin, Dong Hanzong, Dong Qin or Dong Xian, we can't underestimate them. There's another situation. Did the monarch and the others tell you? Even their 5 domains have a time limit. They can only be activated once a day for an hour each time. Lu Jiejin smiled. Time limit? The 4 of them looked at each other. They really didn't expect this. The monarch and the others didn't mention this before. They should have been busy dealing with other things and neglected this point. After knowing this, you should know how to deal with them in the future. Lu Jiejin asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded. Alright. Let's split up. Lu Jiejin turned off the Divine Sound Stone. Qin Feiyang also put away the Divine Sound Stone. His eyes flashed coldly as he opened a space-time tunnel. The four of them stepped into it one after another. The next moment, they arrived in the sky above an unfamiliar sea. In front of them, huge waves were rolling and the wind was howling. The sky was also covered with dark clouds. Looking at it, the entire sea was dark and filled with a heavy aura. Looking at the sky above them, it was clear and boundless. It was a completely different world. We really saved a lot of time. Madman bared his teeth. Let's go. They shouldn't have escaped far. I also want to see who from the Sea clan dares to go against us. Qin Feiyang swept up the four of them and activated momentary time, entering the sea in front of them like lightning. The moment they entered the sea, they immediately sensed an invisible rule force oppressing them. Madman tried. He really couldn't open a space-time tunnel and couldn't activate the divine sound stone. Moreover, the roaring storm above the sea also contained extremely terrifying lethality. Ordinary creatures couldn't step into this place at all. The ruler of the divine kingdom shouldn't have thought that the rule force protecting the central dynasty would become an accomplice to Dong Tianxin's death. White-eyed Wolf laughed. Without the rule force, Dong Tianxin could have used the space-time tunnel to directly teleport to the boundary between the central dynasty and the four continents. As long as he reached the boundary, stepping into the territory of the central dynasty was just a step away. Who could kill him? This is the unpredictable world. Madman snickered. However, they didn't know. Just as they disappeared into the depths of the sea, several sea beasts emerged from the water and stared at the direction where Qin Feiyang and the other three disappeared. Their huge eyes flashed with a fierce light. Not long after, in the depths of the taboo ocean, a sea beast rushed out of the sea and set off huge waves in front of Hai Zidong and Dong Tianxin. It was a sea turtle. Its body was hundreds of feet long like a mountain, exuding a terrifying aura. Hai Zidong was shocked. But Dong Tianxin was very calm and shouted, "You dare to block my way? Don't misunderstand. This king is not here to stop you. This king is here to tell you that my companions have sent news. Qin Feiyang, Golden Winged Wolf King, Madman Mo, and Mu Qing have also entered the taboo ocean." The sea turtle said with a loud and sonorous voice, showing that its strength wasn't weak. What? They really came? Hai Zidong's face changed when he heard this. Dong Tianxin's face also sank. The thing that he was worried about really happened. Why are these bastards so persistent? Their speed is very fast, you can't escape at all. So quickly find a way to escape. After the sea turtle finished speaking, it prepared to dive into the sea and leave. Wait. Dong Tianxin hurriedly shouted. What's wrong? The sea turtle looked at him suspiciously. Help me. As long as you can help me escape, I will definitely repay you. There was no other way. His body was destroyed. Hai Zidong hadn't grasped the will of heaven, so it was impossible for him to be a match for Qin Feiyang and the other three. So he could only ask the sea turtle for help. Impossible. This king can't afford to offend these people. Coming to inform you now is already giving face to the central dynasty. This king will not take the risk for you. This king also believes that there is no sea beast in the taboo ocean that is willing to be enemies with Qin Feiyang for you. The sea turtle shook its head and directly dived into the sea and disappeared. Don't go, as long as you help me, no matter what you want, I will agree. Dong Tianxin anxiously shouted. It's useless. Now in the four great continents, except for a reckless person like me, who dares to go against Qin Feiyang and the others. Hai Zidong panicked and his face was full of regret. That's right. He already regretted helping Dong Tianxin. If he knew that Qin Feiyang and the others would come to kill Dong Tianxin, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess even if he was beaten to death. What do you mean? You want to leave me and escape alone? Dong Tianxin stared at Hai Zidong gloomily. No. Hai Zidong hurriedly waved his hand to hide his guilty conscience. Chapter 4253. What kind of eyesight did Dong Tianxin have? He could tell at a glance that Hai Zidong was lying. If it was in the past, if he dared to lie to him like this, he would definitely not show mercy. But it was different now. Although Hai Zidong's strength was not very good, he was the only person he could rely on now. Don't worry. As long as you follow me obediently, I will definitely not treat you badly. When we return to the central dynasty, I will not only let you master the will of heaven, but also give you a high-level dominator weapon. Dong Tianxin increased the price again. The will of heaven and a high-level dominator weapon for someone like Hai Zidong, it was a great temptation. Thank you, Lord. Hai Zidong's face was filled with gratitude. However, in his heart he did not care. If he lost his life, Then what was the use of the will of heaven and a high-level dominator weapon? But Dong Qianxun's identity made him very afraid. What should he do? He really did not want to face Qin Feiyang and the others. In his eyes, Qin Feiyang and the others were like demons. Let's continue on our way. There must be a way, Dong Tianxun said. All right. Hai Zidong nodded and swept up Dong Tianxun, activating the momentary time and breaking through the sky like lightning. But in his heart, he had been pondering. In this situation, what other way could he have? Qin Feiyang had mastered 2 wills of heaven and was several times faster than him. Sooner or later he would catch up with them. When it was time, Qin Feiyang and the others saw that he was escorting Dong Tianxun back to the Central Dynasty, so they would definitely not be polite to him. Wait. Suddenly, Hai Zidong's eyes flashed. Although Dong Tianxun was strong, now that his physical body was destroyed, he was equivalent to a cripple. Such a person, not to mention Qin Feiyang and the others, even he could easily deal with him. Otherwise, betrayal at the last minute? An idea crawled up in his mind. That was to take down Dong Tianxun and hand him over to Qin Feiyang to make up for his mistakes. Moreover, in this way not only would Qin Feiyang not blame him, he might even reward him. Qin Feiyang had an independent world, and Long Chen had the ability to deprive others of precepts. Previously, the 19 sea gods, sky rocks, and hundreds of thousands of core members of the Sea clan had lost their ultimate precepts because of this. In other words, currently, Qin Feiyang had a large number of ultimate profound inheritances in his hands. As long as he handed Dong Tianxun over to him, even if he didn't reward him, Qin Feiyang wouldn't be so stingy that he wouldn't give Dong Tianxun some ultimate Upanishads. After all, Dong Tianxun's value far exceeded a few ultimate intent inheritances. With this thought in mind, killing intent rose in Hai Zidong's heart. However, following closely, there seemed to be a voice in his heart that was stopping him. Qin Feiyang is the enemy of the Sea tribe. If you run to him to take credit and flatter him, are you worthy of the dead clansman? As the little prince of the Sea race, how could you not take revenge for the extermination of your race? This was the voice in Hai Zidong's heart. That's right. He was the little prince of the Sea tribe, the youngest son of Neptune. This identity was not ordinary. However, this voice in his heart made him very conflicted. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden Winged Wolf King, they are all so strong. How do you want me to take revenge? If my father was still alive, then I would be a high and mighty prince. But now, without my father's protection, I am just a pitiful worm who has not even grasped the will of the heavens. No. I am just a stray dog, what can I use to fight them? It's already not easy for me to be alive now. Shut up. You are the prince of the Sea tribe, how can you say such ambitious words? I am telling the truth. With my strength, any random person can easily crush me to death. Right now, I just want to live. Because only by living can I have the chance to become stronger and revitalize the Sea tribe. 2 different voices were constantly arguing in his heart. It made him very conflicted. What are you thinking? Are you getting slower and slower? Dong Tianxun's voice suddenly sounded. Hai Zidong quivered and came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that his speed had unknowingly slowed down by half. Let me tell you, you better not have any thoughts. Dong Tianxun's gaze was extremely unfriendly. I wouldn't dare. Hai Zidong hurriedly waved his hand. His speed quickly increased to the limit. Dong Tianxun comforted him, don't think so much. There is a good saying that the heavens will always leave a way out. We will definitely have a way out. But in his heart, there was still a sentence that he did not say out loud. That was, if there was no way out, then he would use you as a scapegoat. Yes. Hai Zidong nodded repeatedly. It was obvious that he was being perfunctory. Trash. You still want to grasp the will of the heavens? Stop dreaming. When we return to the Central Dynasty, I will kill you. Seeing Hai Zidong's performance, a trace of killing intent flashed in Dong Tianxun's eyes. Such a person was not even qualified to carry his shoes. He thought that he had concealed the killing intent in his heart very well, but he did not know that Hai Zidong had already sensed it. You actually want to kill me? Hai Zidong clenched his fists. In his heart he was instantly angry. At the risk of offending Qin Feiyang and the others, sending you back to the Central Dynasty in exchange for repaying kindness with enmity? What inheritance of the ultimate profound, what will of the heavens, what superior dominator divine weapon? It turned out that it was just nonsense to fool him. Originally, Hai Zidong was still hesitating. But Dong Tianxun's killing intent helped him make the decision. Even if this person was successfully sent back to the Central Dynasty, he would still die. It was better to take a gamble and hand this person over to Qin Feiyang and the others. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He made a prompt decision and turned around to slap Dong Tianxin's divine soul. Could be seen that he was also a vicious and merciless person. Dong Tianxin was surprised. How could he have thought that such a change would occur? Because in his view, even if his physical body was destroyed, Hai Zedong would obediently serve him because of his identity and status. He even thought that even if an ant like Hai Zedong was lent 100 guts, he would not dare to have such thoughts. But he never thought that he would actually attack him at this time. How could he prevent this from happening? His divine soul was torn apart on the spot, and a large part of it was obliterated. What are you doing? Dong Tianxin roared. What am I doing? Do you really think I am a fool? Hai Zedong sneered, and the power of law rolled out, condensing into a large barrier, imprisoning Dong Tianxin's remnant soul inside. You. Dong Tianxin was shocked and furious. Such an ant dared to be presumptuous with him? If I didn't feel your killing intent before, I would really believe that when I send you back to the Central Dynasty, you will give me the inheritance of the ultimate profound and superior dominator divine weapon. Hai Zedong grinned. You. Dong Tianxin was shocked. He was actually noticed by this person. Rolling his eyes, he hurriedly explained, Listen to my explanation, my killing intent was not directed at you, but at Qin Feiyang and the others. Directed at Qin Feiyang and the others. Hai Zedong smiled without saying a word. Really, you have to believe me. If you send me back to the Central Dynasty, then you are my benefactor. I can't thank you enough, so why would I be angry at you? Don't worry, when we return to the Central Dynasty, I will definitely fulfill all the conditions I promised you. Dong Tianxin said. Haha. Hai Zedong laughed and shook his head. It's too late, I have a better idea. What do you mean? Dong Tianxin couldn't help but panic. I want to hand you over to Qin Feiyang. Hai Zedong sneered. What? Dong Tianxin's eyes trembled as he shook his head. You can't do this, Qin Feiyang is your enemy. If you go and curry favor with him now, what dignity do you have left? Do you think I still need dignity now? Hai Zedong laughed at himself. His dignity had left him the moment the sea race was annihilated. Hai Zedong, my brother, you can't be stupid. Qin Feiyang wiped out the oceanic race. Even if you hand me over to him, he won't let you go. Because you are Neptune's son, his future enemy. With Qin Feiyang's ruthless personality, will he allow a future enemy to exist in this world? But I am different. Your father has always been on good terms with the Central Dynasty. As long as you send me back to the Central Dynasty and report to the Emperor, he will definitely regard you highly and nurture you for your father's sake. Dong Tianxin advised earnestly. He didn't expect that a moment of unrestrained killing intent would bring about such consequences. His intestines were green with regret. Couldn't he have held back a little? Why did he have to be so impulsive? In fact, he didn't know that even if he didn't want to kill Hai Zedong, it was only a matter of time before Hai Zedong attacked him. Don't say such nice things to me. Although I am Neptune's son with my strength, Qin Feiyang and the others won't care about me at all. As long as I perform well, I believe they will be merciful. Moreover, there is still you, the big fish. Compared to you, a peerless genius of the Central Dynasty, I am nothing. Hai Zedong sneered. You are playing with fire. Do you know what will happen to you if this matter is spread to the Central Dynasty? So it's not too late to turn back now. Dong Tianxin roared. Right now, he could only use the Central Dynasty to intimidate Hai Zedong. But at this time, Hai Zedong was completely crazy and didn't want to listen at all. The barrier that imprisoned Dong Tianxin quickly shrank and then sealed Dong Tianxin's remnant soul. Even if I die, it is worth it to have a peerless genius like you as my scapegoat. Immediately, Hai Zedong looked at Dong Tianxin's remnant soul and muttered to himself, then turned around and used the momentary time to return the way he came. Interesting. At the same time, the corner of Mu Qing's mouth lifted slightly with a trace of playfulness. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at him suspiciously. Mu Qing said, that person from the Sea clan actually attacked Dong Tianxin. What? Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. Attacked Dong Tianxin? Wasn't that a little too daring? Stop, we don't need to go there anymore. Mu Qing waved his hand. Qin Feiyang frowned and stopped in the void, his face full of confusion. Chapter 42-54. About half an hour passed by. So, a figure broke through the air and entered the sight of Qin Feiyang's group of four. It was Hai Zedong. The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other before turning to look at Mu Qing suspiciously. What was going on? Hai Zedong actually took the initiative to come back? He will explain it to you guys. Mu Qing smiled faintly and looked at Qin Feiyang. My mission has been completed. Send me to the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment. After sending Mu Qing to the Black Tortoise world, he looked at Hai Zedong who was rushing over. Very quickly. Hai Zedong landed in front of Qin Feiyang's group of 3. Golden wings? Looking at the golden wings behind Hai Zedong, the 3 of them were slightly stunned. It seemed that only Neptune's lineage had golden wings. Could this person be Neptune's descendant? Hai Zedong did not approach Qin Feiyang's group of 3. His expression was extremely vigilant. You are? Qin Feiyang asked. My name is Hai Zedong, the little prince of the sea race. Hai Zedong said truthfully, not hiding anything. Little prince. The 3 of them were stunned. Wasn't this Neptune's son? This was a bit unexpected. I was wondering who had the guts to go against us. So it's Neptune's son. The madman laughed as killing intent flashed in his eyes. I didn't go against you guys. Hai Zedong hurriedly said. You helped Dong Tianqian return to the Central Dynasty. Isn't that going against us? The white-eyed wolf smiled. No. Hai Zedong waved his hand and lowered his head. At first, I did want to help him because he promised me that as long as I sent him back to the Central Dynasty, he would give me a few inheritances and a high-grade sovereign weapon. But I didn't expect him to lie to me. Qin Feiyang's group of 3 looked at each other. Haha. He definitely lied to you. How could a small fry like you possibly give you these divine items? Besides, even he himself doesn't have a high-grade ruler divine weapon. How could he possibly give you one? Madman sneered. That's why I turned back. After Hai Zedong finished speaking, he took out the sealed remnant soul from the spatial divine item. Hai Zedong, you are courting death. As soon as Dong Tianqian's remnant soul appeared, it roared madly, and its words were filled with hatred. However, Hai Zedong turned a deaf ear to him. He carefully stepped forward and brought Dong Tianqian's remnant soul to Qin Feiyang. So that's what Mu Qing was talking about. Looking at Dong Tianqian's remnant soul, the 3 of them came to a sudden realization. He instantly had a whole new level of respect for Hai Zedong. He actually dared to attack Dong Tianqian. This kind of courage was not something an ordinary person could possess. I guess I've made up for my mistakes. Hai Zedong asked as he looked at the 3 of them with trepidation. Madman grabbed Dong Tianqian's remnant soul and laughed. You didn't expect that you would fall into our hands so quickly, right? Dong Tianqian was terrified as he roared. If you have the ability, let me reconstruct my body first and fight one-on-one with me. One-on-one? Madman was taken aback for a moment before he was amused. He had already fought with the inner demons. Was there a need to do such a meaningless thing? Moreover, this wasn't a fair competition. Was there a need to go through so much trouble? Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Tianqian's remnant soul and felt a myriad of emotions. He never would have thought that Dong Tianqian would fall into the hands of a small fry like Hai Zedong. The saying that the world was unpredictable was not false at all. And it wasn't too much to say that Hai Zedong was a small fry. Although he was the son of Neptune, whether it was strength or other aspects, he couldn't compare to Qin Feiyang or Dong Tianqian. Immediately, Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at Hai Zedong, his eyes flickering. Hai Zedong was a little flustered. He didn't feel it before, but now, facing Qin Feiyang and the others personally, that invisible sense of oppression made him almost breathless. Even this kind of oppression was stronger than when he faced his father. Say it, what do you want? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hai Zedong was taken aback. I don't believe that you will do this without any conditions. Qin Feiyang laughed. Hai Zedong hesitated. There's no harm in saying it. Qin Feiyang spoke again. Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, Hai Zedong mustered up his courage and bowed. My request is not high, I only hope to master the will of heaven. What? The requirement to master the will of heaven is not high. Madman and White-Eyed Wolf were stunned. This kid's tone was too big. Did he know what the will of heaven meant? Once he had the will of heaven, it was equivalent to standing at the top of the pyramid of the 4 continents and being admired by millions of people. This. If you think it's too much, just pretend that I didn't say it. Hai Zedong said in a panic. But you have already said it. Madman had a mocking expression. Hai Zedong stuttered, and his face couldn't help but turn pale. To be honest, I admire you a little. In your current situation, if it was someone else, the first thing they would think of would be how to save their own life, but you actually want the will of heaven. White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth and his eyes flashed fiercely. I don't want it anymore. I only beg you to let me go. Hai Zedong trembled and quickly said, "It's too late. You're Neptune's son. How can we let you leave here alive?" Madman's eyes flashed with killing intent. Hai Zedong turned around and ran. Madman took a step forward and chased after him like lightning. He grabbed Hai Zedong's clothes and twisted him back like a little chick. "Don't kill me. I don't want to die." Hai Zedong screamed. "See, this is the price for betraying me." Dong Tianxin's remnant soul laughed and gloated. But, looking at the struggling Hai Zedong, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He suddenly looked at Madman and said with a smile, "Senior brother, let him go." Madman looked at Qin Feiyang with a puzzled expression. What did he mean? Was he really going to let the tiger return to the mountain? White-eyed Wolf laughed. "Even if we let the tiger return to the mountain, he has to be a real tiger first." Hearing this, Madman was stunned for a moment before he laughed and let go of Hai Zedong. "Thank you." Hai Zedong said gratefully and was about to turn around and escape. He didn't want to stay in this place for a moment longer. "Wait," Qin Feiyang said. Hai Zedong's body stiffened as he slowly turned around to look at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were filled with fear, thinking that Qin Feiyang had changed his mind and wanted to kill him. "You don't want the inheritance anymore?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Hai Zedong looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Madman, White-eyed Wolf, and Dong Tianxin's remnant soul were the same. What did this mean? Was he really going to give Hai Zedong the inheritance? "If you don't want it, then you can leave." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Think about it." Hai Zedong came back to his senses and nodded without hesitation. But soon after, he quickly calmed down and asked, "Do you have any conditions? It seems that you haven't lost your mind because of excitement." Qin Feiyang smiled. Hai Zedong's heart trembled. Sure enough, there were conditions. But thinking about it, they were enemies. Why would others selflessly help him? "Then what conditions do you have?" "As long as it's not exchanging my life, I can agree." After pondering for a while, Hai Zedong asked with a firm gaze. As long as he could grasp the will of heaven, he didn't care about any conditions. "I don't want your life." Qin Feiyang shook his head. But before Hai Zedong could be happy, Qin Feiyang continued, "But I want your fate." "Fate?" Hai Zedong was stunned. "Life and fate are two different things. I'm not interested in your life, but fate, I can consider it." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Fate," Hai Zedong muttered. Did this mean that he wanted to take the opportunity to control his fate? In other words, was it to make him obey Qin Feiyang in the future? "From now on, you will take me as your master and obey my orders unconditionally. As long as you nod your head now, I will give you the ultimate profound inheritance and let you grasp the will of heaven." Qin Feiyang said. As the son of Neptune, this person still had some value, so it was a pity to kill him. Hai Zedong lowered his head and fell into a dilemma. On one side was the will of heaven and on the other was fate. How should he choose? If it was someone else, he would definitely agree without hesitation. But now, the man in front of him was a life-and-death enemy who killed his father and slaughtered his clansmen. If he were to rely on this man, what was the difference between acknowledging a thief as his father? "Don't worry, take your time to think about it. When you've thought about it, go to Thousand Phoenix Mountain to find me." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf and said, "Let's go." Hai Zedong stared at the backs of the three, his hands tightly clenched together. His nails had already pierced through his flesh and drops of blood flowed out. "Wait." Suddenly, Hai Zedong roared. The three of them stopped and turned to look at Hai Zedong. Hai Zedong gritted his teeth, knelt on the ground with a plop and bowed, "Greetings, master." The frenzy and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. He actually agreed? And he directly knelt in the air. This person was indeed quite decisive. No wonder Dong Tianxin fell into his hands. "Are you sure you've thought about it? Because in the future, I might send you to your death." Qin Feiyang asked. "I've thought about it. Because only by becoming stronger will I have the hope of taking revenge." Hai Zedong lowered his head and said. He didn't hide his killing intent towards Qin Feiyang and the other two. "Haha. If you want to take revenge on us, then you have to work even harder." The frenzy laughed. Hai Zedong raised his head and stared at the frenzy, saying word by word, "I will definitely work hard." "Good. Just because of your courage, this daddy will make the decision now and give you a few ultimate mysteries." The frenzy laughed. A trace of joy appeared in Hai Zedong's eyes. The frenzy said, "Don't be happy too early, you have to first make a blood oath that you will never betray us." "What?" Hai Zedong's body stiffened. If he made a blood oath, would there be any hope of getting a reward? No matter how strong he was, he didn't dare to say that he could compete with a blood oath. Aren't you very courageous? Are you afraid of a mere blood oath? The frenzy looked at him mockingly. Good. Hai Zedong suddenly stood up, his long hair fluttering in the wind as he roared to the sky. I, Hai Zedong, hereby make a blood oath to forever be loyal to my master, Qin Feiyang. If I violate this oath, I will be punished by the heavens. Boom. Crack. Accompanied by a deafening sound of thunder, an oath seal fell from the sky and disappeared into Hai Zedong's head. Today, for the sake of renovation, I've been running around all day, so I'm physically and mentally exhausted. Just 2. Chapter 42:55. Since the vow had been formed, it was too late to regret. No. Hai Zedong didn't think too much about it. He was only concerned about whether Qin Feiyang and the others would give him the ultimate inheritance. Strong winds howled and huge waves surged. Qin Feiyang looked at Hai Zedong and asked, "What ultimate inheritance have you grasped now?" "Currently, it is the ultimate inheritance of the time law. As for the other 2 ultimate laws, space-time law and death law, I have only comprehended the ultimate inheritance." Hai Zedong lowered his head. Not bad. To be able to comprehend an ultimate profundity of an ultimate law at such a young age. The madman laughed. No. The ultimate inheritance of the time law wasn't comprehended by me. It was the inheritance my father gave me. Hai Zedong shook his head. The madman was taken aback for a moment and frowned. So, you haven't even comprehended an ultimate inheritance? Hai Zedong didn't deny it, because he was indeed very young. He was already very proud of his current achievements. Other than the time law, space-time law, and death law, what other laws do you want? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Hai Zedong didn't hesitate at all and said, any law is fine as long as it is an ultimate law, as long as I can grasp the will of the heavenly Tao. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and transmitted his voice. Fire Lotus, help me prepare the inheritance of 6 ultimate laws. I don't want the ultimate inheritance of the time law. Okay. Fire Lotus responded. Soon. 6 inheritances appeared in the void in front of Qin Feiyang. They were space-time law, death law, karma law, devour law, destruction law, and life law. Looking at these 6 inheritances, Hai Zedong's face was full of excitement. Wait, but suddenly, he was stunned. It seemed that there were more than 5? 1, 2. There were actually inheritances of 6 ultimate profound meanings among them. What's going on? Hai Zedong was a little dumbfounded. He only wanted 5 inheritances, but he was given 6 in the end? The madman and the white-eyed wolf also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Was it because there were so many inheritances of ultimate profound meanings, and they didn't know how to cherish them and squander them as they pleased? You're not mistaken, this is the samsara inheritance. The inheritance of the 6 paths is also for you. Qin Feiyang looked at Hai Zedong and smiled. Hai Zedong was stunned. This should have been a good thing. However, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. He knew that Qin Feiyang would not be so kind as to give him an inheritance for free. You don't want it? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Think about it. Hai Zedong hurriedly nodded and said, however, you definitely won't give it to me for free. You are very smart. In this world, no one is willing to give away an inheritance for free. And it's an ultimate profound inheritance of a supreme law. As for my condition, it's very simple. I want you to unify the Sea clan and the Beast clan and become the only overlord of the East continent. Qin Feiyang said. Hai Zedong looked at him in surprise. Although the Sea clan and the Beast clan have been destroyed, there are still many survivors. Among them, there is no lack of powerhouses who have mastered the ultimate profound inheritance of a supreme law. As long as you can gather all of them together, this force is not to be underestimated. Qin Feiyang said. Hai Zedong frowned. There was no need for Qin Feiyang to say this. He already knew this in his heart. Because he was Neptune's son. Neptune and the other sea gods had fallen one after another, leaving the Sea clan without a leader. As the son of Neptune, he naturally became the backbone of the Sea clan. In other words, not only was he aware of this situation, but he also knew where the Sea clan's survivors were hiding. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. Why did Qin Feiyang do this? Whether it was the Sea clan or the Beast clan, they were no longer the same as before. Even if there were still many powerhouses who had mastered the ultimate profound inheritance of a supreme law, they were worthless to the current Qin Feiyang. Because with Qin Feiyang's current strength, other than the powerhouses who had mastered the will of heaven, no one else would be interested in him. So, Hai Zedong was very puzzled. Don't worry about my purpose, just do as I say. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Eh. Hai Zidong nodded. Now, he was indeed not qualified to care about these things. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the six-path inheritance flew to Hai Zidong and said with a faint smile, I look forward to the good news you bring me. After saying that, he turned around and left with the madman and the white-eyed wolf without looking back. Hai Zidong looked at the backs of the three people, his hands tightly clenched together. When Qin Feiyang and the other two disappeared, he put away the six-path inheritance, glanced at the turbulent sea and then rushed to the south. Little Qin Zi, what do you want to do? The white-eyed wolf looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled but said nothing. Are you going to tell me or not, or I'll fall out with you? The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. Okay, I'll tell you. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and asked, how is the relationship between the Sea clan and the Beast clan and the Central Dynasty? That's not nonsense. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes. Neptune and the Dragon God could enter the Central Dynasty at will, so how could they not have a good relationship? Moreover, the Divine Kingdom's master's care for the Sea clan and the Beast clan was obvious to all. That's right. Everyone knows that the Sea clan and the Beast clan are far more loyal to the Divine Kingdom's master than the Human clan, the God clan, and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Think about it if the Sea clan and the Beast clan suddenly announce their betrayal of the Divine Kingdom one day and point their blades at the Central Dynasty, what effect will it have on the four great continents? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. I see. The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and finally understood Qin Feiyang's goal. Qin Feiyang let Hai Zidong unify the Sea clan and the Beast clan to prepare for the rebellion of the three clans in the future. The three clans had always lived in the Divine Kingdom, and the Divine Kingdom was their home. Naturally, they had a sense of belonging. In the future, the king, the Divine King, and the Human clan's paragon would rebel. More or less, the creatures of the four great continents would stand up to oppose. Although Lu Jiajin was adding fuel to the fire with the help of Dong Tianqin, it was impossible to make all the creatures of the four great continents hostile to the Central Dynasty and the Divine Kingdom. Some people would at most be dissatisfied and complain. Even if some people wanted to rebel with the king, they wouldn't dare to take action because of their fear of the Central Dynasty and the Divine Kingdom's paragon. Therefore, this required a leader. The Sea clan and the Beast clan were the leaders in Qin Feiyang's plan. They were equivalent to cannon fodder. Think about it. The Sea clan and the Beast clan had such a good relationship with the Central Dynasty. If the Sea clan and the Beast clan betrayed the Divine Kingdom and united against the Central Dynasty, what would the others think? Of course, they would think that even the Sea clan and the Beast clan, who had such a good relationship with the Central Dynasty, wanted to rebel. It could be seen how unfriendly the Central Dynasty and the Divine Kingdom's paragon were to the four great continents. As the saying goes, gossip is a fearful thing. If the Sea clan and the Beast clan really wanted to rebel, there would be all kinds of discussions. Then, everyone would think, if the Sea clan and the Beast clan, whom the Divine Kingdom's paragon trusted so much, betrayed them, why couldn't they? In other words, the betrayal of the Sea clan and the Beast clan gave everyone courage and an excuse. At that time, together with the king, the Divine King, and the paragon of the Human clan, the three behind-the-scenes plotters, the three major clans would naturally rebel. In short, whether it was what Lu Jiajin was doing now or what Qin Feiyang was doing now, they were all paving the way for the future. You guys are really treacherous. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. What are you talking about? Isn't it all for the sake of the world? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Umph. The white-eyed wolf smiled disdainfully and bared his teeth. Actually, I originally thought that you wanted to use Hai Zidong's hands to eliminate all the remnants of the Sea clan and the Beast clan. Qin Feiyang was startled. He shook his head and said with a smile, I did have the same thought. I wanted to ask Hai Zidong to gather all the remaining members of the two clans together. This way we could completely eliminate them. Moreover, we could obtain many ultimate mysteries. However, after thinking about it, it would be a pity to eliminate them just like that. We should let them display their remaining value first. Sinister guy. The white-eyed wolf muttered. What about Hai Zidong? This person hates us to the bone. The madman frowned. It doesn't matter. If I can help him now, I can also destroy him in the future. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. That's true. The madman grinned. After leaving the taboo ocean, the three entered the Black Tortoise world. Tea garden. Qin Feiyang brewed a pot of tea and sipped it leisurely. The white-eyed wolf and the madman each held a jar of unparalleled god wine. The fragrance of the wine filled the garden. In the void opposite the three, Dong Tianxin's remnant soul was imprisoned in a barrier. He stared at the three with hatred. Tell us, how should we deal with you? The madman looked at Dong Tianxin's remnant soul and mocked. I admit that I lost to you. If you want to kill me, then bring it on. Dong Tianxin's eyes were dark. Because he knew that it was useless to beg for mercy now. These three would never let him go. How about this? You also submit to us and work for us, then we'll let you live. The madman mocked. Good idea. After all, with such a powerful domain, it's a pity to kill you. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up as he nodded and grinned. Don't even think about it. Dong Tianxin roared. Not only did they kill his brother, but they also forced him to this point and wanted him to submit? Dream on. One must adapt to the circumstances. It's your honor to be able to follow us, right? The madman said. My honor. You think too highly of yourselves. Right now it's because the ruler isn't here. How can you be arrogant if you deny it? Dong Tianxin sneered. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. The ruler of the divine kingdom is indeed strong, but the person behind us isn't weak either. Do you know who is behind us? Who? Dong Tianxin was surprised. The heaven-swallowing beast. The white-eyed wolf enunciated each word clearly. What? The heaven-swallowing beast. Dong Tianxin was shocked. Qin Feiyang and the madman couldn't help but turn to look at the white-eyed wolf. It's to scare him. The white-eyed wolf hurriedly explained in secret. Qin Feiyang and the madman shook their heads and laughed. They didn't say anything, so why were they in such a hurry to explain? Chapter 4256. I'm afraid that you'll misunderstand me. The white-eyed wolf felt a little wronged. Ever since he revealed the true face of his battle soul, he had been very nervous. He was afraid that Qin Feiyang and madman would think too much. Trust, you know? We've been brothers for so many years. If I still doubt you, am I still human? Qin Feiyang was speechless. The white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly and looked at Dong Tianxin. You should have inquired about our situation before coming to the four great continents. Back then, the ruler of the divine kingdom personally took action. It was the heaven-devouring beast and the ice dragon. Not only did they help him defeat your divine kingdom's ruler, but they also took him away from the divine kingdom. Dong Tianxin lowered his head and remained silent. My battle soul is the heaven-devouring beast. I don't need to tell you what it means. You should know. The white-eyed wolf looked at him mockingly. Dong Tianxin's eyes trembled slightly. Even your divine kingdom's ruler is no match for the heaven-devouring beast and the ice dragon, let alone small fries like you. By the way, let me tell you something. We were ordered by the heaven-devouring beast and the ice dragon to destroy your divine kingdom. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Dong Tianxin felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. It was actually the heaven-devouring beast and the ice dragon giving orders behind the scenes. Think about it carefully. Do you want to be destroyed together with the divine kingdom, or do you want to turn over a new leaf and live a good life with us? After the white-eyed wolf finished speaking, he twisted the wine jar and gulped it down like a whale. Dong Tianxin glanced at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at Qin Feiyang and madman. Both of them were calm. He couldn't guess what they were thinking at all. Whoosh. But at this moment, two figures broke through the air and arrived. Dong Xingyang? Mu Qing? The three of them were stunned. Why did the five of them suddenly come here? The two of them came in a hurry and their expressions were somewhat ugly. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Mu Qing looked at Dong Tianxin's remnant soul and wanted to say something. It's all right. If you have something to say, say it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Mu Qing took in a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. He said in a low voice, previously, Dong Xingyang opened his eye of destiny and checked Dong Ping's fate. He discovered something huge. What is it? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other, then hurriedly looked at Dong Xingyang and asked. Dong Ping isn't dead. Dong Xingyang said. What? Not dead? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. How could this be? They had killed Dong Ping with their own hands, and they had seen Dong Ping's soul being destroyed with their own eyes. Impossible. You're lying. Dong Tianxin was stunned for a moment before he immediately roared. However, Dong Xingyang ignored him. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and continued, I also found it hard to believe at first, so I immediately asked Mu Qing to use her all-seeing eye to check. She discovered that he was indeed not dead. This doesn't make sense. We saw it with our own eyes. He was indeed destroyed. The white-eyed wolf frowned. The madman looked at Dong Tianxin and asked, Did your brother leave his soul behind in advance? I don't know. If he's really not dead, why didn't he come to find me? Dong Tianxin's mind was in a mess. What was going on? Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing and asked, "Where is Dong Ping now?" "I think he's in a spatial divine item. But I can't be sure." "Whose spatial divine item is he in?" Mu Qing shook his head. "Spatial divine item." Qin Feiyang and the other two frowned. "Impossible. I don't believe it. If he's really not dead, he will definitely come to find me immediately. What's your purpose for teaming up to lie to me?" Dong Tianxin roared crazily. "Is there a need to lie to you about this?" Mu Qing sneered. Dong Tianxin didn't believe Mu Qing and Dong Xingyang, but Qin Feiyang and the other two firmly believed their words. As long as Dong Xingyang and Mu Qing said that Dong Ping was not dead, then Dong Ping was definitely not dead. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Can't you see the owner of the spatial divine item? If this person is with Dong Ping, I can definitely see it. But now Dong Ping is alone where he is and he's still in a remnant soul state." Mu Qing said, "Remnant soul state? Alone?" Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and became more and more suspicious. What kind of mystery was hidden in this? As Dong Tianxin said, if Dong Ping was really alive, there was no reason for him not to look for Dong Tianxin. After all, they were brothers. But now Dong Ping was hiding alone. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at Mu Qing and said, "In this case, I'll have to trouble you to keep watching Dong Ping. I think, sooner or later, someone will come in contact with him." "Okay." Mu Qing nodded and opened her all-seeing eye. Dong Xingyang glanced at Mu Qing and then looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said, "Then I'll go back first?" "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. After Dong Xingyang left, Lunatic sighed and said, "Fortunately, Dong Xingyang and Mu Qing are here. Otherwise, we would never have discovered these problems." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. The 10 strongest fighting souls indeed had to work together to bring out the greatest effect. At this moment, Dong Tianxin also looked at Mu Qing silently. Firstly, he also wanted to know what was going on. Secondly, seeing Dong Xingyang and Mu Qing's fighting souls with his own eyes made him even more terrified. Although the Eye of Destiny and the All-Seeing Eye didn't have much destructive power, their abilities were already heaven-defying. With such people helping Qin Feiyang, did the Divine Kingdom really have any hope? Time passed day by day. Outside, Dong Tianxin's matter had been completely spread under Lu Jijin's arrangement. The human race of the West Continent, the purple gold divine dragon race of the North Continent, and the god race of the South Continent were all in an uproar. How dare they? How dare they say we're trash? The people of the Central Dynasty are too much. Do they not treat us as humans? Everyone who received this news was filled with righteous indignation. Mount Supreme, the Divine King, the human race's supremacy, and Heavenly Lord Ji gathered together. "Where's your father?" The Divine King looked at him suspiciously. "Father is monitoring Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin, so he asked me to come." Heavenly Lord Ji smiled. "It must be hard on him. Dong Hanzong is really something. The 4 great continents are so big, but he doesn't go anywhere else." The Divine King snorted. "With Dong Ping as an example, do you think he'll go anywhere else?" Heavenly Lord Ji chuckled. "That's true." The Divine King nodded. He thought for a bit and smiled. "Then they won't dare to go back to the Central Dynasty now." "Definitely. If they dare to go back to the Central Dynasty, Qin Feiyang will definitely kill them halfway. And if they can't go back to the Central Dynasty, they won't be able to find reinforcements there." Heavenly Lord Ji said. "Peerless talents? I think they're more like peerless idiots." The Divine King sneered. "Don't be careless. They won't dare to go back, but they can ask us to escort them back. We won't be able to refuse then." The human race's supremacy waved his hand. The Divine King and Heavenly Lord Ji were stunned. They nodded and said, "That's true. It seems that we have to think of a way. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the current situation. You should have heard the news. Now Dong Tianxin's matter is being discussed everywhere. Don't you think there's something strange about this matter?" The human race's supremacy asked. "There is indeed something strange. This matter is spreading too quickly. I feel like there's a mastermind behind this." The Divine King nodded. Heavenly Lord Ji lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said with a smile, "Who else would do such a thing besides those guys?" The Divine King and the human race's supremacy looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. "That's right. They must be the mastermind behind this. They've done a good job in this matter. And for us, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, we have to burn the fire and make this matter bigger." The Divine King's eyes flashed coldly. I think so too. Also, there's one more thing. Yu Lao and 5 peerless geniuses have successively fallen in the 4 great continents. I believe that the Central Dynasty's main force will soon arrive. So we have to be prepared. The human race's supremacy warned. I thought of that too. This is indeed a troublesome problem. Although Qin Feiyang gave us 1,000 inheritances of ultimate mysteries, we haven't even decided on the candidates yet. Moreover, we still need time to integrate them in the future. The Divine King sighed. What? He gave you 1,000 inheritances of ultimate mysteries? Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the two in shock. Yes. The two nodded. This, Heavenly Lord Ji's expression stiffened. The Divine King's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. He asked, he didn't give you any? No. Heavenly Lord Ji shook his head. Then did you offend him? The human race's supremacy and I each received 1,000 inheritances. The 6 ultimate mysteries are 1, so there are a total of 6,000 of them. The Divine King said. Offend him? I don't think so. Heavenly Lord Ji shook his head. What's going on with this brat? He gave the God race and the human race 1,000 inheritances, but not the purple gold divine dragon race? The Divine King was amused. The human race's supremacy couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He looked at Heavenly Lord Ji and said, the Divine King is just teasing you. Qin Feiyang has already prepared everything for you. Heavenly Lord Ji was stunned. He looked at the Divine King speechlessly and said, you've also learned how to joke. The Divine King laughed and looked at the human race's supremacy. Why don't we just call him over now? We can discuss the future with him. Okay. The human race's supremacy nodded and took out a divine voice stone. The Black Tortoise whirled. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 kept their heads down and didn't say anything. They all looked quite annoyed. Mu Qing sat at the side and observed Dong Ping. She was also silent. But, suddenly, the divine voice stone rang. Qin Feiyang took it out and looked up at Dong Tianqian. He then turned to the other 2 and said, you 2 stay here and watch. Okay. The 2 nodded and looked at the divine voice stone in their hands. It was obvious that Qin Feiyang chose to avoid Dong Tianqian because of the message from the monarch and the other 2. In the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang sat in the hall and activated the divine voice stone. The shadows of the Divine King and the other 2 immediately appeared. Has Dong Tianqian been dealt with? The Divine King asked. It's already in my hands. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're really reliable. The Divine King chuckled and asked, when are you going to kill him? There's an emergency now. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He was upset. The Divine King and the human race's supremacy's eyelids twitched. They asked, what's the emergency? Chapter 4257. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to speak, Heavenly Lord Ji said, come to Mount Supreme first. I'll give you the coordinates and teleport you there. Mount Supreme? Qin Feiyang was slightly dazed. He nodded and said, okay, I'll be right there. The conversation ended. Qin Feiyang returned to the tea garden. What's wrong? The mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf asked. The Divine King is looking for me. I'm going to Mount Supreme. Let me know if anything happens. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The 2 nodded. In less than 10 seconds, a space-time tunnel appeared in the main hall. Qin Feiyang walked out of the passage and looked at Heavenly Lord Ji with a smile. Uncle, why are you free today to come to Mount Supreme? Heavenly Lord Ji's face darkened. Uncle? Is this something a brat like you can call out? The Divine King and the human race's supremes couldn't help but laugh. The Divine King asked, tell me what happened? Dong Ping isn't dead. Qin Feiyang sat next to Heavenly Lord Ji and said, what? The 3 of them got up. Didn't you kill Dong Ping with your own hands? Why isn't he dead? Heavenly Lord Ji frowned. That's what we're confused about. At that time, we really did see his soul being destroyed with our own eyes. But not long ago, Dong Xingyang and Mu Qing used the Eye of Destiny and the Heavenly Eye to find out that Dong Ping isn't dead. We don't know whose divine item he's hiding in. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh. That's impossible. If Dong Ping isn't dead, why didn't he come to find Dong Tianqian? The Divine King was confused. We're also confused by this. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and took out a yin and yang ring. He gave it to Heavenly Lord Ji and said, Uncle, here are the inheritances I prepared for you. 1,000 of them. Heavenly Lord Ji was overjoyed. But suddenly, the Divine King took a step forward and grabbed the Cosmos ring. What are you doing? Heavenly Lord Ji asked anxiously. Don't be nervous. I just want to see if this kid is biased. The Divine King checked the inheritances in the universe ring. There were exactly 1,000 of them. I say, Senior, can't people trust each other more? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Ha! The Divine King laughed dryly and threw the interspatial ring to Heavenly Lord Ji. Heavenly Lord Ji quickly caught the interspatial ring and looked at the 1,000 inheritances in it with excitement. At his level, there weren't many things that could make him so excited. What do you want to discuss with me? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Just to discuss the future situation. The Divine King voiced his worries one by one. The main forces of the Central Dynasty. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Yu Lao, Dong Hanzong and the other 4 could easily deal with them because they were few in number and all of them were stubborn and self-opinionated, so they could defeat them one by one. However, the main forces of the Central Dynasty were a different story. Not to mention the army of death in the hands of the Emperor, the 5,000 overlords who had mastered the will of heaven would be a disaster for them once all of them arrived in the 4 continents. Because there were too many of them. He didn't care. If he could defeat them, he would fight. If he couldn't, he could hide. But the king and the others couldn't hide. They had to face them head-on. What they needed most was time. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and looked at the 3 of them. How about this? We won't do anything for a while. Okay. As long as you don't do anything, even if the main forces of the Central Dynasty arrive, they won't be able to find the target. Naturally, we will have the time to grow. The Divine King nodded. Then you should speed up. Qin Feiyang said. We know that. We'll make the arrangements later. But what about those spies? Shouldn't we get rid of them? The Divine King asked. There's no rush. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and pondered for a while. Those spies might be useful in the future. Also, if we get rid of them now, it might arouse the Central Dynasty's suspicion. Arouse the Central Dynasty's suspicion? That's too serious. They were just bought over by Neptune and the Dragon God. The people of the Central Dynasty probably don't know that they're spies the Dragon God and the Sea King planted in our 3 races. The Divine King said. What if the people of the Central Dynasty know? Qin Feiyang asked. The Divine King fell silent. If the people of the Central Dynasty really knew about the spies, then they couldn't get rid of them. It's better to be safe than sorry. Qin Feiyang sighed. I agree with what he said. After all, with the current situation, we can't take a wrong step. Heaven Lord Ji said. All right then, let them live for a while longer. The Divine King's eyes flashed coldly. These damn bastards, they actually dared to betray the 3 races. None of them should think about living. Old Qin, there's news. It was at this time. Frenzy's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He quickly got up and looked at the 3 of them. I'll go to the Black Tortoise world first. Before the 3 of them could react, Qin Feiyang disappeared without a trace. This made the 3 of them look at each other. What's going on? At the same time, the ancestral land of the purple gold divine dragon race. Space divine item. Next to a clear lake there was a quaint pavilion. Below the pavilion there was a time array. At this time, on the 2nd floor in a room, a blurry figure sat cross-legged on the ground, reconstructing his divine soul and body. This person was Dong Ping. Dede, accompanied by a series of steady footsteps, a young man slowly walked upstairs and into the room. Brother Zong. Dong Ping immediately opened his eyes and looked at the person who came. It turned out to be Dong Hanzong. How's your recovery? Dong Hanzong revealed a gentle smile. It's okay. Dong Ping nodded and asked, how's my brother now? Don't worry, he's fine. He also knows that you're still alive. Dong Hanzong smiled slightly. In fact, Dong Tianqian didn't know at all. Dong Ping breathed a sigh of relief and said, I want to see him. No hurry. Dong Hanzong waved his hand and smiled. But, Dong Ping frowned. But what? Do you think I would harm him? Dong Hanzong was unhappy. No. Dong Ping waved his hand and sighed. This time, if it weren't for your foresight, I would have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang. You're my savior, why would I suspect you? You're too serious. We're companions, it's only right that we help each other. Dong Hanzong smiled. Dada. At this time, another series of footsteps sounded. A woman walked up. It was Dong Xian, who had also lost her physical body, but her physical body had not been reconstructed yet. Obviously. During this period, she had also been reconstructing her physical body here. Brother Zong, what's the situation outside now? Dong Xian asked. The situation is not good, but it's under control. Dong Hanzong smiled. That's good. Dong Xen also let out a long breath, and then a trace of resentment crept up in her eyes. After reconstructing my physical body, I must kill those bastards with my own hands. Don't be careless. Qin Feiyang and the others are not easy to deal with. Dong Hanzong shook his head and then smiled. But I have to thank them. Thank them? Dong Xian and Dong Ping looked at each other. What did he mean? Why did he have to thank Qin Feiyang and the others? Dong Hanzong smiled slightly, looked at the two's divine souls and said, if they didn't seriously injure you, I wouldn't have the chance to control you. Control us? Dong Xian and Dong Ping were stunned and did not react. Yes. Control you. Dong Hanzong nodded. Suddenly a cold light burst out in his eyes. As he waved his hand, two blood rays emerged and instantly drowned Dong Ping and Dong Xen. Brother Zong, what are you doing? Dong Xen was flustered. What am I doing? Isn't it obvious enough? Dong Hanzong smiled hideously, and his eyes gradually turned blood red. If he was a gentleman before, then he was now the incarnation of a devil, exuding a shocking evil aura. You, looking at the current Dong Hanzong, Dong Ping and Dong Xan were terrified. Do you really think I'll be so kind to help you? Let's talk about you first, Dong Xen. Do you still remember how you humiliated me when I first appeared in front of you? At that time, in front of countless people, you said that I'm a lowly commoner, and that I'm not qualified to stand together with you nobles. Dong Hanzong smiled hideously. That's all in the past. Besides, I've already apologized to you. Dong Xan said angrily. Apologize? Some things can't be solved with just an apology. Yes. You're born in a prestigious family with a strong family background. You were born a rich young lady and you can have anything you want. I'm just a child from an ordinary family, so I'm naturally not qualified to stand together with you people. But you shouldn't have humiliated me in front of everyone. Do you know how embarrassed I was at that time? I even thought of dying. But when I thought about it, why should I die? I didn't do anything wrong. You're the ones at fault. So I silently swore that one day, I'll make you pay the price. So, I worked hard on my cultivation and the heavens didn't let me down. I activated my domain and it was the strongest domain among the 5. As expected, after I activated my domain, your attitude changed. Humans are just that realistic. When you're weak, they'll trample on your dignity. When you're strong, they'll fawn on you. Dong Hanzong sneered. Looking at the current Dong Hanzong, Dong Xian's eyes couldn't help but tremble. She didn't expect this person to be hiding such a side. Let's talk about you, Dong Ping. You and your brother, Dong Tianqin, are the same. When you need someone's help, you'll call him Brother Zong as if he's your real brother. But once something happens, your true nature will be revealed. For example, a few days ago in Xinghe, Dong Tianqin was beaten up by Lu Yuntian, and in the end he vented his anger on me. What am I? Am I your punching bag? What right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Is it because you have a good family background? Someone is supporting you from behind? Actually, I know in my heart that no matter how strong I become, you'll still look down on me. So, when I heard that you're coming to the 4 great continents, I had a plan in mind. Dong Hanzong laughed sinisterly, and the more he spoke, the crazier he became. His eyes had turned blood red and he looked like a terrifying beast. Chapter 42:58. Just as Dong Hanzong's voice fell, the blood mist completely swallowed their divine souls, followed by a feeling that their lives were no longer in their own hands. The blood mist gradually dissipated. Dong Hanzong's face was full of smiles. However, this smile was terrifying to look at. Dong Xian and Dong Hanzong collapsed on the ground as if their strength had been sucked out. This was because of fear. It was as if they had met Dong Hanzong for the first time. What plan? Dong Xian slowly looked up at Dong Hanzong and asked. The first step of the plan, Qingtian City. At that time, I asked you to go to Qingtian City to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others, while I went to the North Continent to find Boss Ji and the others. Actually, I deliberately separated from you. Because I know that with your characters, once you meet Qin Feiyang and the others, you will definitely fight to the death. At the same time, I also wanted to use you to test their strength. After all, there is a saying that goes, know yourself and know your enemy and you will win 100 battles. I can't take the risk myself, so I asked you to be the vanguard, the so-called cannon fodder. Dong Hanzong chuckled. You bastard. Dong Xian cursed. Wrong. This is brains. I can only say that you have no brains. As expected, the two of you fought against Frenzy and Golden Winged Wolf King one after another and lost completely. Of course. Whether you win or lose, it will be good for me. If you win this battle, it will be because of my good arrangements and command, and the emperor will give me the greatest credit. But if you die in their hands, it will be for the best, so that I won't have to do anything. Dong Hanzong smiled. You are killing with a borrowed knife. Dong Ping said gloomily. Yes, I want to kill with a borrowed knife. Dong Hanzong nodded and continued. The second step of the plan is to let Dong Ping find Lu Yuntian. This is also part of your plan? Dong Ping was shocked. Of course. Dong Xan was seriously injured by Golden Winged Wolf King, so it is very easy to deal with her, so there is no need to target her. Dong Tianxian is more difficult to deal with than you, so it will take more effort to deal with him, so I set my second target on you. Do you really think that I will ignore Mu Qing's all-seeing eye? No. I have always remembered it in my heart. I also expected that after the battle, Qin Feiyang and the others will find ways to kill us, so I arranged you to find Lu Yuntian alone. In other words, I am the one who personally delivered you to Qin Feiyang and the others. Dong Hanzong you, Dong Ping's anger. Originally, I had planned to use this opportunity to have Qin Feiyang and the others eliminate you. But now that I think about it, you have the undying domain. If you die in their hands, it would be a pity. It would be better for me to use you. So, before you went to Xingyue City, I came to find you alone and asked you to split a strand of your soul for me to keep. With that, when Qin Feiyang and the others destroy your true body, I will be able to easily control your remnant soul. Dong Hanzong smiled. There is such a thing? Dong Xen looked at Dong Ping in surprise. She didn't know about this. Yes. That day, when I was about to go to Xingyue City, he suddenly contacted me and asked me to split a strand of my soul for him just in case. At that time, his words were full of concern for me. I didn't think much about it, so I listened to him. Dong Ping nodded and stared at Dong Hanzong. You keep saying that it is for my good, but it turns out that you have ulterior motives. To think that I trusted you so much. Ha! Dong Hanzong laughed and said sarcastically, if I didn't activate one of my strongest domains, if I didn't treat you like a brother, would you trust me? Bastard. Dong Ping roared. Yes, yes, yes. This is the attitude I want. The more hysterical you are, the happier I feel. Dong Hanzong laughed like a spring breeze. Dong Xan frowned and said, what other plans do you have? Of course. The third step of my plan is to deal with Dong Tianxian. I didn't tell him that Dong Ping left a strand of his soul with me, so he thought that Dong Ping had died in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others. Who doesn't know about the relationship between you brothers? He will definitely go crazy when he learns about your death. So, I used the monarch to lure Qin Feiyang and the others to show up. At first, I thought that Qin Feiyang might not show up because of the monarch, but I didn't expect that he was hiding in the crowd at that time. However, this Qin Feiyang is really smart. He used an avatar to deceive all of us. When I thought that the plan was going to fail, I never thought that Dong Tianxian would be crazy enough to turn the act into reality. Isn't this the same as sending an opportunity to me? Because if he turned the act into reality, he would not only offend the monarch, but also the entire purple gold divine dragon race, the human race and the god race. Then will he still have a way to live? But at that moment something unexpected happened. Lu Yuntian and Ling Yunfei came. Dong Hanzong's lips curled into a mocking smile as he continued, Dong Tianxian thinks he's strong, but Lu Yuntian's means are even stronger. Dong Tianxian didn't even have the strength to fight back. Of course, I also played a part in that. Your part? Dong Ping frowned. Yes. Because I told them the weakness of the Godslayer domain. Moreover, I repeatedly stopped Dong Qin from helping Dong Tianxian. The result was just as I expected. Dong Tianxian was seriously injured by Lu Yuntian, leaving only a strand of his soul. Dong Hanzong laughed loudly. It was the attitude of a victor. It was as if everyone involved in this matter was in the palm of his hand. Then where is my brother now? Dong Ping asked in a low voice. Now? Dong Hanzong laughed and said, he's probably in Qin Feiyang's hands. What? Dong Ping's expression froze. I originally wanted to control Dong Tianxian. But after coming out of the Star River, he left alone. By the time I realized it, he was already gone. But that's not important. Because I know that Qin Feiyang won't let him go. I also know that Dong Tianxian must be preparing to return to the Central Dynasty, so I'm sure that Qin Feiyang will ask Mu Qing to find his whereabouts and kill him. After Dong Hanzong finished speaking, he looked at the two with a mocking smile and said, this is my plan. What do you think? The two felt a chill in their hearts. They never thought that such a gentlemanly person would be so insidious. Dong Tianxin definitely won't have a good ending in Qin Feiyang's hands. He might even be dead now. As for the two of you, it'll be difficult for you to die even if you want to. Dong Hanzong sneered. Don't even think about it. Even if you control us when we return to the Central Dynasty, we'll still tell His Majesty your face. At that time we'll just die. Dong Ping roared. Is that so? Dong Hanzong's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Wait and see. Dong Ping laughed fiercely. If that's the case, then I'll have to eliminate the roots. Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed coldly. The two trembled. Of course. If you're willing to work for me obediently, I'll treat you well. Life or death, it's your choice, Dong Hanzong said. The two were silent. Dong Xn suddenly asked, what about Dong Qin? Does she know about your dirty deeds? Of course she doesn't. But even if she knows, it doesn't matter. Because she likes me, I can make use of her feelings for me to make her help me wholeheartedly. Dong Hanzong sneered. You bastard. Dong Qin is so good to you, and you actually want to make use of her? Dong Xian roared. You'd better think about your own situation. Besides, if it's not because of her feelings for me, do you think I'll let her go? Dong Qin is a good woman. As long as she doesn't betray me, I won't let her down. It was obvious that Dong Hanzong's words were from the bottom of his heart. Black Tortoise whirled. Mu Qing took a deep breath and lowered his head to drink his tea silently. What are you doing? Don't keep us in suspense. White-eyed Wolf looked at Mu Qing and urged. Dong Tianxin was also impatient. Wait a moment. Let me calm down the shock in my heart. Mu Qing waved his hand. His face was filled with disbelief. What? Madman looked at him suspiciously. After a long time, Mu Qing put down his teacup and looked at the three of them. You'll never guess who's with Dong Ping now? Can't you just say it? White-eyed Wolf was speechless and was about to go berserk. Dong Hanzong. Mu Qing enunciated each word clearly. Chapter 4259. Dong Hanzong. Qin Feiyang and the other two were taken aback. It was indeed a little unexpected. Because it didn't make sense. If Dong Ping's remnant soul was really in Dong Hanzong's hands, why didn't Dong Tianxin know about it? Dong Tianxin was also very puzzled. But as long as Dong Ping was with Dong Hanzong, he would be safe. Do you really think he's safe now? Mu Qing seemed to have seen through Dong Tianxin's inner thoughts and sneered. What do you mean? Dong Tianxin was surprised. There was a hidden meaning in his words. After the omniscient I evolved, not only can I spy on their whereabouts, but I can also hear their conversation. So, I heard the conversation between Dong Hanzong, Dong Xian, and Dong Ping. Mu Qing's eyes were heavy. What did they say? Dong Tianxin asked. You'd better be mentally prepared. Mu Qing sneered and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and slowly repeated the conversation between Dong Hanzong and the other two without missing a word. After a while, Mu Qing finally finished. It can't be. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. Was this all part of Dong Hanzong's plan? Even Qin Feiyang and the other two were like this, let alone Dong Tianxin. He was full of disbelief. Do you think I'm lying to you? Mu Qing turned and glanced at Dong Tianxin. Dong Tianxin didn't say anything. He suspected that Mu Qing was sowing discord. You're now a prisoner. As for your god-slaying domain, it's actually not that important to us. So, is there a need to lie to you? Besides, I haven't even been to the Central Dynasty. How would I know about the feud between you and Dong Hanzong when you were young? Mu Qing sneered. Yes. Dong Tianxin's eyes trembled. Although Mu Qing had the omniscient eye, he couldn't see the past or the future. Whether it was the conflict between him and Dong Ping, Dong Xian, or Dong Hanzong, it all happened many years ago. Mu Qing couldn't have known. But previously, Mu Qing clearly mentioned that Dong Xian had humiliated Dong Hanzong. What did this mean? This meant that Mu Qing could indeed hear their conversation. It also meant that what Mu Qing said was true. Damn that Dong Hanzong. So you must have a grudge against us. So your so-called benevolence, righteousness, and kindness are all fake. In an instant, Dong Tianxin was infuriated. This person is something. Even we were tricked by him. The white-eyed wolf in Madman's eyes were also filled with killing intent. If it was just a scheme against Dong Ping and the others, they wouldn't mind at all. In fact, they would even praise Dong Hanzong. But she actually dared to scheme against them. This was intolerable. Big cousin is right. This person is not simple. Qin Feiyang exhaled. In this lifetime, the only person who dared to scheme against him, other than the devil ancestor and a few others, was this Dong Hanzong. Does that mean he wants to control Dong Ping and Dong Xian? Madman looked at Mu Qing and asked. Yes. Mu Qing nodded and then said, and now Dong Xian and Dong Ping have also surrendered. Impossible. I don't know about Dong Xian, but my brother will never bow to her, even if he has been controlled by her. Dong Tianqin roared resolutely. Haha, Mu Qing laughed. Unscrupulous. The sarcasm was also undisguised. What are you laughing at? Dong Tianqin said angrily. If you don't surrender you will die. Do you think your brother will choose to die? Mu Qing sneered. Dong Tianqin was silent. Of course. This may also be Dong Ping and Dong Xian's delaying tactic. But I believe that as long as Dong Hanzong dares to keep them alive, then he must have a way to completely control them. Because people like Dong Hanzong will not do things that he is not confident of. Mu Qing sneered. Dong Tianqin's heart sank. It seemed that he had to prepare for the worst. No. I can't let him use my brother. I must save him. At this point, Dong Tianqin looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said in a deep voice, Okay, I agree to surrender to you, but my condition is to help me save Dong Ping. The three of them looked at Dong Tianqin in surprise. They didn't expect this person to care about his brother so much. There is one more condition. I don't care about the others in the central dynasty, but you can't hurt my family. Dong Tianqin said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the other two once again looked at Dong Tianqin with new eyes. Not only did he want to protect his brother, but he also wanted to protect his family. This showed that he was a family person. As long as you promise me, I will make a blood oath now. Dong Tianqin looked at the three of them and said. Qin Feiyang and the other two smiled at each other and nodded, Okay. Then we will all make a blood oath? Dong Tianqin asked. That won't do. If I make a blood oath now, if your family members attack us in the future, then we can only stand there and be beaten? Frenzy sneered. They won't. I'm here. I'll stop them. Dong Tianqin promised. But what if they insist on attacking us? Frenzy said. Then what do you think we should do? Dong Tianqin frowned. How about this? As long as they don't attack us, then we won't target them. But if they insist on killing us, then they can't blame us for not being polite. Frenzy's eyes flashed coldly. Dong Tianqin's family background might be very powerful. But to be honest, whether it was Frenzy, Qin Feiyang or the white-eyed wolf, he didn't care much about them. Okay. We will do as you said and make a blood oath. Dong Tianqin nodded. He couldn't wait to kill Dong Hanzong now. As one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses and with a powerful family background, he had never been schemed against like this before. This was a disgrace. After both sides made a blood oath, Qin Feiyang called the mermaid princess over to help Dong Tianqin reconstruct his divine soul and body. Witnessing the power of the Eye of Life, his heart trembled once again. These 10 strongest battle souls indeed had heaven-defying power. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that. As long as the Eye of Life was there, Qin Feiyang's group couldn't be killed at all. Feeling the power in his body, Dong Tianqin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I will go to the purple gold divine dragon's territory now. What for? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course to kill Dong Hanzong. Dong Tianqin laughed fiercely. Do you think you can kill him with your strength? Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf had a look of ridicule. Hearing this, Dong Tianqin's expression froze. He was very clear about Dong Hanzong's strength. With his strength alone he really couldn't kill this person. After pondering for a while, he looked at the three of them and said, You have to help me. Help, we definitely have to help. But we have to plan it well. After all, Dong Ping is already under Dong Hanzong's control. In this case, the only way is to kill Dong Hanzong when he's least expecting it. As long as Dong Hanzong is dead, his control over Dong Ping will naturally be resolved. Qin Feiyang said. Kill him when he's least expecting it? Dong Tianqin whispered. Dong Hanzong was very cautious. It wasn't that easy to kill him when he's least expecting it. There is another way. Frenzy bared his teeth. What way? Dong Tianqin quickly looked at Frenzy. Find Long Chen. Let Long Chen use the soul-controlling technique to control your brother. Frenzy laughed. Control? Dong Tianqin frowned. That's right. Long Chen's soul-controlling technique is quite high level. As long as he's willing to make a move, he can easily break Dong Hanzong's control over Dong Ping. Frenzy nodded. I know about this too. A high-level control-type secret technique might be able to break a low-level control-type secret technique. But are you sure that Long Chen's soul-controlling technique is of a higher level than Dong Hanzong's? If his soul-controlling technique isn't as good as Dong Hanzong's, Won't it be counterproductive? Dong Tianshan's face was full of worry. Don't worry. I believe that no one in this world has a better control technique than Long Chen's soul controlling technique. Frenzy's face was full of confidence. Dong Tianshan didn't understand. Why was he so confident? Frenzy's confidence wasn't without reason. Because the soul controlling technique was given to Long Chen by Ice Dragon. Think about it. Ice Dragon was an existence that even the ruler of the Divine Kingdom was wary of. Would he give Long Chen a normal control technique? Perhaps it was the best one. Frenzy said, anyway, as long as Long Chen makes a move, it's a sure thing. Then can we ask Long Chen for help? I'm begging you. Dong Tianshan looked at the three pleadingly. Little Chen will definitely help. But the problem now is that Dong Ping is imprisoned in Dong Hanzong's spatial divine item. If we want to save your brother, we must first ask Dong Hanzong to release your brother from the spatial divine item. As long as we're face to face with your brother, we'll be able to catch him off guard. The white-eyed wolf said. All right. I'll go to the purple gold divine dragon's territory first. Think of a way to ask Dong Hanzong to release my brother. Dong Tianshan said. What way do you have? If you go back now, you'll only alert the enemy and make Dong Hanzong vigilant. The white-eyed wolf sneered. He wasn't a very smart person. He was ready to scheme against them in Qingtian City, but why was he so muddle-headed now? Then what should I do now? Dong Tianshan was at a loss. Now, not only can you not show your face, you have to cut off all contact with the outside world. Because Dong Hanzong has already determined that you'll die in our hands. In other words, he won't be vigilant. When we attack him and he realizes that he's no match for us, he'll naturally ask Dong Ping to come out and help him. As long as Dong Ping comes out from the spatial divine item, it'll be our chance. And when you show up at that time, you'll be able to give them another surprise. Crazy Man sneered. Alright, I'll listen to you guys. Dong Tianshan nodded, his eyes were filled with killing intent. At that time, I'll definitely cut this bastard into pieces. Crazy Man pondered for a while and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Old Qin, this matter can't be delayed for too long. It'll be harder to deal with Dong Hanzong when the main force of the Central Dynasty arrives. Qin Feiyang nodded. In other words, they must get rid of Dong Hanzong before the main force of the Central Dynasty arrives in the four great continents. Chapter 4260. Moreover, we won't completely trust this Dong Tianshan. The white-eyed wolf also secretly reminded. Why? The madman and Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. The white-eyed wolf secretly said, although there is a blood oath binding us, wasn't the lesson the king gave us last time not enough? You mean this? The king was able to break the blood oath last time because of the help of the Divine Kingdom's ruler. But now, the ruler of the Divine Kingdom was taken to hell by the Ice Dragon and Small Beast. Who can help Dong Tianshan break the blood oath? The Emperor of the Central Dynasty? I'm afraid he doesn't have the ability. Qin Feiyang laughed. In short, before the ruler of the Divine Kingdom returned, this matter could be temporarily ignored. Anyway, I'm just reminding you. The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. I know. When the ruler of the Divine Kingdom returns, this person will either die or completely submit to us. People like Dong Tianshan could be used when there was no threat, but once a threat appeared, they must be decisively eliminated. Otherwise there would be endless trouble. The madman looked at Dong Tianshan curiously and asked, everyone says that your family background is very powerful. How powerful is it? This? Dong Tianshan hesitated. Still want to save your brother? The madman smiled teasingly. There's no need to threaten me with this. After all, no matter who it is, they will definitely have a little secret in their heart. Dong Tianshan stared at the madman angrily. Fine. I won't ask any more. The madman snorted coldly. If you don't say, I can't find out from other places? The inner demons and Lu Jiejin were investigating. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be a result soon. Qin Feiyang thought for a while, looked at Dong Tianshan and said, then you go out first, don't show your face. Go out? Dong Tianshan was stunned. He thought that Qin Feiyang would leave him in the Black Tortoise world. He was prepared to take the opportunity to inquire about Qin Feiyang's background. But he didn't expect that he would be asked to go out. What? You don't want to leave? Qin Feiyang had a playful look in his eyes. No. Dong Tianshan hurriedly waved his hand. Qin Feiyang secretly sneered. He had never seen such a person before. How could such a little trick escape his eyes? With a wave of his hand, Dong Tianshan immediately disappeared from the tea garden. Mu Qing also went back to continue cultivating. Qin Feiyang immediately took out the divine sound transmission stone and contacted Lu Jiejin. This time, Lu Jiejin's shadow soon appeared. However, at this moment, he had changed his appearance and was sitting alone in a private room in a restaurant. Done. Lu Jiejin smiled and asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Who has the guts to go against you? Lu Jiejin asked. I Zidong. The little prince of the sea race. Qin Feiyang smiled. So it was him. Lu Jiejin nodded and asked suspiciously, why didn't you kill him when you went to the sea race last time? Senior brother and the white-eyed wolf went last time. I don't know what happened. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf. We didn't find him on the sea god island. The madman said. It seems that one of them escaped the net. Then how did you deal with them? Lu Jiejin asked. Hai Zidong and Dong Tianxin have successively surrendered to us. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. What? Lu Jiejin was drinking tea. Hearing this, the hand holding the teacup suddenly froze. One must know. Whether it was Hai Zidong or Dong Tianxin, they were all life and death enemies. How could they submit to these three brats? There's no need to talk about Hai Zidong. Without the Sea King, he's just a small character. As for Dong Tianxin, we have to thank Dong Hanzong for submitting to us. The white-eyed wolf grinned. What does this have to do with Dong Hanzong? Lu Jiejin was puzzled. It has a lot to do with him. The white-eyed wolf told Lu Jiejin everything that Dong Hanzong had done in detail. Even with Lu Jiejin's personality, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded after hearing this. It turned out that all of this was deliberately planned by Dong Hanzong. It seems that not only you, but even I have underestimated this person. After a long time, Lu Jiejin came back to his senses and shook his head. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, this is the main reason why I sent you a message this time so that you can be mentally prepared. By the way, where is the inner demons? Why haven't I seen him? I'm in the South Continent. He's in the West Continent now. Lu Jiejin smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Feiyang said. Why are you talking about this? Lu Jiejin shook his head and said with a smile, I just happened to tell you the origin of the 5 unparalleled geniuses and the forces behind them. You found out so quickly? The madman was stunned. These are all trivial matters. It's not difficult to find out. Among the 5 unparalleled geniuses, Dong Tianxin and Dong Ping's family background is the most powerful. Their family background in the Central Dynasty is second only to the bloodline of the emperor. Lu Jiejin said. The Central Dynasty is also divided into direct, and collateral bloodlines? The madman was surprised. Yes. The direct bloodline must be the descendants of the Emperor of the Divine Kingdom. The direct bloodline is the cousin of the Emperor of the Divine Kingdom. And the number of people in both direct and direct bloodlines is very small. As for collateral bloodlines, there are many of them. Lu Jiejin smiled. So, not all people in the Central Dynasty have the surname Dong? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. Since there are cousins, there must be other surnames. Although Dong Tianxin and Dong Ping's family is weaker than the bloodline of the emperor, they are still the direct bloodline. Because Dong Tianxin and Dong Ping's grandfather is the brother of the Central Dynasty's emperor. In fact, we have had a lot of conflicts with Dong Tianxin's family in the Central Dynasty. Of course, it's mostly because of the inner demons. They are not afraid of anything and often go to provoke them. Lu Jiejin smiled. That's expected. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. With the personality of the inner demons, they probably even offended a lot of people from the emperor's bloodline. However, we only just found out that Dong Tianxin and Dong Ping are the 5 unparalleled geniuses. The Central Dynasty is very protective of the 5 unparalleled geniuses. And Dong Xian is also a direct bloodline descendant. Her family background is similar to Dong Tianxin's. This is why Dong Xian looked down on Dong Hanzong. Because Dong Hanzong's background is the lowest among the 5. Dong Hanzong was born in an ordinary family and belongs to the collateral bloodline. He has no status in the Central Dynasty, which may be one of the factors that caused his personality to become twisted. As for Dong Qin, she is a direct bloodline descendant. Her family also has a lot of influence in the direct bloodline. And it's worth mentioning that Dong Qin has always liked Dong Hanzong. When they were young, Dong Qin helped Dong Hanzong a lot. Lu Jiejin smiled. So that's the case. In these few contexts, I also feel that the relationship between Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin is a bit unusual. Qin Feiyang nodded. Actually, Dong Qin's family was against Dong Qin's feelings for Dong Hanzong at first, but after seeing Dong Hanzong activate his domain, they slowly changed their minds. Furthermore, Dong Hanzong is a very good actor and a very good person. Even now, Dong Qin's family is extremely fond of him. Lu Jiajin smiled faintly. It seems that no matter where it is, people can't escape the law of reality. Madman shook his head. That's for sure. Dong Hanzong's domain is the strongest among the 5 domains. Over the years, under Dong Hanzong's efforts, no one dares to offend him even if he's from the side bloodline. Dong Qin's family naturally wants to rely on Dong Hanzong, this future star, to raise the status of the family to another level. Lu Jiajin smiled. Then how many powerhouses have the will of heaven in the family behind Dong Tianqian and Dong Xian? The white-eyed wolf asked. That must be a lot. As far as we know, there are no less than 500. Lu Jiajin said. Damn. One family has so many? The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. Even the 5 major clans of the 4 continents added together didn't have that many. Sure enough, his descendants were especially taken care of. That's the general situation. As for the details, you can slowly understand it in the future. As for Dong Hanzong, I also agree that we should take action against him before the main forces of the central dynasty arrive. Lu Jiajin said. But we need a chance. If Dong Hanzong stays in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, then no matter how thorough our plan is, it will be useless. Qin Feiyang frowned. Because they couldn't directly attack the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's ancestral land. First of all, it would cause a lot of damage to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Second of all, the monarch, the divine king, and the supremes couldn't just sit by and watch. Not to mention the human race and the god race, even Boss Ji and the other elders would be in trouble if they took action. Although Boss Ji and the others didn't want to take action, if they really went to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's ancestral land, it would be unreasonable for them to not take action. At that time, Dong Hanzong would definitely be suspicious. Lu Jiajin thought and said, "Leave this matter to me." That's not good. If you interfere, won't our relationship be exposed? Qin Feiyang frowned. No one is watching us now, it doesn't matter even if Dong Hanzong finds out. We'll kill him when the time comes. He won't have a chance to tell anyone. Lu Jiajin smiled faintly. Alright. Then I'll wait for your good news. Qin Feiyang smiled. Wait, I suddenly thought of an idea to prevent the inner demons and Big Cousin from exposing our identities. Suddenly, Madman spoke, his eyes flickering. What idea? The 3 of them looked at him expectantly. Didn't Dong Hanzong ask us to release Yu Lao, Neptune, and the Dragon God? We can use this matter to lure him to meet us. Madman said. Qin Feiyang was taken aback, lowered his head and pondered. But Yu Lao and the others are already dead. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Oh. Qin Feiyang raised his hand, his eyes flashing, looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, Yu Lao and the others are indeed dead, but Dong Hanzong doesn't know, so these people can still be used. That's right. Not to mention Dong Hanzong, even Dong Tianqian who has been to the Black Tortoise world doesn't know. Madman snickered. All right. Let's use this method. Let's discuss it in detail. Qin Feiyang nodded. Using this method it would be foolproof. Chapter 4261. A few days passed. The 4 great continents had a rare moment of peace. However, on a quiet night, a streak of light streaked across the sky and entered the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. An old man was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak. The old man suddenly stood up and took a step forward. He grabbed the thing that was flying through the air and looked around. With a bewildered expression, he shouted, "Who is it?" His voice was like thunder, shocking everyone. Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, Heavenly Lord Ji and the other venerables flew out of the clan grounds and landed beside the old man. What's going on? Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the old man and asked. I don't know either. The old man shook his head and raised his arm. He was holding a letter in his hand. This is. Heavenly Lord Ji took the letter and opened it. His face darkened. What's wrong? The other supremacies looked at him in surprise. Be careful. I'll go find my father. Heavenly Lord Ji didn't answer. He instructed the group and disappeared into the night. Back of the mountain. Green mountains and clear waters. It was quiet and peaceful. There was a courtyard beside a small stream. Whoosh. 2 figures silently landed outside the courtyard. It was Heavenly Lord Ji and the king. Brother Hanzong, are you here? The king looked at the dark pavilion and asked. A while later. The door opened and a young man and woman walked out slowly. It was Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin. We didn't know Miss Dong Qin was here, The king saw that Dong Qin was also here and hurriedly said rudely. Dong Qin blushed and hurriedly explained, Senior King, don't think too much. Brother Zong and I were just cultivating together. A single man and a single woman, cultivating together in the dark? Would you believe it? Moreover, her clothes were a little messy. The king and heavenly Lord Ji didn't believe it. Moreover, Dong Qin's fondness for Dong Hanzong could be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. However, it wasn't appropriate to say it out loud. It was fine as long as they understood. Where are Lu Yintian and Lu Yunfeng? The king asked. We don't know either. Dong Hanzong shook his head and smiled. Although they hadn't interacted much, they could tell at a glance that these two brothers weren't on the same side as them. It would appear that the two of them are not willing to be disciplined. The monarch shook his head and smiled. His words were somewhat meaningful. Your Majesty, your words are a little harsh. They are them and we are us. Has no one ever disciplined anyone? Dong Hanzong waved his hand. Brother Hanzong, you are truly magnanimous. The king cupped his hands and smiled. No. Dong Hanzong shook his head and said with a smile, I wonder why the two of you came looking for me. Heavenly Lord Ji took out the letter and gave it to Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong took the letter, opened it and lowered his head to read it. His brows gradually furrowed. What is it? Dong Qin was puzzled. Dong Hanzong was silent for a moment before passing the letter to Dong Qin. Dong Qin held the letter and read aloud, Tomorrow night at Thousand Phoenix Mountain, early in the morning. I look forward to meeting Brother Hanzong. It was signed by Qin Feiyang. What? When she reached the end, Dong Qin's expression changed. The king asked, Brother Hanzong, what do you think their purpose is? Dong Hanzong pondered for a moment and said, It should be you Lao, Neptune, Dragon God, and the others. It can't be that simple. Dong Qin frowned. What do you think? Dong Hanzong looked at her and smiled. He didn't seem nervous at all. Dong Ping, Dong Xan, and Dong Tianqin have met with misfortune one after another. Naturally, it will be our turn next, so I think this should be a trap. Dong Qin said in a deep voice. No, it's not us, it's me. Dong Hanzong waved his hand. What do you mean? Dong Qin was stunned. The letter says that I look forward to meeting Brother Hanzong. In other words, Qin Feiyang wants me to go to Thousand Phoenix Mountain alone. Dong Hanzong smiled. Dong Qin read the contents of the letter carefully. Indeed, it only mentioned Dong Hanzong. She frowned and said, Then you can't go. If you go to Thousand Phoenix Mountain alone, won't you be a lamb in a tiger's den? Yes. They didn't even try to hide the fact that they were trying to kill me. Dong Hanzong shook his head and sighed, but then he changed the topic and said, But I have to go. What? Dong Qin was puzzled. Dong Hanzong said, Because we have to save you Lao, Neptune, and the Dragon God. This is the Emperor's order. Dong Qin fell silent. His Majesty has such an order? The king was surprised. Yes. Dong Hanzong nodded. The king and Heavenly Lord Ji looked at each other and said to Dong Hanzong, Then we'll go and help you. How do you plan to help? Dong Hanzong asked with a smile. We'll ambush first. When Qin Feiyang shows up, we'll immediately attack and catch him off guard. The king's eyes flashed coldly. You can't. Dong Hanzong hurriedly shook his head. Why not? The king frowned. You've been fighting with them for so long. Don't you know their style of doing things? These people, no matter what they do, they're watertight. For example, this time, why did they meet outside instead of directly coming to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan to negotiate with us? Because they're afraid that we'll surround and annihilate them. It's a little ridiculous. For a powerful divine kingdom like us, we can only threaten them if we join forces. Dong Hanzong sighed. Hearing this, Dong Qin, the king, and Heavenly Lord Ji couldn't help but lower their heads with helpless expressions. Indeed, with the current strength of Qin Feiyang and the others, no matter if it was a person or a force, they could no longer compete with Qin Feiyang and the others. All the forces and experts must join forces to encircle and annihilate them. Think about it. The other party only had a few people. Just a few young people, and they needed all the forces of the Divine Kingdom to join forces to suppress them. It was ridiculous. If I'm not wrong, they will definitely use the all-seeing eye to spy on your whereabouts before heading to the Thousand Phoenix Mountain. You should have experienced the power of the all-seeing eye, right? There is nothing that can escape the detection of the heavenly eyes. There is also nothing that can block the detection of the heavenly eyes. When they find out that you're hiding in the Thousand Phoenix Mountain, will they still come? They might even beat you at your own game and kill their way to the three sacred lands when you're not there. Dong Hanzong said. That's possible. Last time, when they exchanged Jiang Yunshuang and the others with the Divine King, we went to the Thousand Phoenix Mountain to ambush them. In the end, they found out and killed their way to the Divine Island, almost destroying the Divine Island. The king said in a deep voice. And the first time, we all went to the Supreme Mountain to support them, but they went to the Divine Island and killed more than half of the direct descendants of the Divine race. Heavenly Lord Ji added. That's right. They love to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Maybe this time, they're also luring the tiger away from the mountain. The king's eyes were gloomy and he looked very angry. So you can't go. Dong Hanzong smiled. You can't go either. Dong Qin said stubbornly. I have to go. If I don't go, Qin Feiyang will think that I don't have the guts. Besides, Dong Ping is dead, Dong Xan is seriously injured and Dong Tianqian's status is unknown. If I don't go, who will? Should I let you go? I won't allow you to go even if you want to. I can't let you take the risk alone. Dong Hanzong smiled. Hearing this, Dong Qin was very touched. In short, I have to go this time. I don't want to be a joke. The 5 unparalleled talents of the Central Dynasty don't even have the courage to meet Qin Feiyang. Dong Hanzong said. Looking at this righteous young man in front of them, the king and Heavenly Lord Ji looked at each other and felt very emotional. What a good actor. If he was sincere, it was indeed admirable. But they already knew Dong Hanzong's true colors. Everything you see now is just the disguise he put on. After the king and Heavenly Lord Ji left, Dong Qin looked at Dong Hanzong anxiously and said, Brother Zong, why do you have to do this? You Lao, Neptune, and the Dragon God are not related to us. There's no need to risk your life for them. Dong Hanzong's face changed and hurriedly said, You can't say that. If someone hears it and the emperor hears it, you and I will be punished. I'm just telling the truth. Dong Qin grumbled. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and said, How about we find Lu Yuntian and let them go instead of you? The person Qin Feiyang wants to meet is me. What's the point of Lu Yuntian and the others going? Besides, do you think Lu Yuntian and the others are stupid? Didn't the 8 elites who returned to the Central Dynasty say that Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng also suffered a great loss in the hands of Qin Badian? To be honest, I'm very glad that the person who wants to meet me this time is Qin Feiyang and not this Qin Badian. Because in comparison, the person I'm most afraid of is still Qin Badian. Dong Hanzong smiled. But, Dong Qin frowned. Don't worry. I have my own plans. I won't risk my life. Dong Hanzong comforted her with a glint in his eyes. Time flew. Thousand Phoenix Mountain. The Thousand Phoenix Mountain was exceptionally quiet at night. Swoosh. As a space-time tunnel appeared, a young man walked out. It was Dong Hanzong. He stood in the night sky and scanned the surroundings. There wasn't even a shadow. He muttered, He's indeed a vigilant person. Chapter 4262. At the same time. Black Tortoise World. Inside the tea garden. Madman put down the empty wine jar in his hand and said with a smile, It's about time. We should go find Mu Qing. I'm really looking forward to it. What countermeasures did he come up with after receiving our letter? White-eyed Wolf chuckled. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Then he put down the teacup and walked towards Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing's courtyard. When they arrived at the courtyard, they didn't knock on the door. They directly pushed the door open and entered the hall of the wooden building. Mu Tianyang was nowhere to be seen in the hall. This was because Mu Tianyang had been in seclusion upstairs. However, Mu Qing was still sitting alone in the hall. His all-seeing eye was also open. There was also a pot of fragrant tea on the tea table in front of him. How is it? Madman sat next to Mu Qing and asked. He has already arrived at Thousand Phoenix Mountain. Mu Qing smiled. So fast? Madman was stunned for a moment and asked suspiciously, Is he alone? Yes. Mu Qing nodded. He pursed his lips and took a sip of tea. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other two, he grinned and said, But before he went to Thousand Phoenix Mountain, he had already made arrangements. What arrangements? The 3 of them were curious. Last night, when the king in Nine Heavens realm went to find him with the letter, he might have already thought of a countermeasure. But last night he didn't take any action. He was with Dong Qin the entire night. Mu Qing said. What? The 2 of them are already together? Madman was surprised. Yes. Mu Qing nodded. Damn. That's a little too efficient. Madman couldn't help but click his tongue. Little Madman, that's not the point. White-eyed Wolf waved his hand and looked at Mu Qing with a wretched smile on his face. What do you mean? Madman looked at White-eyed Wolf in confusion. Think about it. When the monarch and first uncle brought the letter to Dong Hanzong, A certain someone had already been secretly spying on them with the omniscient eye. After that, didn't Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin, for example, some of their intimate actions were all seen by a certain someone? The white-eyed wolf narrowed his eyes and stared at Mu Qing with a wretched smile. Madman was stunned. Mu Qing's mouth twitched. Yeah. Madman suddenly slapped his head and looked at the white-eyed wolf. And in front of the all-seeing eye, it's like a live broadcast. That's right. The white-eyed wolf nodded, following closely. The two of them stared at Mu Qing, bared their teeth and said, "Kid, do you like it? Did you have a nosebleed?" Scram. Mu Qing's face darkened. What kind of dirty thoughts did these two fellows have? You dare say you didn't see it? Madman chuckled. I dare say I didn't see it. Although I have been spying on them, I chose to avoid certain scenes that are not suitable for children. Besides, am I that kind of person? Mu Qing said with a darkened face. I don't believe it. The white-eyed wolf asked. Forget it if you don't believe it. Don't use your dirty thoughts to measure a simple person like me. I'm a true gentleman. Mu Qing snorted coldly. You are a gentleman? I laughed. The white-eyed wolf laughed and asked, Then tell me, what were they doing last night? Idiot question. A man and a woman alone, what else can they do? Mu Qing was speechless. Look. If you didn't see it, would you know what they were doing? Hypocrite. The white-eyed wolf despised him. Mu Qing was speechless for a moment and couldn't refute. He glared at Qin Feiyang, who was sitting next to him and laughing secretly, and shouted, You bastard, don't you care? Cough. Qin Feiyang coughed and looked at Madman and the white-eyed wolf, saying, How can you do this? Don't you know what kind of person Mu Qing is? How can he do this kind of peeping in the dark? I guess he will at most take a few glances. After all, he is thin-skinned. Mu Qing glared at Madman and the white-eyed wolf and said, Did you hear that? That's more like it. Wait. But before he finished speaking, he felt that there was something wrong with this sentence. After thinking carefully, he immediately glared at Qin Feiyang and shouted, What do you mean by at most taking a few glances? You are insulting my character and trampling on my dignity. Qin Feiyang and the other two couldn't help laughing. Mu Qing was so angry that she flew into a rage. We are all men. It is normal to take a few glances when encountering such a thing. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Get lost. Mu Qing's face was dark. But suddenly, he rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. He grinned and said, You said I was peeping, right? Well, when you and the mermaid princess are intimate, I will slowly peep at you. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. Madman and the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but be stunned. And the two of you. Mu Qing looked at the white-eyed wolf and Madman and said, When the two of you marry fire dance and Zhuo Xiaoxian, I will go get a small stool and bring a plate of melon seeds. At that time, I will eat melon seeds while watching how the two of you spend your wedding night. Madman and the white-eyed wolf also froze on the spot. This kind of thing, just thinking about it, made their scalp tingle. Anyway, you said it. It's a waste not to watch. Mu Qing looked at the three of them proudly. You are still too young to fight with me. We were wrong. You are a gentleman. How can you peep at other people's privacy, little madman, don't you think so? Yes. We were just joking just now, don't take it seriously. We are all brothers, right? Madman and Madman smiled flatteringly. What kind of joke was this, peeping at their wedding night? If that was the case, then who would be in the mood to do things? Not showing off anymore? Mu Qing sneered. No. How would we dare to show off to you? The two of them shook their heads. Mu Qing rolled his eyes. That's right. Since last night, Mu Qing had been spying on Dong Hanzong. In other words, Mu Qing saw what Dong Hanzong had done for a day and a night. Let's get down to business. Don't let Dong Hanzong wait too long. What did you see for a day and a night? Qin Feiyang quickly changed the topic. But he was thinking in his heart. It seemed that when they were intimate in the future, he had to guard against this guy. Mu Qing took a deep breath, looked at the three of them and said, Early this morning, Dong Hanzong left alone. Left alone? The three of them were stunned. Yes. He went to the Dragon God Mountain, split a trace of his divine soul, and hid this divine soul in the Dragon God Mountain. He also hid the space divine item in the Dragon God Mountain. Mu Qing said. Dragon God Mountain? The three of them looked at each other. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Although there is no one guarding the Dragon God Mountain now, if I didn't tell you, who would have thought that he would hide the life-saving divine soul and the space divine item in the Dragon God Mountain? Mu Qing smiled proudly. Indeed. The three of them nodded. If it weren't for Mu Qing's surveillance, they wouldn't have thought of this even if they racked their brains. He is indeed shrewd. He knew that we would be disadvantageous to him, so he came up with this plan in advance. But he was still one step behind. He didn't expect that we would be monitoring him all the time. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Does Dong Qin know? Qin Feiyang asked. No. He didn't disclose any information to Dong Qin. Obviously he doesn't trust Dong Qin. Mu Qing shook his head. I thought that he would definitely give the divine soul to Dong Qin for safekeeping, but I didn't expect that he would even guard against Dong Qin. His cautiousness and carefulness are really admirable. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Admirable? He doesn't even trust his own woman. A person like him doesn't have any friends at all. Mu Qing sneered. The white-eyed wolf said, Do you think it's us? I've poured my heart out for you, but you bastard actually wanted to peep on our wedding night. Are you even human? Go away. Mu Qing glared at him, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, My task is done. It's up to you now. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, Thank you for your hard work. As long as you know that I've worked hard. Mu Qing snorted and turned to walk upstairs. The white-eyed wolf stared at Mu Qing's back and said to him through voice transmission, Little Qin Zi, remember to tell me in advance when you're going to be intimate with little Yu in the future. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched and he said with a dark face, What do you want to do? What's with that tone? Do you think I'll peep on you? I'm planning to help you keep an eye on Mu Qing. The white-eyed wolf said angrily. It's hard to say. Do you remember that when Lu Hong and little cousin got married, you squatted on the windowsill and peeped on them? Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. What? Frenzy looked at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. Did this damn wolf cub really do such a wicked thing? Ahem. The white-eyed wolf coughed to hide the embarrassment on his face. He looked at Frenzy and said, Don't listen to his nonsense. It didn't happen at all. I think it's you who is talking nonsense. It seems that the person I should be wary of in the future is you. Frenzy said. Damn it. Isn't it too hurtful for you to say that? The white-eyed wolf gritted his teeth. Don't get me wrong. There is no affection between us at all. Frenzy hurriedly waved his hand and distanced himself from the white-eyed wolf by more than 10 meters. Bastard, you're ruining my reputation. The white-eyed wolf couldn't help but stare at Qin Feiyang. Do you need me to ruin your reputation? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and walked quickly to the other side of the medicine field. A figure came into their sight. It was Long Chen. Chapter 4263. A law of light and darkness inheritance was floating in front of Long Chen. He was using this inheritance to comprehend the law of light and darkness. Because only by comprehending the law of light and darkness could he integrate this inheritance. Hearing the footsteps, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the other two, he immediately shook his head and said, It's definitely not something good. Why do you sound like we're the god of plague? The white-eyed wolf looked at him with dissatisfaction. Something like that. Long Chen sighed, got up and put away the law of light and darkness inheritance. He patted the dust off his body and said with a smile, Just say it, what's the matter? It's about the matter about Dong Ping that I told you last time. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Long Chen was stunned and asked, So, you already have a plan? Yes. And the tiger is already out of the cage. Qin Feiyang nodded. What a pitiful person. When Long Chen heard this, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Who are you pitying? The white-eyed wolf asked, puzzled. Dong Hanzong. Isn't he pitiful to be targeted by you guys? Long Chen laughed. The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. He was speechless to the extreme. It was not like he did not know Dong Hanzong's hypocrisy. Was such a person worthy of sympathy? What about Dong Tianchen? Long Chen asked. Dong Tianchen. The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Chen suspiciously and asked, Why are you looking for him? If you don't call him over, how can you give Dong Hanzong a surprise? Long Chen smiled mockingly. Yes. I'll go find Mu Qing right away and ask him to use his all-seeing eye to find out where Dong Tianchen is hiding now. The white-eyed wolf patted his head and immediately turned around and ran toward Mu Qing's courtyard. What a guy who wants to see the world in chaos. Long Chen shook his head helplessly. By the way, where's your sister? I haven't seen her in a long time. Qin Feiyang looked around and asked Long Chen. Long Chen frowned and said hurriedly, Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? I've left her in your care. Don't lose her. How am I the one taking care of him? These words made Qin Feiyang extremely speechless. Long Qin was already an adult who still needed to take care of it. However, when he saw that Long Qin seemed to be a little anxious, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no, even if it is lost, it will still be in the Black Tortoise world. Hurry up and find him. If anything happens to Qin, I'll definitely fall out with you," Long Qin urged. Qin Feiyang smiled, closed his eyes and released his perception. A moment later, a trace of surprise crept up in his eyes. "What is it?" Long Qin frowned. Madman also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. "See for yourselves." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, the void distorted, and then a picture emerged. In the picture, there was a small village that stood aloof from worldly affairs. There were about 100 households in the village. Most of them were old people and children. The old people's lives were very comfortable, drinking tea, chatting, playing chess and basking in the sun. The children also had a lot of fun. Among the group of children, there was a woman in white who was dressed in ordinary clothes. Although her clothes were very ordinary, her temperament was extraordinary. She was Long Qin. At this time, she was playing with a group of children in the village and the laughter was endless. This? Madman's face was incredulous. Was this still the Long Qin they knew? There was no arrogance at all, just like the girl next door. Long Qin was also stunned. What was going on? Was this sister of his having a stroke? However, gradually, Long Qin's face also showed a trace of a smile. "You can still smile?" Madman looked at him speechlessly. "You don't understand. Even I don't remember how long it has been since I saw her so happy. Looking at her now, it's like looking at the innocent her when she was a child." Long Qin smiled. Madman heard this and looked at Long Qin again. He found that the current Long Qin was indeed a little lively and cute, without any murderous aura. Moreover, the children in the village also called her sister happily. "This is good." Long Qin smiled slightly, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Don't disturb her." Qin Feiyang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the picture in the void disappeared. "But don't you think it's strange? There must be a reason for a person's change. Long Qin suddenly became like this. Could it be that she was stimulated by something?" Madman was surprised. "Stimulated?" Long Qin was stunned and Madman asked suspiciously, "What do you mean by that?" Madman suddenly reacted, waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's nothing, it's really good. Don't play dumb. Something must have happened during the years I was in seclusion." Long Qin's face was full of displeasure. "It's really nothing." Madman shook his head. Long Qin was about to continue to ask. He was actually not the kind of person who wanted to get to the bottom of things, but there was no other way. This matter was related to his sister, so he had to figure it out. But at this moment, White-Eyed Wolf came and shouted from afar, "Brother knows where Dong Tianxin is." "Where?" Madman asked. He thought that White-Eyed Wolf came at the right time. "In a restaurant in Xingyue City. I'll go find him later and then I'll meet you," White-Eyed Wolf said. "Okay. Then let's split up. Senior brother, you go with Long Qin to Dragon God Mountain to save Dong Ping. White-Eyed Wolf, Dong Tianxin, and I will go directly to Thousand Phoenix Mountain. After you save Dong Ping, come to Thousand Phoenix Mountain to meet us." Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and said, "Okay. What about Dong Xn?" Madman asked. "Keep Dong Xn for now. Her identity and domain are still useful." Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "Understood." Madman nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the four of them immediately left the Black Tortoise world. Thousand Phoenix Mountain. Under the shroud of night, everything here seemed a bit blurry. On a mountain peak, Dong Hanzong stood alone, his expression as calm and indifferent as before. On the surface he really looked like a dragon among men. But who would have thought that such a person would be so hypocritical in his heart? One high up in the sky. Suddenly, a divine light emerged, illuminating the night sky. A space-time passage appeared. "It's finally here." Dong Hanzong raised his head and looked at the space-time passage with a trace of expectation in his eyes. He muttered, "You are the strongest person in the Sky Cloud realm, and I am the strongest person in the Divine Kingdom. Between the two of us, who is better?" As his voice fell, a figure walked out. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang stood in the sky and scanned the surroundings. When he didn't see Dong Hanzong, he continued to scan the mountains below. The moment his gaze met with Dong Tianxin's, a series of invisible sparks seemed to collide. The atmosphere here instantly became incomparably oppressive. Dong Hanzong was right. Qin Feiyang was the strongest person in the Sky Cloud realm. Dong Hanzong was the strongest person in the Divine Kingdom. Both of them carried honor, mission, and responsibility on their shoulders. Therefore they weren't mortal enemies, but they were stronger than mortal enemies. In the end, a battle was inevitable. Chapter 4264. We finally meet. This is the first time we've met since we came to the four great continents. Dong Hanzong was the first to open the topic. He took a step into the sky and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. There was only a distance of several feet between the two of them. With their cultivation, this distance was within reach. Yes. I've heard a lot about you. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was not flattery but the truth. No one in the four great continents dared to ignore the name Dong Hanzong. His frightening mind and precise calculations were even more frightening. Same to you. Dong Hanzong smiled, glanced behind Qin Feiyang and asked, "Where are the others?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "They said that since it's their first meeting with Brother Dong, they should prepare some gifts." "How can I accept it? I didn't prepare any gifts for you," Dong Hanzong said with a smile. "You did," Qin Feiyang said. Dong Hanzong was stunned. He had prepared a gift? What gift? He didn't even know. "Since Brother Dong came to the four great continents, haven't you been giving me gifts?" Qin Feiyang smiled meaningfully. Dong Hanzong's pupils shrank. What did he mean by that? What did he mean by that? Dong Hanzong said with a smile, "Is that so? Why didn't I know?" Qin Feiyang smiled, glanced around and said, "Brother Dong, there's no one else here. There's no need to hide it anymore." "I don't know what Brother Qin means." Dong Hanzong shook his head. "Ah," Qin Feiyang laughed. Did this person really think that he could deceive everyone in the world? Did he think that he could play everyone in the palm of his hand? Of course. People like Dong Hanzong also had the right to be conceited. For example, this time Dong Tianqian and the others, who were also the five peerless geniuses, were fooled by this person. Even Qin Feiyang and the others would have fallen into Dong Hanzong's trap without Mu Qin. It was no exaggeration to say that. Dong Hanzong's mind and methods had already surpassed all the opponents they had encountered so far. What is Brother Qin laughing about? Dong Hanzong looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Nothing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. All right. Then let's get to the point. I believe that you won't let Yu Lao and the others go for nothing. State your conditions. Dong Hanzong said. Great. Since that's the case, I'll be a bit more straightforward. Yu Lao and the others have already been killed by us. Qin Feiyang smiled. What? Dong Hanzong's face changed and he asked in a deep voice, "Do you know Yu Lao's identity?" "I don't know. Let's put it this way. Even if he is the brother of the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, I have no interest in knowing." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Dong Hanzong raised his eyebrows. But in fact he didn't care about it at all. Yu Lao, Neptune, Dragon God, what did they have to do with him? If they died, they died. It wasn't a big deal. But he still had to put on an act. Just as you said, Yu Lao's full name is Dong Dayu. He is the uncle of the emperor, which means he is the brother of the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. Dong Hanzong spoke word by word, and his tone was as sharp as a blade. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was he really the brother of the ruler of the Divine Kingdom? What a joke. How could he be right? This mouth of his must have been blessed. It is precisely because of Yu Lao's identity that the emperor gave us a death order to rescue Yu Lao. Now that you have killed Yu Lao, what do you think I should do? If I don't kill you, how can I explain it to the emperor? Dong Hanzong's eyes were slightly cold, and the power of law appeared again. The world was suddenly filled with a murderous aura. Qin Feiyang smiled but didn't say anything. How about this? You take the initiative to go to the Central Dynasty with me and apologize to the emperor in person. This way I won't have to do anything. Dong Hanzong said. The Central Dynasty? To be honest, I really want to go. Unfortunately, I can't go with you because someone is already leading the way for me. Qin Feiyang smiled. What do you mean? Dong Hanzong was surprised. You will understand soon. As for now, let's not rush to do anything. The gift I prepared for you is not here yet. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, then looked up in the direction of the East Continent and said with a smile, "It should be about time." Dong Hanzong looked in the direction Qin Feiyang was looking, and his expression became more and more surprised. At the same time, East Continent, Dragon God Mountain. Under the night sky, the Dragon God Mountain looked even more desolate. Because this place was no longer the sacred ground of the past, and only ruins were left. Swoosh. Two figures silently descended from the sky. It was the mad scientist and Long Qin. The mad scientist scanned the ruined Dragon God Mountain and said, "Long Qin, Did you think that Dong Hanzong would hide his divine soul and space divine item here? Long Chen shook his head. In terms of intelligence, he didn't think he would lose to anyone. But at this moment he had to admit defeat to Dong Hanzong. But no matter how smart he is, he can't escape the all-seeing eye. His failure was destined the moment he entered the 4 great continents. The madman laughed and no longer concealed his aura. His divine sense surged out like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth below. Deep underground there was a newly excavated secret chamber. In the center of the secret chamber, there was a palm-sized ancient pagoda that flashed with divine light. This was Dong Hanzong's space divine item. Beside the ancient pagoda, there was a blurry figure sitting cross-legged. It was Dong Hanzong's divine soul. The moment the mad scientist released his divine sense, the divine soul was shocked and suddenly opened his eyes. This seemed to be Madman Mo's aura? Why would he come to Dragon God Mountain? Boom. Immediately after, following the shaking of the heavens and earth, a large hole suddenly appeared above the secret chamber. 2 figures descended from the top of the hole and landed in the secret chamber. Mad scientist Long Chen, Dong Hanzong's divine soul's eyes trembled. As soon as he came to Dragon God Mountain, he directly found this secret chamber. It was obvious that he came prepared. The mad scientist didn't say anything. He took a step forward and directly slammed his palm. The divine soul wanted to escape with the space divine item. But was that possible? He was just a remnant divine soul. As the mad scientist's palm fell, the divine soul screamed and was annihilated on the spot. Immediately after, the mad scientist grabbed the ancient tower and slightly exerted force with his 5 fingers. With a loud crack, the ancient tower shattered on the spot. The moment the ancient tower shattered, 2 figures fell out of it. It was Dong Ping and Dong Xian. All of this happened in an instant even though it seemed slow. Because their actions had to be fast. Otherwise, when Dong Hanzong reacted, he would definitely destroy Dong Ping's divine soul. At the same time, Dong Ping and Dong Xian were both dumbfounded. Mad scientist? Long Chen? What was going on? Why were they here? We are here to save you, don't resist. The mad scientist shouted and turned to look at Long Chen. Long Chen understood and with a wave of his hand, he activated the soul control technique. Save us. The 2 looked at each other. What was going on? These 2 people actually came to save them? Was this a dream? A tearing pain suddenly swept over, causing the 2 of them to howl miserably. It was even to the extent that their souls were on the verge of collapse. Crack. The next moment, a sound like a vase breaking sounded. Dong Ping and Dong Xian suddenly felt their body and mind light, as if they had regained their freedom. However, before they could rejoice, the soul control technique took the opportunity to control the 2. The 2 were furious. What? Shouldn't you thank us? The mad scientist laughed. The 2 glared at each other. They really thought that they were here to save them, but it turned out that they were here to control and enslave them. In contrast, they were more willing to be controlled by Dong Hanzong. Because they were controlled by Dong Hanzong, they still had a chance to escape. But being controlled by this group of people in front of them, there was no hope at all. Let's go. I'll bring you to watch a good show. The mad scientist laughed and waved his hand, opening a space-time tunnel. At the same time, Thousand Phoenix Mountain. At this moment, the atmosphere here was extremely depressing. Dong Hanzong's entire face was gloomy to the extreme. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This was caused by Long Chen shattering Dong Hanzong's control over Dong Ping and Dong Xian. When he sensed the situation of the Dragon God Mountain, he was indeed prepared to immediately kill Dong Ping and Dong Xian, but Long Chen and the mad scientist's movements were too fast. By the time he reacted, the control of Dong Ping and Dong Xian had already been broken. This is the big gift you have prepared for me? Suddenly, he raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang, his face instantly gloomy to the extreme, and his entire body was filled with a murderous aura that couldn't be dispersed. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, I shouldn't have let you down. Ah, amazing, really amazing. You even know that I hid my divine soul and spatial divine object in the Dragon God Mountain. Dong Hanzong laughed fiercely. This is the price you have to pay for underestimating us. From the moment we sent the letter to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon's land, Mu Qing has been spying on your whereabouts with the heavenly eye. So, we all know what you have done in this day and night. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Good. Dong Hanzong nodded and laughed out of anger. After all this time, it turned out that he was the arrogant and self-righteous clown. Swish. Suddenly, he spun in the air and activated the momentary time. With the speed of lightning, he turned around and fled. He actually chose to escape. This made Qin Feiyang quite surprised. Even if the split divine soul was destroyed by the mad scientist in Long Chen, as the head of the 5 peerless geniuses, he shouldn't be so spineless and have no dignity. I have also prepared a big gift for you, don't you want to see it? Qin Feiyang asked. Not interested. Dong Hanzong said without turning his head, his face as calm as water. He had always been very confident in his own strength, but now that he was facing Qin Feiyang, he didn't dare to be careless without full confidence. Whether you are interested or not, it's not up to you. However, before his voice faded, a wild laughter sounded. In the mountain ahead, 2 figures rushed out and crossed the void. What? Dong Hanzong slammed the brakes and looked at one of them in surprise. These 2 people were the white-eyed wolf and Dong Tianqian. The person Dong Hanzong was looking at this moment was Dong Tianqian. Chapter 4265. Dong Tianqian? Dong Hanzong rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he looked at Dong Tianqian again, his expression froze. What the hell was going on? Dong Tianqian was not dead. Not only was he not dead, even his physical body had been reconstructed. Are you disappointed to see that I'm still alive? Dong Tianqian stepped on the air step by step, his face looking incomparably ferocious. What are you talking about? I'm happy that you're alive. Dong Hanzong hurriedly hid the panic and guilt on his face, trying to squeeze out a smile. Is that so? I'm quite happy too. Dong Tianqian nodded and quickly walked to the opposite side of Dong Hanzong. Both of them were smiling. But suddenly, Dong Tianqian waved his hand, and all the ultimate profound meanings were activated, charging towards Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong's face changed as he hurriedly dodged and said angrily, "What are you doing? Aren't you happy to see me alive? But why are you still guarding against me?" Dong Tianqian sneered. "What the hell is going on with you? Why are you with Qin Feiyang and Golden Winged Wolf King? Could it be that you are being controlled by them?" Dong Hanzong's face was full of concern. "Put away your hypocritical face, I feel disgusted just by looking at it." Dong Tianqian roared and activated the god-killing domain. The invincible runes bloomed with a dazzling divine light. "What are you doing? Why can't I understand a single word of what you're saying?" Dong Hanzong said angrily. "You don't understand? I used to think that you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect that under your sanctimonious appearance, you actually hid such a sinister and vicious heart. Looking at your current face, I feel disgusted." Dong Tianqian's face was filled with disgust. In fact, he knew that he himself was not a good person, but compared to Dong Hanzong's hypocrisy, he felt that he was 100 times better. At the very least, he would not harm his companions behind their backs. Dong Hanzong became more and more flustered and hurriedly said, "There must be some misunderstanding here, don't be instigated by them." "Dong Hanzong, you still have the face to say that." Suddenly, another angry roar sounded. In the sky, a space-time tunnel appeared. Madman Long Chen, Dong Ping, and Dong Xian walked out of the space-time tunnel one after another. The one who roared was Dong Ping. "Dong Ping, Dong Xian." Dong Tianqian was overjoyed. "Brother." When Dong Ping saw Dong Tianqian, he was also overjoyed. He quickly pointed at Dong Hanzong and roared, "This bastard, I already know." Dong Tianqian waved his hand. "You know?" Dong Ping was taken aback. How did Big Brother know about Dong Hanzong's despicable deeds? "Yes. It was also me who asked Qin Feiyang and the others to save you." Dong Tianqian nodded. "You asked them to do that?" Dong Ping and Dong Xian looked at each other. "Why does it feel a little messy?" Long Chen landed beside Qin Feiyang and said with a faint smile, "My mission is complete." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled and sent Long Chen to the Black Tortoise world. At the same time, he found the Mermaid Princess and pointed at Dong Ping and Dong Xian. "Help them reconstruct their bodies." "Okay." The Mermaid Princess didn't ask anything and nodded obediently. The Eye of Life opened. Endless life power poured towards Dong Ping and Ye Tian like tidewater. Their bodies immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dong Hanzong looked around and finally looked at Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged toward the Mermaid Princess. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and stood in front of the Mermaid Princess and slapped out. Boom! The fist and the palm met. The wind howled and the void collapsed. Both of them took a step back. Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold as he stared at Dong Hanzong and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Haha." Dong Hanzong was silent for a while and suddenly laughed. The Eye of Life was really heaven-defying. Dong Ping and Dong Xian's bodies were reconstructed one after another, and their mental states returned to their peak. Brother? Dong Ping immediately rushed to Dong Tianxin's side. Dong Xian also landed beside Dong Tianxin and turned to stare at Dong Hanzong, who was laughing like a madman. Her eyes flashed with killing intent. Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Hanzong indifferently and returned to the mermaid princess's side. He smiled and said, "See, this is the true face of the head of the 5 unparalleled prodigies." Pitiful. The mermaid princess shook her head. His strength and talent were both top grade, but his character was really bad. Qin Feiyang said, "The scene might be a little bloody later. You should return to the Black Tortoise realm first." The mermaid princess rolled her eyes at him as if she had never seen the world. "Ha!" Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and then waved his hand. The mermaid princess disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, he looked at the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf. The two of them understood and retreated together with Qin Feiyang, leaving the battlefield to Dong Hanzong and Dong Tianxin. Because at this moment, Dong Tianxin and the other two would definitely fight to the death with Dong Hanzong. Ha! Dong Hanzong laughed non-stop. His long hair was a little messy, giving people a feeling that he was possessed. Dong Xian sneered and said, "Dong Hanzong, you didn't expect that Dong Ping and I would be able to escape your control so quickly." "I really didn't expect it. However, I didn't lose to you and I didn't lose to you, Qin Feiyang. I lost to the all-seeing eye." Dong Hanzong stared at Qin Feiyang and roared. A wave of hostility erupted. Because now, facing Qin Feiyang and the other two, it was impossible for him to escape. Moreover, Dong Ping and Dong Xian's bodies had been reconstructed and their combat strength had returned to their peak state. He could only fight with all his might. "Don't talk nonsense. How have you treated us these days? Now I will make you pay back double." Dong Ping took a step forward and activated the Undying Domain. Dong Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent and also activated the God Seal Domain. "Come on. Let me see how capable you are." Dong Tianxin also immediately activated his invincible mode, his body surging with murderous intent. "Just the 3 of you? Apart from your family background, you are nothing." Dong Hanzong glanced at the 3 with disdain. "Then today I will let you see the strength of ants like us." Dong Tianxin roared. Boom. The power of laws emerged one after another. The 3's ultimate profundities were all activated in an instant. One must know. Dong Tianxin and the other 2 had mastered 7 ultimate profundities of the ultimate profundities of the 7 ultimate profundities, which added up to a total of 21 profundities. As the will of heaven erupted, the void began to collapse. Qin Feiyang glanced around. With a thought, 3,000 clones appeared. "Seal off the surroundings. Don't let the fluctuations of their battle affect the innocent people," he secretly instructed. The 3,000 clones immediately spread out and stood in the void in the distance. The 6 ultimate profundities and the life and death laws rolled out, condensing into a huge boundary that shrouded heaven and earth. This place immediately became an isolated battlefield. See, now that there are 3,000 clones surrounding the battlefield, you can forget about escaping. Dong Tianxin sneered. "Haha, this is ridiculous. The 3 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty actually have to rely on the enemy." Dong Hanzong sneered. "Trying to provoke me? You are too naive. Now we only have one enemy and that is you. Kill." As Dong Tianxin roared, 21 ultimate profundities of the ultimate profundities of the ultimate profundities madly attacked Dong Hanzong. "Haha, don't you know my means? Your ultimate profundities will only become my weapon to kill you." Dong Hanzong laughed wildly. Ancient runes appeared in the domain he was in. These runes were intertwined with the power of the stars, emitting a bright light. "Invert the universe." He said each word clearly and forcefully. As his voice fell, a shocking scene appeared. The 21 ultimate profundities were about to reach him, but at this moment, a dazzling starlight erupted in Dong Hanzong's domain. The starlight surged and covered the sky, drowning the 21 ultimate profundities. In the next moment, the 21 ultimate profundities turned in the air and were controlled by Dong Hanzong to attack Dong Tianxin and the other 2. This is the power of his domain? Qin Feiyang and the other 2's pupils shrank. Invert the universe, turning other people's ultimate profundities into his own means of killing the enemy. The stronger the enemy's means, the stronger Dong Hanzong would be. This ability was indeed heaven-defying. It was no wonder that Boss Ji and the other elders would suffer in his hands. However, Dong Hanzong, Dong Tianqian, Dong Ping and Dong Xan were all unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty, and they already knew each other's strengths. Therefore Dong Tianqian and the other two were very clear about Dong Hanzong's strength. Seeing the 21 ultimate profundities attack, the three of them were not nervous at all. Haha, come at me more fiercely. Dong Ping laughed and charged towards the 21 ultimate profundities. Accompanied by a loud bang, the undying domain shattered, but the undying runes inside all merged into Dong Ping's body in an instant. Dong Ping, who had merged with the undying runes, was considered to have a true undying body. The 21 ultimate profundities attacked, and Dong Ping's physical body was shattered, but in the next moment he was full of vigor and vitality, and his combat strength instantly soared by a level. Come. I've already tried between the undying domain and the universe domain, which is stronger. Dong Ping laughed sinisterly, as if he had transformed into a demon god, madly pouncing towards Dong Hanzong. Good. I'll fulfill your wish. Dong Hanzong laughed sinisterly and various laws surged out. Still. However, at this moment, Dong Xan raised her hand and pointed in the air, and an invisible force surged out and rushed towards Dong Hanzong. This was the power of her sealed god domain. Sealed divine power, and the power of laws. Immediately, Dong Hanzong lost all his power as if he had become a cripple. Dong Ping took a step forward and punched Dong Hanzong's domain. With a loud bang, Dong Hanzong, together with the domain, was sent flying. Although the universe domain was not broken, Dong Ping's powerful force shook him to the point of vomiting blood. I see. Qin Feiyang muttered. The 5 domains were actually the same as the 10 strongest fighting souls. Although there was a ranking, it was actually similar, but each had their own strengths. Chapter 4266. God Sealing Domain, Sealing Power, Law, Divine Power. God Murdering Domain with an hour of absolute invincibility. The Undying Domain granted him an undying body for an hour. Universe Domain with the ultimate ability to control others. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one would find that these domains complemented each other and countered each other. For example, Dong Hanzong and Dong Ping. Dong Hanzong could control Dong Ping's ultimate ability, while Dong Ping could rely on Dong Hanzong's ultimate ability to increase his own combat strength for a short period of time. For example, Dong Xian and Dong Tianqian. Dong Xian could seal Dong Tianqian's power, divine power and law. But Dong Tianqian relied on his absolute immortality, and Dong Xian couldn't do anything to him. In short, facing the enemy, the 5 domains combined were absolutely invincible. But if there was an internal battle, both sides would suffer. Of course, it was obviously impossible for both sides to suffer now, because Dong Tianqian, Dong Ping and Dong Xan were teaming up to kill Dong Hanzong. 3 against 1, and all of them had domains. The outcome was naturally set. Universe domain is so great? Do you really think that you are the leader of the 5 unparalleled geniuses? If it weren't for your brains and strategy, we would have been impolite to you. What the hell? Do you think that by activating your domain, you can be on equal footing with us direct descendants? You, after all, are just a collateral descendant. Your fate has been determined from the moment you were born. No matter how hard you work in this life, you will never be able to turn it around. Dong Ping laughed. Relying on his immortality, he was like a demon god, crazily attacking Dong Hanzong. These words undoubtedly tore open the scar in Dong Hanzong's heart. In this life, what he hated the most was others talking about his identity. It was also because of this identity that he had always been humiliated and trampled on. He worked hard to cultivate in order to get rid of this shame and become a top figure in the Central Dynasty. But even now these people still looked down on him. On what basis? It was just that his birth was better than his. What else could compare to him? All of you will die. Don't even think about escaping. Boom. A monstrous murderous aura erupted. In an instant, Dong Hanzong's long hair seemed to be dyed red with blood, and his body surged with blood, like a god from hell. The heavens are heartless, I will defy the heavens. If the gods are unfair, I will kill the gods. I want to overturn the universe. I want to become the only god in this world and control the fate of all living beings in this world. Universe domain, display your invincible might and make these ants tremble beneath your feet. With a roar from Dong Hanzong, the star runes within his domain instantly erupted with boundless divine light. It was as if a vast galaxy had appeared within his Qinghuan domain. Those runes were like dazzling stars. The next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Within his universe domain, blood-red runes appeared out of thin air. This is Dong Ping's eyes flickered. This was an immortal rune. How could this be? The undying rune could only be grasped by someone like him who had opened the undying domain. Why would it appear in the universe domain? But it wasn't over yet. Following closely, golden runes appeared one after another. This, Dong Tianqian was also dumbfounded. This was the invincible rune. That was right. It was exactly the same as the invincible runes in his god-slaying domain. But it wasn't over yet. Boom. Accompanied by the emergence of a monstrous divine might, white runes appeared within the universe domain. How is this possible? Dong Xian was also dumbfounded. Because this white rune was her sealing rune. What is going on? Qin Feiyang, Madman and White-Eyed Wolf were all dumbfounded. Undying rune, invincible rune, sealing rune. Why did they all appear on Dong Hanzong's body? Could it be, this was the true face of the universe domain? The ability to control others' ultimate profound was only the tip of the iceberg of the universe domain? You must be very surprised. After being together for so many years, you still don't know that I have such means? Let me tell you, this is the true universe domain. Dong Hanzong looked up to the sky and laughed. His blood-red hair fluttered behind his back. Star runes, undying runes, invincible runes and sealing runes revolved around him, shining brightly. From afar it was as if a god had descended. This is the true universe domain. Dong Tianqian and the other two were dumbfounded. After knowing each other for so many years, they actually didn't know that this person had such a terrifying means hidden. Actually, all these years I have been enduring. Because I know that if I reveal the true face of the universe domain, it will definitely make you guys afraid and join hands to trap me. Even to the extent of using the family forces behind you. I'm not afraid of you guys, but I dare not be afraid of the family forces behind you. That's why I've been carefully protecting myself all this time. I've even tried to curry favor with you all in order to buy more time for me to become stronger. But I never thought that I would fall into Qin Feiyang's trap. Since I have already come to this step, there is no need to hide. Today either you die or I die. Dong Hanzong smiled sinisterly, raised his hand and pointed in the air, shouting, "Seal!" A formless energy instantly enveloped the three of them. Damn it! Why is this happening? Dong Xian roared. He could actually use her means? Immediately. She also waved her hand and the sealing force rolled out. The two sealing forces collided with each other, shattering heaven and earth. Not bad, not bad. However, you guys are still frogs at the bottom of the well. Do you think that the universe domain is called the head of the 5 domains just because I am bragging? The true meaning of the universe domain is that I can evolve all of your domains. If you still can't understand, then I'll explain it more clearly. I alone control 5 domains. Dong Hanzong looked at the three of them with contempt. One person controls 5 domains? When Dong Tianqian and the other two heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue rumbling in their minds. Qin Feiyang, Madman and White-Eyed Wolf's eyes also became heavy. If this matter was true, it meant that Dong Hanzong alone had 5 domains. 5 domains, each domain had a heaven-defying power. With 5 domains gathered on one person, how heaven-defying was that? Next, you guys slowly taste the terror of the universe domain. Dong Hanzong smiled sinisterly. The invincible posture, the immortal body, and the sealing force were all activated. With a monstrous aura, he charged towards the three of them. What kind of joke is this? A single person wielding 5 domains? I don't believe it. Dong Tianqian roared. Dong Xian and Dong Ping also had a look of disbelief. The runes in the domain had all merged into their bodies. At this moment, they no longer had any reservations and all displayed the strongest form of each domain. The so-called strongest form was the fusion of the runes with the body. In this way, even if the domain was accidentally shattered by the opponent in the battle, the ability of the domain would not disappear. In other words, now, they themselves were the domain. Boom. The 4 of them fought together, constantly colliding. Destructive waves surged in all directions. Dong Hanzong had also activated his strongest state. The immortal runes, invincible runes, sealing runes and star runes were all integrated into his body. Boom. Dong Tianqian and the other two joined forces and blasted his body. His body was shattered. But in the next moment, his broken body was reconstructed. Just like Dong Ping, his combat strength directly soared to a new level. It's really an immortal body. Dong Ping's eyes trembled. Haha. Dong Hanzong laughed and threw a punch at Dong Xian. Dong Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. But at the same time, Dong Tianqian seized the opportunity and activated his ultimate profound meaning, crazily attacking Dong Hanzong. However, these ultimate profound meanings that were enough to destroy a piece of heaven and earth blasted on Dong Hanzong's body without causing any damage. Invincible state. Dong Tianqian was stunned. What's wrong? Are you feeling desperate? Dong Hanzong looked at the three of them, and his arrogant laughter echoed throughout the battlefield. Damn. 5 domains in one body. Fortunately, Dong Tianqian and the others helped us scout the way. Otherwise, we would be the ones at a disadvantage. White-eyed Wolf said with lingering fear. Frenzy nodded. Who would have thought that Dong Hanzong's strength was so strong? If it were them now, they would definitely suffer a great loss if they were caught off guard. In just a short while, the 4 of them had already exchanged hundreds of rounds. Dong Tianqian and the other 2 were dripping with blood and looked extremely miserable. Dong Xian began to shrink back. However, Dong Ping relied on his undying body while Dong Tianqian relied on his invincible state and the anger in his heart. The more they fought, the braver they became. Looking at the situation, it seems that it won't be easy for Dong Hanzong to defeat them? Qin Feiyang whispered. He was still a little worried at first, but now it seemed that it wasn't a one-sided situation, putting aside Dong Xian, because her domain ability was different. However, Dong Ping and Dong Tianqian, one had an invincible body while the other had an undying body. If Dong Hanzong wanted to defeat the 2 of them, he first had to break their invincible body and undying body. However, with Dong Hanzong's strength, he shouldn't be able to break the limit of the invincible body and undying body. No. Dong Hanzong was such a shrewd person, it was impossible for him to not think of this point. However, at this time, Dong Hanzong's face was full of confidence. This meant that he must have other means hidden. Let me see how far your strength has reached. Qin Feiyang murmured. This person would probably become their greatest enemy in the future. Chapter 4267. The collision of the ultimates, the battle between divine power and strength, set off an apocalyptic wave on the battlefield. Fortunately, there were 3,000 clones to seal off this place, otherwise, it would be a scene of misery and suffering. After all, once experts of this level fought, it would easily destroy the world. However, even with the 3,000 clones, the commotion here had already alarmed many creatures. At this moment, there were many people gathered in the distance, silently watching the battle. Rumble. The battle between the 4 had already reached its climax. Dong Hanzong was fighting 1 against 3 and was not at a disadvantage at all. The ability of each major domain was displayed vividly and freely. I thought that since you have mastered 5 major domains, you could seriously injure us in one fell swoop and make us lose our combat strength. It turns out that this is all there is to it. I am immortal. Unless you have 3,000 clones. At this time, Dong Ping was like a violent beast. As the number of injuries increased, his current combat strength had long surpassed his own limit. It was no exaggeration to say that. Now the power of his fist could crush the ultimates. That's right. Unless he has 3,000 clones, it is impossible to break the limit of the immortal body, let alone break the limit of my invincible state. Dong Tianqian smiled sinisterly. Although their domains could only last for an hour, Dong Hanzong's domain could also only last for an hour. Right now, Dong Hanzong had 5 major domains and indeed could not do anything to him. However, once the domain's time was up, the 3 of them would definitely win. Because once the time was up, the 4 of them would not have a domain and they would compete with their ultimates. Dong Hanzong had mastered 7 ultimates and was naturally no match for Dong Tianqian and the other 2's 21 ultimates. Yes. As long as we can drag this out for an hour, then he will be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. We can trample on him however we want. Dong Xian nodded. Anyway, now was not the time to fight with Dong Hanzong. Trample on me? Hearing the 3's words, Dong Hanzong could not help but laugh. This laughter was full of sarcasm. What are you laughing at? The 3's eyes darkened. I'm laughing at you for being frogs at the bottom of a well. The universe domain can not only evolve your domain, but it can also suppress your domain. Dong Hanzong laughed. What? Suppress our domain? The 3 of them were bewildered. If I say to make your domains disappear, your domains will disappear. Dong Hanzong's domineering aura was unparalleled. He raised his head and pointed at the sky and suddenly roared, "Shatter for me." Immediately, streaks of invisible energy surged toward the 3 of them like a tidal wave. This power was magnificent and majestic. There was the undying divine power, the power of invincibility, the power of sealing, and the power of the stars. The power of the 5 domains intertwined, emitting a monstrous pressure that enveloped the three of them. Immediately, a horrifying scene appeared. Following the pressure, runes began to appear on Dong Tianxin, Dong Ping and Dong Xian's bodies. These runes were their immortal runes, invincible runes and sealing runes. However, those three symbols had already fused with their bodies. Yet, at that moment they were no longer under their control, and were leaving their bodies one after another. What's going on? Dong Tianxin and the other two immediately panicked. I am the Lord of the Five Realms. They dare to be impudent in front of me? Shatter. Dong Hanzong waved his hand. His domineering aura was like that of a ruler. As his voice fell, Dong Tianxin and the other two's runes were shattered. This time, the three of them were completely dumbfounded. How could their runes be shattered so easily? They felt that these runes did not belong to them. Terrifying. I didn't expect Dong Hanzong to be able to suppress Dong Tianxin and the other two's domains so much. Qin Feiyang, the frenzied one, and the white-eyed wolf were also extremely shocked. Sure enough, he still had some amazing tricks up his sleeve. The shattering of the runes meant that the outcome was already decided. This was because Dong Tianxin and the other two could only activate their domains once a day. Once the runes were shattered, their domains would also dissipate. Naturally, they would not be able to activate them again. I don't believe it. This must be an illusion. Dong Tianxin and the other two roared in anger. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Boom. Streaks of ultimates appeared one after another. A total of 21. The will of heaven erupted. As the three waved their hands, 21 streaks of ultimates instantly shattered in all directions and charged toward Dong Hanzong. Do you guys know how weak you are now? Dong Hanzong said contemptuously. They did not dodge. 21 streaks of ultimates bombarded, but when the dust dissipated, Dong Hanzong's body was not injured at all. Invincible posture. The three's domains had dissipated, but his domain was still there. Why is this happening? Dong Tianxin and the other two were dumbfounded. Even if Dong Hanzong could evolve their domains, it was impossible for him to interfere with their domains. Despair. Tremble. Ha, seal. Dong Hanzong laughed loudly. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, making swishing sounds. It was as if a demon god had descended, causing one to tremble. As he waved his hand, the power of the sealed god domain was born and drowned Dong Tianxin and the other two. The three of them immediately felt that whether it was their power, divine power, or law force, all of them were sealed. The domain disappeared and their power, divine power, and law force were also sealed. Wasn't this equivalent to being trapped in a cage, ready to be slaughtered? In an instant, the three of them were in extreme despair. What the hell is going on? Aren't they the five peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty? Why are they killing each other? Qin Feiyang, Lunatic, and Golden-Winged Wolf King have become spectators. The surrounding creatures looked at this scene and could not help but reveal a puzzled look. Logically speaking, Dong Hanzong and the other three should have joined forces to deal with Qin Feiyang and the other two. But now, Qin Feiyang and the other two were standing to the side. However, the four of them all had expressions of complete indifference to them, and continued to kill one another. It was too strange. Dong Hanzong looked at the three of them with contempt and laughed proudly. You few pieces of trash, now tell me, other than your family background, what else is worthy of being proud of? The three of them clenched their fists. You can't figure it out, right? Dong Hanzong sneered and the 7 ultimate mysteries instantly appeared, carrying a monstrous murderous aura as they attacked the three of them. The divine power, and law force of the three of them had been sealed, and they had no power to fight back at all. In the nick of time, a white figure stood in front of them. Qin Feiyang. The three of them were refreshed. It was as if they had seen a life-saving straw. The outcome has been decided, you can leave now. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly as the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death appeared, and the dual will of the heavens erupted. With just the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, he crushed Dong Hanzong's 7 ultimate mysteries as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashed into Dong Hanzong's body with a loud bang. However, even the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death could not cause the slightest injury to Dong Hanzong. This was the state of being invincible. Absolutely invincible. Dong Tianxin and the other two looked at each other and decisively retreated. Qin Feiyang actually saved them? And Dong Tianxin and the other two seemed to listen to him? What the hell is going on? All of the surrounding living beings were filled with confusion. On the battlefield, Dong Hanzong looked at Qin Feiyang and suddenly reached out to pat his clothes with a contemptuous expression. What he meant was that the ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, the dual will of the heavens, were not that great. It could not even blow away the dust on his body. Seeing how powerful your Qiankuan domain is, my hands are itching. Let me have a taste of it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. As you wish. Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he raised his hand and the sealing power surged toward Qin Feiyang. Dodge! Dong Xian shouted. As the controller of the sealed god domain, she knew how terrifying the sealing power was. As long as one was submerged by the sealing power, even if one had heaven-defying means, they would not be able to use it. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. As the sealing power surged, he also felt that his strength, divine power, and law power were sealed in an instant. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to break through the sealing power. You actually dare to resist the power of the domain. You are really arrogant. Dong Hanzong sneered. Boom. The 7 ultimate mysteries appeared out of nowhere and mercilessly attacked Qin Feiyang. It is indeed very strong. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and took a step forward, calmly avoiding the 7 ultimate mysteries. Although he could not activate the moment of time with his current cultivation, his speed was not too slow. As long as he could maintain his calm, it was not difficult to avoid the 7 ultimate mysteries. Damn. He's too calm. His strength, divine power, and law power are sealed, but he is not nervous at all. Dong Tianxin and the other 2 were dumbfounded. If it were anyone else, they would have panicked long ago. Once a person panicked, they would lose their sense of propriety and naturally, it would be difficult to avoid the attack of the 7 ultimate mysteries. They were ashamed of their inferiority to such a calm state of mind. However, Qin Feiyang's demeanor fell into Dong Hanzong's eyes and he could not help but be furious. Because this demeanor felt like he was looking down on him. Swish. He activated the moment of time and took a step forward, slapping Qin Feiyang with his palm. Dong Hanzong's speed after activating instant time was naturally several times faster than Qin Feiyang's current speed. Qin Feiyang didn't dodge and suffered a palm strike on his chest. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Now I will let you see the gap between us. Dong Hanzong grinned. He activated the moment of time to the limit and it was almost impossible to see his trace as he crazily attacked Qin Feiyang. Even if it is Qin Feiyang facing this person, he can only be beaten up. The peerless genius of the Central Dynasty is indeed powerful. Everyone murmured and looked at Dong Hanzong with fear in their eyes. Because Qin Feiyang's strength was obvious to all. If even Qin Feiyang could not defeat him, then there was almost no one in the Divine Kingdom who could compete with Dong Hanzong. Chapter 4268. Come on. Aren't you very strong? Aren't you the #1 person in the Sky Cloud realm? Why are you only getting beaten up? Aren't you losing face for the Sky Cloud realm? Dong Hanzong went crazy. In less than a moment, Qin Feiyang's body was dripping with blood. Son of a bitch, you're too arrogant. The white-eyed wolf was furious. Don't move. Old Qin will have a way. Madman secretly said. When the white-eyed wolf heard this, he suppressed his anger and roared, Little Qin Zi, make him shut up. Make me shut up? Then you ask him first, do you have the ability to break the seal? Dong Hanzong sneered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he took a step back. Wanna leave? Dong Hanzong immediately activated moment of time, but in the blink of an eye he was behind Qin Feiyang and slapped his palm at Qin Feiyang's back. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Qin Feiyang's whole body suddenly smashed into the ground below like a meteorite. Billowing dust and smoke shrouded all directions, and his back was badly mutilated with blood gushing out. Now I'll send you to hell. Dong Hanzong smiled sinisterly. Boom. The 7 ultimate mysteries instantly appeared, carrying the power to destroy the world, shattering the void and the earth as it blasted forward. Then I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in the dust. The next moment, accompanied by a dragon's roar, a purple-gold dragon soul appeared out of thin air. Eye of Heaven open. Around Qin Feiyang the outline of a domain gradually emerged, but the speed was very slow. It was similar to copying the ultimate mysteries. Qin Feiyang frowned and a time array appeared under his feet. This was the advantage of mastering the law of time, being able to set up a time array at any time. As soon as the time array appeared, the law of time in the place where Qin Feiyang was located suddenly became different. Almost in the next moment, the domain around his body completely solidified. It was the sealed god domain. Numerous sealing runes flashed with dazzling divine light. What? The Eye of Heaven can actually replicate the god seal domain. Dong Xian was stunned. Dong Hanzong's eyes trembled. It could even replicate the god seal domain. The Eye of Heaven was indeed worthy of being one of the 10 strongest battle souls. Seal. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and pointed a finger at the sky. A formless sealing force surged toward Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong's god force, physical strength, and law energy were sealed on the spot. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, dodging the 7 ultimate profoundness and arriving in front of Dong Hanzong in a single step, punching out. Both of them had their power, god power, and magical laws sealed. Therefore their strength was relatively low. Rumble. Bang. Bang. A hand-to-hand battle began. Even though their strength had been sealed, their fists were still as hard as steel, and ear-piercing metallic sounds could be heard when they collided. So what if you can replicate the apotheosis domain? I still have the undying domain and the invincible domain. I am invincible. Relying on the undying domain and the invincible domain, Dong Hanzong risked his life against Qin Feiyang at all costs. It could be said that he had sacrificed 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. Is that so? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's right. Dong Hanzong grinned. But before his voice died away, the smile on his face froze. A time array appeared under Qin Feiyang's feet again, and 2 domains appeared around him. It was the God-slaying domain and the undying domain. It can replicate both? Dong Tianxin and Dong Ping's expressions froze. The Eye of Heaven was simply a scoundrel. No matter how strong one's technique was, it could replicate it. Most importantly, generally speaking, replicas were definitely inferior to the original. However, the replicas produced by the Eye of Heaven were not inferior to the original at all. What's the point of doing this? Seeing all of his techniques being copied by Qin Feiyang, Dong Hanzong roared in anger out of humiliation. This is my technique. It's also my ability. If you have the ability, why don't you replicate it for me to see? Qin Feiyang smiled playfully and landed in front of Dong Hanzong with a big stride, punching towards Dong Hanzong's lower abdomen. But it was useless. The invincible stance and the undying body were simply unbreakable. But now, Dong Hanzong was unable to hurt Qin Feiyang. Because Qin Feiyang had also activated the undying body and the invincible stance. Moreover, because of the sealing power, no matter how strong their combat strength became, they were unable to unleash it. The battle was in a stalemate. Neither of them could do anything to each other. However, in contrast, Dong Hanzong was even more anxious. Because the domain had a time limit. When the time was up, his Jianghu domain would collapse, which was equivalent to losing his strongest trump card. But Qin Feiyang was different. The domain was just something that he had replicated. Losing it would not cause him any loss. At that time, the ultimate profound of the law of life and death, the dual will of the heavenly Tao, Dong Hanzong did not have a domain, so he could not block it at all. Therefore, Qin Feiyang was not afraid of dragging it out. Time passed bit by bit. Seeing that half an hour had passed, Dong Hanzong said in a deep voice, "Close the sealed God domain and fight fair and square." Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. Fighting like this was indeed a bit stifling. Because he clearly had a set of heaven-defying methods, but he was unable to unleash them. It felt as if his hands were tied. The 2 of them retracted the sealing power at the same time. Boom. In the next moment, the terrifying power of law roared out. Now is the time, inverse the universe. Dong Hanzong laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang's 7 ultimate mysteries immediately turned in the air and charged towards Qin Feiyang. So that's your plan. Qin Feiyang nodded his head in realization. This inverse the universe was indeed very powerful. It could almost be said to be an invincible existence. Because you had no way to break it. Just like Boss G and the others, they were all very strong. But so what if they were strong? Facing inverse the universe, all of your profound laws would be controlled by the other party. Even when facing Dong Hanzong, you wouldn't dare to activate your profound laws. Without the Eye of Heaven, Qin Feiyang wouldn't be able to do anything. However, in this world there were no ifs. When the time array was activated, the Eye of Heaven once again showed its power and instantly replicated the universe domain. Inverse the universe. As Qin Feiyang spoke, the ultimate mysteries that were charging towards Dong Hanzong immediately turned in the air and charged towards him. Even my universe domain can be replicated? Dong Hanzong's expression froze. What the hell is this? Everything can be replicated, how can one fight? This is too shameless. With this Eye of Heaven, no matter who he is facing, Qin Feiyang will definitely be in an invincible position. I have never seen such a shameless way of fighting. Dong Ping muttered. Yeah. You still want to kill him. We are simply looking for a beating. Dong Xian's heart was bitter. Last time she fought with the white-eyed wolf. Dong Ping also fought with lunatic. Although Dong Tianxin had fought with Qin Feiyang before, it was only an avatar. So, for the three of them, this was the first time they saw Qin Feiyang personally take action. This was also the first time, but it was already an eye-opener for them. It turned out that this was Qin Feiyang's strength. It was indeed heaven-defying. Did you see that? So what if he is an unparalleled genius of the Central Dynasty? He is still suppressed by Qin Feiyang. In the west, on a mountain peak, the monarch said with a proud smile. Next to him, the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. Cough, cough. Father. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Heavenly Lord Ji was also there, and he said somewhat awkwardly. He felt that his father now was like a parent who compared children with others. With such an outstanding descendant, why keep a low profile? Don't you feel gratified? The king glared at him. Gratified, gratified. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded repeatedly with a helpless expression. Don't flatter yourself. What does it have to do with you? The divine king looked at him with disdain. Just be envious. Of course, you can only be envious now. The king didn't take the divine king's mockery to heart at all, and his face was full of pride. The divine king's face darkened. To be honest, he was a little envious. But there was no need to be so smug, right? Divine king, please understand him. After all, there is nothing else in his life that can make him proud. The sovereign of the human race laughed. That's true. The divine king nodded. Sovereign, what do you mean by that? How many things can make me proud in my life? Heavenly Lord and Tianyue, which one of them doesn't make me proud? The king said angrily. Father, what are you talking about? My achievements are not worth mentioning at all. Hearing his father praising him in front of the divine king and the sovereign of the human race, Heavenly Lord Ji was still a little uncomfortable. I'm telling the truth. The king smiled proudly. Yes, the siblings are indeed outstanding. But what about that grandson of yours? Compared to your grandson Qin Badian, he seems a little... The divine king looked at the king with ridicule in his eyes. The king's expression stiffened as he glared at Heavenly Lord Ji and snorted coldly. I can only say that someone didn't teach his son well. Hearing this, Heavenly Lord Ji felt very wronged. Who did I offend? Why did I scold him for no reason? Didn't you teach your son well? Why don't you say gene mutation? Besides, compared to his peers, his son was not bad, but compared to people like Qin Feiyang, he was much worse. But the key point was, in this world, how many people could be compared to people like Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, Golden Wing Wolf King, and Dong Hanzong? On the battlefield, the battle became more and more intense. Terrifying fluctuations swept out in all directions like raging waves in the ocean. This time, Qin Feiyang was in the most difficult battle. Although his 7 ultimate intents were stronger than Dong Hanzong's 7 ultimate intents, he couldn't do anything to Dong Hanzong because of the stellar transposition, immortal body, and invincible state. Could it be that he could only defeat Dong Hanzong by dragging on for an hour? All of you back off. All of a sudden, he looked at Frenzy and the others and roared. 3,000 clones charged over and various ultimate intents appeared. In the blink of an eye, the sky above was filled with ultimate intents, densely packed and mighty. It's useless. Reverse the universe. Dong Hanzong sneered. A total of 21,000 ultimate intents were all controlled by Dong Hanzong in an instant and charged toward Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 clones. He can control so many ultimate intents. Is there no limit to the universe domain? Qin Feiyang couldn't calm down. It seemed that he could only drag on for an hour to end this battle. Chapter 4269. Dong Tianxin looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Hurry up and activate Inverse the Universe. If this drags on, let's see who's the one who's anxious." Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Tianxin. At the moment, he really couldn't find a way to break Inverse the Universe. He could only drag on. As Inverse the Universe was activated, the 21,000 ultimate meanings that were charging at Dong Hanzong immediately spun in the air and charged at him again. Don't even think about it. Dong Hanzong roared and activated Inverse the Universe again, fighting with Qin Feiyang for the control of the 21,000 ultimates. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes and stared at Dong Hanzong. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to break Inverse the Universe. But he was different. He had 3,000 incarnations. All 3,000 incarnations could activate the Eye of Heaven and copy Dong Hanzong's domains. For example, now, if the 3,000 incarnations joined forces with him to fight for the control of the 21,000 ultimates, they would definitely win. This was because this was the suppression of numbers. There's no need to wait. Qin Feiyang smirked and turned to look at the 3,000 incarnations. You all understand what I mean, right? Yes. The 3,000 incarnations nodded. What's going on? Looking at this scene, Dong Tianqin, Dong Ping and Dong Xang couldn't help but feel confused. Roar. The next moment, accompanied by a series of deafening dragon roars, a purple gold dragon soul appeared above the heads of the 3,000 clones. The Eye of Heaven was activated at the same time. What? These incarnations can activate the Eye of Heaven? Dong Tianqin and the other three were stunned. This was beyond their imagination. Qin Feiyang was already so powerful when he activated the Eye of Heaven. Now that the 3,000 incarnations had activated the Eye of Heaven as well, how powerful would that be? As the Eye of Heaven moved, the 3,000 incarnations formed their Qiankuan domains. What kind of joke is this? Are these 3,000 incarnations humans or ghosts? Dong Hanzong was in disbelief. Now watch how I break your Qiankuan domain. Qin Feiyang stared at Dong Hanzong and smiled coldly. Inverse universe. The 3,000 clones immediately roared, and invisible forces surged out and surged toward the 21,000 ultimate meanings. This was a battle of wills. Whoever had the strongest will would be able to seize the right to control all 21,000 ultimate profound meanings. However, Dong Hanzong was facing Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 incarnations alone. Was there any suspense? One had to know. Each of the 3,000 incarnations was Qin Feiyang's true body. In other words, now Dong Hanzong had to face 3,001 Qin Feiyang by himself. In just an instant, Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 incarnations seized control of 21,000 ultimate intents. Then they controlled these ultimate intents and attacked Dong Hanzong crazily. No, I will not lose to you. Dong Hanzong roared, gritting his teeth. Boom. Then the 21,000 ultimate intents arrived. The Undying Rune and the God-Sealing Rune that had fused with Dong Hanzong collapsed on the spot. In other words, the 21,000 ultimate intents had already broken the limits of the Undying Rune and the God-Sealing Rune. Of course, this was not beyond Qin Feiyang's expectations. This was because the 21,000 ultimate intents were originally his. Not only did he have 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of life and death, but he also had 2 wills of heaven path. One could imagine how powerful he was. He is so powerful. If it was him in Qingtian City, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Dong Xan murmured. Yes. Dong Ping nodded. This person's strength had already exceeded their imagination. No matter how strong he is, he can't break the invincible stance. Because the invincible stance is absolutely invincible. Dong Tianqin clenched his fists tightly. Although Qin Feiyang's opponent was Dong Hanzong, he was more nervous than Dong Hanzong at this moment. Because, if Dong Hanzong couldn't block this wave, it proved that there was a limit to the invincible stance. At the same time, it also meant that he wasn't Qin Feiyang's opponent. Dong Ping was stunned for a moment before he slapped his head and said, yes, when you fought with Lu Yuntian previously, Lu Yuntian also mastered the law of life and death, 6 ultimate intents and 2 ultimate intents, but he still couldn't break the invincible stance. Qin Feiyang definitely can't do it now. Qin Feiyang is different from Lu Yuntian. Because Qin Feiyang has the Eye of Heaven. Didn't Lu Yuntian and Qin Feiyang have a battle before? Because Qin Feiyang has the Eye of Heaven, Lu Yuntian lost miserably to him. Dong Tianqin shook his head. Eye of Heaven. Dong Ping looked at Qin Feiyang again. One Eye of Heaven was enough to reverse the situation. It was really terrifying. Under Dong Tianqin's nervous gaze, Dong Hanzong, who was drowned by the 21,000 ultimate intents, didn't show any injuries. Haha, the invincible stance is indeed invincible. Dong Tianqin couldn't help laughing in his heart. Even Qin Feiyang couldn't break the invincible stance of the God-slaying domain. Dong Hanzong also raised his head and laughed, looking at Qin Feiyang with contempt. Kill me if you can. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The lunatic, the white-eyed wolf, couldn't help but frown. Although the invincible stance of the God-slaying domain couldn't increase one's battle strength like the Undying domain, in terms of defense, it was really heaven-defying. 21,000 ultimate intents, this kind of terrifying destructive power could even destroy a world like the Black Tortoise world. But now, it couldn't even shake Dong Hanzong's invincible body. Qin Feiyang couldn't calm his heart. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Dong Hanzong and said, there's still half an hour before your domain's time is up. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Dong Hanzong's body stiffened, and his laughter stopped abruptly. That's right. Although the invincible stance gave him absolute invincibility, there was a time limit. When the time was up, how could he fight Qin Feiyang? Suddenly, he scanned the surrounding living beings who were watching the battle and suddenly roared, "Monarch, Deity King, where are the supreme beings of the human race? Immediately bring people to help me eliminate this thief." Qin Feiyang frowned. The lunatic, the white-eyed wolf also couldn't help but look around. Although they didn't see the Lord and the others, the battle had been going on for so long. They must have heard the news and rushed over. At the mountain peak, the Lord and the others looked at each other. Heavenly Lord Ji asked, "What should we do?" "Do as you see fit." The Divine King sneered. Heavenly Lord Ji smiled bitterly. The Divine King was obviously not going to make a move. "We cannot make a move. If the commotion is small, we can still say that we didn't know he was fighting Qin Feiyang when the people of the Central Dynasty ask. But now that the commotion is so big, if we still say that we didn't know, it won't make sense." The human supremes frowned. "I also agree with the supremes." Heavenly Lord Ji nodded. Dong Hanzong died in the 4 continents, and the people of the Central Dynasty would definitely come to investigate. If they didn't make a move now, how would they deal with the people of the Central Dynasty? The people of the Central Dynasty weren't fools. Normal excuses wouldn't fool them. The Divine King frowned and said angrily, "This is so troublesome. I really want to declare war on the Central Dynasty now so that I don't have to spend so much effort to cover it up." The Lord and the human supremes looked at each other. They also had the same idea. But Qin Feiyang was right. They didn't have the strength to fight against the Central Dynasty at all, so they had to bear with it. "Then let's do it. It's okay to pretend." The Lord took a deep breath and said to the Divine King. "Okay." The Divine King nodded, his face full of reluctance. Dong Hanzong didn't see the Lord and the others for a long time. He shouted angrily, "You must be here. Come out." Whoosh. Along with the sound of something breaking through the air, the monarch and the other 3 people ran over, their foreheads beaded with sweat. Seeing the 4 of them like this, the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but twitch their lips. The show was too realistic. They were indeed movie stars. Dong Hanzong was overjoyed when he saw the 4 of them. He shouted, "Now is a good chance. Gather the people of the 3 races and encircle them." "Okay." The 4 nodded. "Do you think we'll give them this chance?" The white-eyed wolf looked at Dong Hanzong sarcastically and then pretended to attack the Lord and the others with the mad scientist. "You want to stop the Lord and the others with just the 2 of you? This is simply wishful thinking," Dong Hanzong said in disdain. The mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf were also very strong, but the Lord had 3,000 incarnations, and the Divine King and the human supremes also had the mark of the gods and the sword of faith. These were all incredible means. "What if we join them?" But before he finished, another voice rang out. Dong Hanzong frowned and turned to look at Dong Tianqian. Dong Tianqian smiled coldly and looked at the Lord and the others. He shouted, "I order you all to stand there and don't move." "What?" The 4 of them looked at Dong Tianqian in shock. "That's right. No one is allowed to interfere in this battle. Otherwise don't blame us for being merciless." Dong Ping and Dong Xan also stood out and stared at the Lord and the others with murderous intent. The 4 of them looked at each other. The mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf also stopped and looked at Dong Tianqian and the others with a strange expression. The others were even more speechless. What the hell was going on? Previously, Dong Tianqian and the others joined forces to kill Dong Hanzong. Now, the 3 of them stopped the Lord and the others from helping Dong Hanzong? Wasn't this an internal conflict? "What are you doing? In the past few days, I was indeed in the wrong for the things I did to you all. However, you don't have to only care about your own selfishness. Qin Feiyang and the others must be eliminated. Otherwise, when Lord Emperor investigates this matter, who will bear this responsibility?" Dong Hanzong came back to his senses and glared at Dong Tianqian and the others. "Don't say such pompous words. Today, even if the gods descended, they can't save you. As for the Lord Emperor's investigation, we will bear the responsibility." Dong Tianqian sneered. "You." Dong Hanzong was furious. "Don't blame us for being merciless. You provoked us first." Dong Xian smiled coldly. She then looked at the monarch and the other 3 and said with a murderous aura, "Dong Hanzong is inferior to us in the Central Dynasty. If you don't want to die, then stay here quietly." "Yes." The 4 of them quickly nodded and looked panicked. But in their hearts they were overjoyed. They were still worried about finding an excuse. Chapter 4270. Dong Tianqian and the other 2's forceful interference caused Dong Hanzong to panic. If the king and the rest were willing to help, victory would be in their hands. because the strength of the three races couldn't be underestimated. Especially Boss G and the others, each of them had 3,000 incarnations. The God Race experts also had the God Race's mark. But now, because of Dong Tianqin and the other two's obstruction, the king and the rest couldn't help. Dong Hanzong was fighting alone. He was almost driven crazy by Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven. He thought of all kinds of methods, but he couldn't break the suppression of the Eye of Heaven. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his head, suffocating him. The time until the universe domain disappeared was getting shorter and shorter. Dong Hanzong no longer had the desire to continue fighting. He looked around looking for a way to escape. Trying to escape? Do you think I'll let you do as you wish? Dong Tianqin sneered and took a step forward, blocking the south side of the battlefield. You have nowhere to run. Dong Ping and Dong Xn looked at each other, killing intent flashing in their eyes. They also blocked the west and north sides of the battlefield. The white-eyed wolf and Feng Zi were naturally wary of Dong Hanzong's escape. You? Dong Hanzong stared at Dong Tianqin and the other two, his eyes filled with anger. This is the price for plotting against us. Dong Tianqin sneered, his face detestable. Although he wasn't a good person and his hands were stained with blood, he had never wanted to kill someone as much as he did now. And it was his former comrade. You won't have the chance to escape. Instead of wasting time, why don't you go all out and fight me to the death? As long as you can defeat me, they can't stop you from leaving. Qin Feiyang smiled indifferently. 7 ultimate profound meanings appeared out of nowhere. What? Why are you helping them? Aren't I stronger than these good-for-nothings? Dong Hanzong roared, gritting his teeth. All kinds of ultimate profundities roared as they rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Boom. Qin Feiyang's 7 ultimate profundities contained 1 law of life and death, as well as 2 wills of the heavenly way. However, Dong Tianqin's 7 ultimate profundities were all ultimate laws, and there was only 1 wills of the heavenly way. Was there any suspense? It was a completely one-sided situation. Boom. The kingdom of life and death was incomparably tyrannical, crushing everything in its path as it blasted towards Dong Hanzong. However, the invincible stance was still as powerful as ever. It was impossible to shake Dong Hanzong. Rumble. The two of them continued to collide. Destructive shockwaves from the battle spread out in all directions. Many people had already retreated. This was because the fluctuations of the battle had far exceeded the scope of what they could withstand. The monarch murmured, "Let's not talk about who's stronger and who's weaker. Let's just talk about their methods. Indeed, no one can compare to them." Yes. If it were us, not to mention Qin Feiyang, even Dong Hanzong would be able to kill us. The Divine King nodded. Although Dong Hanzong's character was not good, no one dared to deny his powerful strength. He could be called the #1 person in the Divine Kingdom. Time passed quietly. The remaining half an hour had finally passed. During this period, Dong Hanzong thought of all kinds of ways to escape the battlefield, but he couldn't find an opportunity. The despair in his heart grew even stronger. It was also the first time he had experienced the taste of despair. Because once, he was the one who made others despair. Once the time was up, Dong Hanzong's universe domain immediately disappeared. Haha. Now what else can you use to fight with old Qin? Lunatic couldn't help but laugh. Without the universe domain as a trump card, not to mention Qin Feiyang, even he and the white-eyed wolf could easily get rid of Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong looked at Lunatic and then at the white-eyed wolf and Dong Tianqin. At this moment, there was a trace of a smile on everyone's face. It was as if they were mocking him. This feeling almost made him collapse. Come on. Victory or defeat depends on this. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. To be honest, he was also extremely aggrieved in this battle. He tried all kinds of methods but still couldn't break Dong Hanzong's invincible posture. Was there really no limit to this invincible posture? However, it was a battle as long as he could win. Bang. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the 3,000 incarnations waved their hands and the kingdom of life and death instantly appeared in the sky. 3,000 kingdom of life and death, and there were 2 ultimate profound meanings. What kind of scene was this? Dong Hanzong looked at this scene and clenched his hands together tightly. His body couldn't help but tremble. This was caused by fear. Without the universe domain, he was no longer able to face these 3,000 ultimate profound meanings. However, at this moment, the void behind Dong Xn suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Before everyone came back to their senses, a woman suddenly appeared behind Dong Xn. The power of law surged out and a palm slammed towards Dong Xn. Accompanied by a scream, Dong Xian's physical body shattered on the spot and blood splattered in the sky. Dong Qin. Dong Hanzong turned his head and was immediately overjoyed. However, Qin Feiyang, lunatic white-eyed wolf, Dong Tianqian, and Dong Ping were all furious. Dong Qin, what are you doing? Dong Xn was also furious, and her divine soul quickly fled. However, Dong Qin stretched out her arm like lightning and grabbed Dong Xian's soul. Dong Xn, don't blame me, Dong Qin said with a painful expression. She looked at Dong Hanzong and said, Brother Zong, run. Dong Hanzong came back to his senses and immediately activated momentary time to rush towards Dong Qin. Don't even think about it. Dong Tianqian and Dong Ping roared. They went forward to intercept her. Dong Qin shouted, Don't move or I'll kill Dong Xn. When the two heard this, their faces suddenly sank and they came to a sudden stop. Dong Qin. You have to think carefully. You're only a direct descendant, and Dong Xin is a direct descendant. If you do this, not only will you bring disaster to yourself, but also your family. Is it worth it for a villain like Dong Hanzong? Dong Tianqian roared. Whether it's worth it or not, I know it in my heart. Don't move or I'll really kill you. Dong Qin looked at the two vigilantly and waved her hand to open a space-time passage. She said in a deep voice, Brother Zong, you go first, I'll hold them back. Dong Hanzong looked at Dong Tianqian and Dong Ping, then looked at Qin Feiyang. A cold smile flashed in his eyes and he rushed into the space-time passage without looking back. Did you see that? You let him go first and he ran away without saying a word. If he really likes you, will he let you stay behind and take the risk? Dong Tianqian roared. This woman, why is she so brainless? Dong Hanzong has been using her all along. However, Dong Qin turned a deaf ear and kept looking at Dong Tianqian, Dong Ping, and Qin Feiyang with vigilance. Hee. Suddenly, Madman laughed. Dong Qin immediately stared at Madman. Do you think we really care about Dong Xian's life? Madman revealed a mouthful of white teeth, but his eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. Dong Qin panicked. Dong Xian's soul also couldn't help but panic. That's right. Qin Feiyang and the other two were enemies with their divine kingdom. Why would they be afraid of Dong Xn? Senior brother, saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. But at this time, Qin Feiyang suddenly waved his hand and smiled. And? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 3,000 life and death kingdom disappeared, along with the 3,000 incarnations. He looked at Dong Qin and said, Let go of Dong Xn, I will let you go. What? Dong Tianqian and Dong Ping looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. For Dong Xn, this person was really afraid of shooting the rat for fear of breaking the vases? My patience has its limits. Don't think about using Dong Xin to threaten us. If you know what's good for you, let go of her immediately, otherwise you will never have the chance to leave Thousand Phoenix Mountain. Qin Feiyang stared at Dong Qin, a cold light flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Dong Qin found that she didn't dare to look at Qin Feiyang's eyes. With a wave of her hand, she opened another space-time tunnel and slowly retreated into it. Just as she was teleported away, she let go of Dong Xian's soul. Dong Tianqian and Dong Ping immediately rushed up. One person protected Dong Xian's soul while the other attacked the space-time tunnel. Boom. With a loud bang, the tunnel collapsed on the spot, but Dong Qin's figure had already disappeared. Little Qin Z, what are you doing? Lunatic and white-eyed wolf ran over and stared at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. They want to escape? How can it be so easy? Qin Feiyang sneered and looked at the two of them. Don't worry, I have asked Mu Qin to open her all-seeing eye and spy on their whereabouts. I see. The two of them suddenly understood. Dong Tianqian and the other two also understood Qin Feiyang's meaning. As long as Mu Qin was there, it didn't matter even if Dong Hanzong escaped. Because Mu Qin could track Dong Hanzong's whereabouts at any time and place. And now, Dong Hanzong's universe domain couldn't be opened again, so no matter how he escaped, he would only die. Qin Feiyang, Dong Hanzong, and Dong Qin have all gone to the village one after another. Obviously they have secretly discussed a way out before. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qin's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. They went to the village? Qin Feiyang frowned. That's right. They must have thought that if they returned to the Central Dynasty, we would definitely hunt them down to the end, so they went to the village to seek refuge. Mu Qin thought. They are quite smart. With Boss Ji and the other elders, even we wouldn't dare to kill them directly in the village. But they don't know that these elders are all our people. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. As his voice fell, he opened a time tunnel. Seeing this scene, Lunatic and White-Eyed Wolf smiled slightly. Without thinking, they knew that Mu Qing must have tracked Dong Hanzong's whereabouts. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stepped into the time tunnel. What are you waiting for? Do you still want to take revenge? White-Eyed Wolf looked at Dong Tianqian, and the other two rolled his eyes and rushed into the time tunnel with Lunatic. The three of them came back to their senses and quickly followed. In the village. At this moment, a group of elders stood at the entrance of the village. Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin stood outside the village. What are you doing here? Looking at the two in a sorry state, Boss Ji and the other elders frowned. Dong Qin was fine because she didn't offend them. But Dong Hanzong came to the village and acted like a tyrant, so they naturally didn't like him. Chapter 4271. Plop. Without saying a word, Dong Qin knelt on the ground. The group of old men was stunned. What was going on? Wait. Previously, Little Wang said that Dong Hanzong is fighting with Qin Feiyang and the others. But now Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin have come to us. Looking at Dong Hanzong's current appearance, could it be that the battle is over? Ji Lauer said. Hearing this, Ji Jiao looked at Dong Hanzong and Dong Qin, and a hint of understanding gradually appeared in his eyes. He secretly smiled and said, "It seems that they should be hiding from Qin Feiyang's pursuit, so they came here to ask for help." Sure enough, Dong Qin kowtowed with a pleading face and looked at the group of old men and said, "Please help us, seniors." Dong Hanzong looked at Dong Qin and also cupped his hands and said, "Please help us, seniors. This junior will definitely repay you in the future." Ha! Now you know how to call yourself a junior? Weren't you very arrogant when you came here? Ji Laoshi laughed. The gloating in his words was not concealed at all. Dong Hanzong clenched his hands, and a trace of hostility flashed between his eyebrows. Don't be impulsive. Dong Qin hurriedly comforted Dong Hanzong and looked at Ji Laoshi and said, "Senior, we were wrong before. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. This old man is not such a petty person." Ji Laoshi snorted coldly. Dong Qin was delighted and hurriedly said, "So, senior, you agree to help us? That's a different matter. This old man is magnanimous not to bother with you, but helping you is going against Qin Feiyang. Even you peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty can't do anything to Qin Feiyang, let alone us old men." Ji Laoshi sneered. "Senior, no matter how strong Qin Feiyang is, he certainly won't dare to come here." Dong Qin hurriedly said. "Who said I won't dare to come?" But before her voice faded, a cold voice sounded. A space-time passage appeared, and Qin Feiyang and the others came out one after another. What? Dong Qin's face suddenly turned pale. How did he find them so quickly? Did you forget about the all-seeing eye? Madman looked at the two of them mockingly. It's the all-seeing eye again. Dong Hanzong's heart went crazy. Mu Qing, just you wait. Sooner or later I'll chop you into pieces. Dong Tianqian glanced at the two of them, then looked at the group of elders and said with a frown, "They're here to seek protection, right?" "That's right." Boss Ji nodded. "You can't protect them. This is an order," Dong Tianqian said with a cold glint in his eyes. The group of elders couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Dong Tianqian said with a murderous aura, "You don't need to ask why. In short, whoever protects them will die." "In that case we really can't make a move?" The group of elders looked at each other and then frowned. "But if His Majesty pursues the matter, how are we going to answer to him?" "Don't worry. We will explain to His Majesty," Dong Tianqian said. "If that's the case," Boss Ji looked at Ji Lauer and the others and asked, "Then why don't we avoid trouble?" "Yes." Ji Lauer and the others nodded. "No, seniors, I beg of you, please help us," Dong Qin begged. "I'm sorry. Since Dong Tianqian has said so, we definitely can't help you." Boss Ji shook his head and retreated to the side. Ji Lauer and the others looked at each other and retreated silently. On the surface they were all silent, but in fact they were all laughing and chatting in secret. The ability of these kids really makes this old man have a whole new level of respect for them time and time again. Yeah. Even Dong Tianqian, Dong Ping, and Dong Xan chose to stand with them. Dong Hanzong is really stupid. Of all the people to scheme against, he had to scheme against these kids. Isn't he digging his own grave? In fact, they knew the reason. The Lord had already told them. Their previous performance was all an act. At the same time, seeing the group of elders standing by, Dong Qin's face was filled with despair. Dong Hanzong's eyes were also gloomy. "It's time for you to die." Dong Tianqian and Dong Ping looked at each other with murderous intent in their eyes. Then they took a step forward and charged at Dong Hanzong. Dong Hanzong glanced at the crowd and suddenly pulled Dong Qin, turned around and flew away without looking back. You still want to leave? The two sneered and activated the moment of time and chased after him at lightning speed. Dong Xian also followed closely behind. Qin Feiyang, the Mad One, and the White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other with a hint of playfulness in their eyes. They also followed behind unhurriedly. Dong Tianqian, Dong Ping, no matter what Brother Zong did to you, you can't join forces with Qin Feiyang to kill him. Dong Qin was furious and her words were filled with anxiety. Don't make it sound so nice. If it's you, you'll be crazier than us. Dong Ping snorted. No. If it's me, I'll definitely think about the big picture. Dong Qin hurriedly said. The big picture? When Dong Hanzong schemed against us, why didn't he think about the big picture? You, on the other hand, don't be so stubborn. Otherwise, don't blame us when we return to the Central Dynasty and attack your family. Dong Tianqian roared. If it wasn't for this woman, Dong Hanzong would have died in the Thousand Phoenix Mountain. Dong Qin's eyes trembled. This was the problem she was most worried about. She could follow Dong Hanzong and flee to the end of the world, but what about her family? Regardless of whether it was Dong Xian or Dong Tianqian, the clans behind them could easily wipe out her clan. She didn't want to be the sinner of her family. Suddenly, she steeled her heart and pushed Dong Hanzong away. She turned to face Dong Tianqian and the Mad One and said, Use my death to exchange for Brother Zong's life, okay? Dong Hanzong turned to look at Dong Qin and flew away without any hesitation. He's really not a man. Once again abandoning Dong Qin and escaping by himself, even Qin Feiyang and the other two were deeply disgusted by Dong Hanzong's actions. Was this the style of a man? Shouldn't a man stand up and protect his woman? How could a man hide behind a woman? Wake up. A man like him isn't worth your sacrifice. Dong Xian roared and was burning with anxiety. Can I? I beg you. Dong Qin turned a deaf ear and begged again and again. What a stupid woman. Get lost. Dong Tianqian roared. He slammed his palm toward Dong Qin without mercy. You forced me to do this. Dong Qin suddenly gave a low roar, and an enchantment suddenly appeared around her. Boom. The next moment, accompanied by the emergence of the power of laws, Dong Qin waved her hand and 7 ultimate laws appeared. The will of the heavenly Tao erupted. At the same time, in Dong Qin's domain, milky white runes appeared one after another, emitting a sacred aura. Boom. Immediately after, the will of the heavenly Tao released by the 7 ultimate laws soared to another level. This, Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. What was going on? Dual will of the heavenly Tao. That's right. At this time, Dong Qin's will of the heavenly Tao was already comparable to Qin Feiyang's dual will of the heavenly Tao. This is the vast heaven domain. It can increase the will of the heavenly Tao by 1 level. Dong Xian said in a deep voice. Damn. These 5 domains are indeed more ridiculous than the other. White-Eyed Wolf said in shock. Dual will of the heavenly Tao was not a joke. With Dong Qin's strength, it was completely enough to crush the older generation. Boom. Dong Qin waved her hand and the 7 ultimate laws charged toward Dong Tianqian and Dong Ping. The two panicked and hurriedly activated instant time to dodge. Now, their god-killing domain and undying domain were no longer there, so they couldn't fight Dong Qin head-on. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Qin and said to Madman, Senior brother, you stay behind to deal with her. No big deal. Madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept up the White-Eyed Wolf and Dong Tianqian. Then he activated the dual will of the heavenly Tao and stepped on instant time to chase after Dong Hanzong. Don't even think about it. Dong Qin still wanted to stop Qin Feiyang. The 7 ultimate laws turned in the air and charged toward them. Do you think Laozi doesn't exist? Madman said angrily. Following a loud clang, the all-evil sword appeared out of thin air and slashed out furiously. Boom. A terrifying battle wave roared out and the surrounding mountains and rivers were instantly razed to the ground. Dual will of the heavenly Tao can no longer stop Laozi. Madman laughed proudly and exerted force with both hands. The all-evil sword's edge was monstrous as it shattered Dong Qin's 7 ultimate laws. What? Dong Qin's delicate body trembled as blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. This was the strength of Madman? So strong. No wonder even Dong Ping was defeated by this person. This all-evil sword is indeed able to compete with the human race's sword of faith. In the distance, Boss Ji and the group of elders looked at Madman from afar. Their old faces were filled with gratification. The sword of faith absorbed the power of faith of living beings, while the all-evil sword absorbed all the evil power in the world. The two could be considered to have the same effect. Moreover, the sword of faith would continue to grow stronger with the increase of faith. The all-evil sword was the same. Dong Xen, don't blame me. I don't have any feelings for you, it's just your wishful thinking. To be able to fight for a way out for me, it can be considered your value. In the sky above a mountain. Sensing the battle waves between Dong Qin and Madman, Dong Hanzong muttered to himself, appearing extremely cold. In his eyes there was only himself. The others were just chess pieces in his hands. However, just when he thought that Dong Qin had restrained everyone and fought for a way out for him, auras rapidly approached from behind. Qin Feiyang. Golden-winged wolf king. Dong Tianxin, Dong Ping, Dong Xian. She only restrained Madman alone? She is indeed a trash. Not only was he not grateful, but he also blamed Dong Qin for being useless. This was Dong Hanzong's nature. Selfish, self-interested, they weren't worthy of being human. Because no matter who it was, no matter how cold their personality was, at least they would have a little conscience. Dong Hanzong was completely heartless. Chapter 4272. Quick, quick, quick. He's right in front. Dual wills of the Great Path were indeed extraordinary. In just a few breaths they saw Dong Hanzong in front of them. Dong Tianxin couldn't help but urge, his eyes emitting a piercing cold light. White-eyed wolf looked at Dong Tianxin, speechless. Looking at your expression now, those who don't know would think that you're the mortal enemy. We're mortal enemies to begin with, Dong Tianxin sneered. If Qin Feiyang and the others had schemed against them, he could still understand. After all, they were mortal enemies. But Dong Hanzong, no matter what, they were all companions and he actually schemed against them behind their backs. If it weren't for Dong Hanzong's scheme, would he, Dong Ping and Dong Xian have fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands? Therefore, all of this was Dong Hanzong's fault. He must pay the price. In front, Dong Hanzong's face was gloomy. They were getting closer and closer. What should he do? Suddenly, he opened a space-time tunnel and entered without looking back. When Qin Feiyang and the others caught up, the space-time tunnel had begun to dissipate. Dong Tianxin smashed the space-time tunnel with a punch in anger, but Dong Hanzong didn't appear. Damn it. He immediately flew into a rage. Dong Ping was the same. Qin Feiyang stopped and transmitted his voice. Mu Qing, how is it? Forbidden Ocean. Mu Qing immediately replied. Because he had been spying on Dong Hanzong's whereabouts in the Black Tortoise world. Thank you. You'll have to continue spying. Lest he splits his divine soul and escapes our pursuit while we're not around. Qin Feiyang thought. Got it. Mu Qing's voice sounded reliable indeed. Qin Feiyang's face revealed a trace of a smile, and immediately opened a space-time tunnel, bringing White-Eyed Wolf, Dong Tianxin, and the others into the tunnel at lightning speed. In the next moment, they descended in the sky above a sea. In the sea ahead, the wind howled and huge waves surged. The sky was incomparably dark. Forbidden Ocean? Dong Tianxin was slightly stunned. He quickly scanned the surrounding sea area. His gaze locked onto a certain spot in the taboo ocean ahead. He saw a figure rushing towards the depths of the taboo ocean at lightning speed. Chis. That was right. It was Dong Hanzong. Dong Tianxin, Dong Ping and Dong Xian were all very excited. Because in the taboo ocean, it was impossible to open a space-time channel. Once Dong Hanzong entered the taboo ocean, he would be like a trapped beast, unable to escape even if he had wings. Now, he has no other choice but to return to the Central Dynasty. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He swept up the four of them and activated the moment of time to chase after them. Qin Feiyang, things are not looking good. Suddenly, Mu Qing's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Before you arrived at the taboo ocean, Dong Hanzong split off a dozen divine souls, and they are now fleeing in all directions. Mu Qing said. What? There are so many divine souls? Qin Feiyang glanced at the surrounding sea, his brows knitted tightly together. The more divine souls he splits, the easier it is to ensure his safety. Because as long as a wisp of divine soul escapes, he will not die. Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang didn't stop. After pondering for a while, he sent a sound transmission. Help me pay attention to those dozen or so souls first. After killing Dong Hanzong's main body, I'll slowly search for those souls. Okay. Mu Qing responded. Qin Feiyang raised his head and stared at Dong Hanzong's back. There was a cold glint in his eyes. He was really a difficult person to deal with. It could even be said that without Mu Qing's help, he would not be able to kill Dong Hanzong at all. Therefore, now that there was a chance, he had to get rid of him. Seeing that Qin Feiyang and the rest were getting closer and closer, Dong Hanzong fled while shouting in panic, "Qin Feiyang, let's discuss." "Discuss what?" White-Eyed Wolf sneered. "Let's cooperate," Dong Hanzong said. "Scoundrel, you want to betray the divine kingdom?" Dong Tianxin heard this and shouted angrily. "Betray? You still have the nerve to say this? Haven't you already betrayed the divine kingdom? As a direct descendant, you can betray the divine kingdom. Why can't I, a branch descendant that you look down on, do the same?" Dong Hanzong sneered. "We are all in this mess because of you. Otherwise, how can we be controlled by Qin Feiyang now?" Dong Tianxin roared. He did not hide his words. Because he followed Qin Feiyang, he was unwilling to do so. "Haha. Then you can only blame your incompetence. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang helping you, would you be able to be so arrogant until now?" Dong Hanzong smiled coldly and continued, "Qin Feiyang, the few of them only control one domain. My Qinquan domain can evolve into all of their domains. My strength alone is stronger than the few of them combined. So if we cooperate, it will be a true alliance." "Makes sense." White-Eyed Wolf nodded. Dong Tianxin and the other two panicked and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. "Big brother, don't change your mind at this time. If Qin Feiyang really changed his mind, then the three of them would have to die. Because Dong Hanzong would not allow them to continue living in this world. Moreover, after cooperating with Dong Hanzong, they would lose their value. Qin Feiyang would naturally not keep them alive." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and said with a smile, "In terms of value, you indeed far surpass them." Hearing this, Dong Tianxin and the other two's hearts could not help but be in their throats. Dong Hanzong was somewhat happy. Qin Feiyang suddenly changed the topic and shook his head, "But you are too dangerous and too ruthless. Dong Qin is infatuated with you, but you only know how to use her. Although I, Qin Feiyang, am not a good person, at the very least I still have a conscience." "Who?" Dong Tianxin and the other two let out a long breath. "Isn't it just a woman?" Dong Hanzong said angrily. "Isn't it just a woman? Do you look down on women? Your mother is not a woman? Without your mother, would there be you? Let me tell you, women are the greatest, especially a woman who is dead set on you and is even willing to sacrifice herself for you. You should cherish her even more. If you did not abandon Dong Qin, maybe I would really consider cooperating with you. But now, I will give you 3 words: you are not worthy." Qin Feiyang laughed angrily. As his voice fell, he finally caught up with Dong Hanzong. The ultimate profound of the law of life and death, the ultimate profound of the 6 strongest laws, were all activated in an instant. "Bastard. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost," Dong Hanzong roared. The 7 ultimate profound truths were activated, and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted, angrily charging towards Qin Feiyang. "You don't even have the chance to become a ghost." Qin Feiyang sneered, and the 7 ultimate profound truths were suppressed. Accompanied by a loud bang, Dong Hanzong's 7 ultimate profound truths were annihilated on the spot. Following closely, the 7 ultimate profound truths drowned Dong Hanzong. A shrill scream resounded through the sky. Without the Qinquan domain, the undying body and the invincible state, Dong Hanzong was as weak as an ant in front of Qin Feiyang. His body was shattered and blood splattered across the sky. "No, I'm not willing," Dong Hanzong roared with resentment, and his soul struggled frantically but to no avail. In the end, his soul was destroyed. For a moment, the place fell into a dead silence. Dong Tianxin and the other two looked at the void, their hearts full of joy. Come and continue to scheme against us. Now he had even schemed to lose his own life. What a reckless thing. However, following closely, the 3 of them looked at Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. They never thought that they would join forces with Qin Feiyang and the others to kill Dong Hanzong. What was even more unexpected was that Qin Feiyang would save them again and again. Fate? No. This was an ill-fated fate. Qin Feiyang suddenly turned to look at the 3 of them and said, "Do you think it's over?" "What?" The 3 of them immediately became vigilant. Was he going to burn the bridge after crossing the river and kill them? Looking at the reaction of the 3 of them, Qin Feiyang was stunned and said speechlessly, "Don't misunderstand me, I mean Dong Hanzong is not dead yet." "What? Not dead yet?" The 3 of them looked at each other. "Mu Qing has been monitoring him with the heavenly eye. Mu Qing told me before that when we chased him to the taboo ocean, Dong Hanzong had already split into more than a dozen divine souls and fled in different directions. So now we still have to chase after these divine souls, Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. The three of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It really gave them a fright. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Mu Qing appeared and said with a smile, "Lead the way." Mu Qing glanced at Dong Tianqin and the other two, pointed to the south of the Taboo Ocean, and said, 7 divine souls went there, they should also want to escape back to the Central Dynasty. What about the rest? Qin Feiyang asked. The remaining few divine souls fled to the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan respectively. Mu Qing said. Then let's go and destroy those 7 divine souls first. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent, rolled up the few of them and rushed to the south. Dong Tianqin and the other two looked at each other, their eyes full of fear. This was the fear of Mu Qing. Although Mu Qing's strength was not as strong as theirs now, the power of the Heavenly Eye was too terrifying. No matter how hard they tried to hide, they couldn't hide from Mu Qing's prying eyes. This was the best proof. If it weren't for Mu Qing, who would have known that Dong Hanzong had split his divine souls in advance? And there were more than a dozen divine souls? If they didn't know, Dong Hanzong wouldn't have died. It was no exaggeration to say that. Mu Qing's threat was greater than Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the Golden Wings Wolf King. Now, thinking back to their initial idea of coming to the 4 great continents, even they felt a little ridiculous. They still wanted to kill these people? They were too naive. Just Mu Qing, Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf were enough to wipe them out, not to mention the demon ancestor Dong Jingyang, Mu Tianyang, and Long Chen, these monsters. If these people all attacked, who would be their match? When they were in the Central Dynasty, when they heard the 8 elites talk about Qin Feiyang and the others, they didn't take it to heart at all. They even thought that the 8 elites were exaggerating and were boosting the morale of others while diminishing their own power. But now, when they faced and experienced it personally, they knew that it was more terrifying than what the 8 elites said. They could also predict. The future of the Divine Kingdom was worrying.